sure Rumble is behaving today. Looks like it's not going to just randomly stop on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. They have a beta feature because YouTube. I don't have to change any details when I stream to YouTube. It's the same, basically the same server, same key when I do it to YouTube. But Rumble changes every stream. They give you a different URL server, and they give you a different key every stream. And I was like, well, that's
weird.
That's unfortunate. And so they had a beta feature, that allowed you to have, basically not have to redo it over and over and over again every time you stream. Allowed you to have, and so I had that going, and then it just randomly stopped working. So I had to go back to the old way to doing it. But yeah, we are back in the game here, everybody. And you can notice it's nearly midnight in April, so we're almost in May. And the reason for this, anybody who watched last week's stream, I forgot to shut the game down. When I got done streaming last Saturday, I was so hungry that after I got all the stream and stuff shut down, the game had been minimized, right? When you click off the game, it just minimizes itself. So the game was minimized, and I didn't shut it down. I didn't stop it. So it ran all night long. And yeah, lucky, like I said, lucky it wasn't at a 10x speed or something. But yeah, it ran all night long, and so I think we ended in like March or so. And here we are at the end of April. So a whole month and a half went by, and I got up the next day, futzed around the house for a while, and then sat down here and noticed the game was still running. And this is where it was. It was still running. And it's, of course, as soon as I hit escape to exit, it saved instantly when I hit escape. So it had sat and ran for, I don't know, over 12 hours, 14 hours, 15 hours. And so I hit escape and boom, it saved, and here we are. So at least it's, stable. And hello, welcome back, Joe. Welcome back. Got their I do have coffee in my hand. There it is, right here. So yeah, I just sort of saved it and left. Now I did make a copy of it, and I always have tested. One of the things you probably didn't know, or maybe you did, about YouTubers, is most of the time, and then Joe is on Rumble. Hello to Rumble too. Most of the time, YouTubers don't like being surprised at something, right? And so when you watch a series or something from a YouTuber, it's not uncommon for them to have already done all the things that they're doing. And then when they run into something in the game, it's like, oh, look at this. This is kind of cool. Well, they knew it was coming. Now, not everybody, not every series, but when it comes to like a whole lot of different moving parts, when you have a whole bunch of mods and you've got a balance of a game and you've got all of this stuff, I tend to play ahead and to see if there's any landmines in the future. And there have been times where I hit them and I didn't expect them, which is rough. But yeah, this is way far behind from where I was. We got a ton of stuff to sell. Can't sell a cake until about July. But But yeah, so I tend to play ahead. Like in my other game, I've got both of these fields on the west side. I've got both of these already growing shit. Like I've already been harvesting stuff on there. Like that's how far ahead I am. I'm like this is in April. I'm already in like November on that world. So it's way, way further in.
And to add to what you're saying, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, like, think of a big one like Factorio or Minecraft or something. You're planning to expand your base or something. Well, if you do that, you have a general idea what you might need, but there's always a surprise or two. So if you play that out, prototype what you're doing, and go, oh, okay, well, I had to make a whole bunch of this stuff before I do it. Well, then you can just do that before you start recording.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of those kinds of games. Minecraft. Well, I think I covered Minecraft in one series in the entirety of my channel. I did Minecraft once. Fortresscraft, however, I did many, many times.
oh, yeah.
And there was every series, and one of the reasons why I burned out on that game is there were times in doing those series where I needed to do a bunch of prep work before I was able to record again. And there were times where I would spend 3 or 4 hours in the game not recording anything, just getting stuff prepped for the next episode. And when that happens multiple times in a series, it drags and drags. When you're unable to be productive, right? When you are not recording and actively doing content, and you're just sitting there grinding away, like using the excavator or something to clear out an area, and it's just like I had 9 of those things running, and they're just pumping out, just getting me enough space to record another episode. It's rough, but you have to do that because it's otherwise you have 5 episodes in a row of just standing around watching an excavator clear terrain. Like, who's gonna watch that, right? So yeah, in some series you have to go, work ahead and test different things to see what's coming, and to be able to plan appropriately. In other series you have to do a whole bunch of stuff in between recordings, and some people want to see that, some people don't mind it, but by and large it's not something interesting. So you gotta constantly weigh all of that, and it's hard to decide. I thought as popular as some of the farming sim channels have been that I've run across, when I started playing this and really enjoying it, I really thought that I would get some traction with this game, and that's not happened. That hasn't happened. I've gotten a little bit, for sure. It's not been zero, but it's not as much as I thought. There seems to be channels that are just pumping out just generic farming sim content, and they're getting tens of thousands of views, and it's just like, what?
I think one thing is that channels get, the algorithm analyzes the content of your channel and kind of promotes it, based on that. When you switch gears, I don't think the algorithm catches up. Maybe that's all speculation, or well, it is all speculation. But I mean, I do have good instincts when it comes to stuff like that. That, or you're just plain blackballed by.
I'm just assuming at this point that YouTube just hates me in general. But that's just my paranoia. Don't mind that. Okay, we need to, before we sleep.
For 7 minutes.
Well, no, it would be till 8 a.m. So
yeah.
We need to empty these trucks out, and I need to So this one with strawberries, we need to drop in. There's some more cake. Let's get that unloaded. We need to drop the strawberries off at the bakery up here. And then any left that the bakery can hold, those can get sold. Croquettes are done. Let's go ahead and...
Because yeah, I'm guessing that we're gonna have way more strawberries than what the berry girl will ever need, because we'll be getting more.
Yeah, I sell them because next month we're just gonna get a whole nother truckload. Like it's.
Yep.
And you definitely want, when you take off, you want to close the back. That way you don't randomly pick up some weird things.
I can actually close it right now, even.
Yeah, you can close it. Just hit X. Okay. We will drop these olives off at the mill. Then I need to swap out the peppers and the onions. So we don't really need those. So a few updates, everybody. By request, I've updated the instant wash mod.
Oh, you're evil.
And
I just tested it.
And it was by request. It was by request. So y'all, there you go. There's the instant wash. Yeah.
You get bumped into one of those crates of, what is it, olives? One's behind strawberries.
And that's why you keep the back closed until you're parked, because otherwise you would you'd hoover all those up.
Where should I park it so that the trailer is about halfway between each?
Yep.
Okay. Joe. And Joe asked you a couple questions. Well, one was a comment. He said he kind of missed Fortress Craft.
Yeah, Fortress Craft is, at its heart, it's a good game, right? It's a great concept. It's a fun game to play. But as far as like streams go, like single player, I think is pretty good. I mean, I never really ran into anything super game breaking in single player. But one of the reasons we don't really play it all that much, or very often, is multiplayer bugs are game breaking. I mean, there's so many multiplayer bugs. In navigation and traveling the world, just so many little things that just start adding up and becomes really impossible to get around, to sort of work around. Bugs like you can't like rely on research. If you're a multiplayer, if you're a client and you try to like start a research, like sometimes it just it just flat out doesn't work. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. And then the developer himself is, I don't know, he's like 40 going on 90. Like he's just this cranky cranky guy who hates his fans. Like it's so funny. Like, because I worked with him a lot, and yeah, he's really hard to work with. Okay, let me just systematically. I gotta concentrate when I do this because I have to systematically go through. We're gonna stop these. I need to change these back to grapes.
Interesting. I think you swapped one of them, and I heard the sprinklers or something going.
Yeah, there's an ambient. There's an ambient sound. Um, there's ambient sounds defined, but
It's kind of neat that you can walk into the greenhouses. Doesn't have a lot of effect, but makes it feel a little more realistic-ish.
What is your take on Satisfactory? You know, I do like Satisfactory. I do. I want to like it more, but ow, cat, really? Like I want to like it more, but the perspective of playing that game makes it hard. Makes it hard to build with that because you're sort of locked on the ground, and a factory game of that scale benefits from a more distant point of view. It would be much easier to play if you were basically like a Factorio top-down view, where you'd be able to see like a bigger version of the build. Yeah, cat. I'm in the middle of something. You just sort of clawed your way up my leg up onto my lap, which felt wonderful, by the way. So yeah, I like Satisfactory. There's even some great mods for Satisfactory. And the developers have done a good job with the game. They've unfortunately not embraced the modding community like I thought they were going to early on. Yeah, Jetpack, I think it was a newer edition. I don't think I've played since they've added that. So I think we're definitely going to cover it. I think we're definitely going to do it when 1.0 comes out, because 1.0 is due out on September 10th. So I think we're going to probably touch on that game a little bit, and see what's going on. Of course, none of the mods will probably be updated by then, but yeah, I really thought that we're going to embrace the modding community more than basically what they've done. I mean, they haven't out and out like rejected the modding community, but I've honestly thought they were going to put out their own API, their own modding API by now. Yeah, Copy Saying is a good studio. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying the game itself can be hard to play at times, especially when you're trying to navigate a factory. Yeah, it can be hard to play. All right, you want to go sell these onions here? I'll just kind of.
Sure.
I'll just park this truck here.
Should I sell the second one?
Well, I'll jump into here. You jump into that other truck. So just sell the onions.
Okay.
I have to drop some of these off at the potato farm. Yeah. So Satisfactory is fun. Some of the stuff they've added now, they've done a bunch of, 1.0 is going to have a lot of changes.
And we haven't played in a few versions.
Yeah.
So.
And some of the late game stuff that they've done, you gotta open your back. You just dumped out some crates.
Yeah, it went a little bit too far. I'll get those loaded up again.
Right. Or you can just drag them on and sell them. But yeah, they added a bunch of like quantum stuff, and there's like they really like the late game stuff. I see as is just tedious. This is one of the issues with pretty much any sort of factory game. If they're not careful, they can get caught in the trap of, hey, this is hard to make because it's hard to make, right? There's no, the quantum stuff is like, hey, this is a new crafting material or new crafting components, but we're not introducing any new things. We're just making it more complex, right? The quantum fluids can be run in pipes, even though they're not supposed to be gas or liquid or anything like that. They're supposed to be a different kind of matter. There's not any new fundamental things with the quantum stuff. It's just here's some more crafting machines and some more recipes. There's nothing new on it, which is unfortunate in a game like that. You'd think that they would be able to invent, at least something new.
Well, I can't remember the shortcut key for lights.
F.
F? Ah.
So, yeah, I mean, Satisfactory was nice when you could build big factories. One of the things they teased that you could. Oh wow, no more place to go check out the sheep here. I gotta. Oh yeah, this thing is completely full. Oops. Then I'm going to be probably selling the sheep right away. There's always an auto. Every time I open the goddamn menu, it's an autosave. Every time. I swear to God. So yeah, Satisfactory. Like, what's one of the reasons we haven't really covered it in the last couple of years is just like it's fun. The early game is fun. Getting the factory started, getting everything up and running. Progressing to the point of being able to actually like start building a cohesive factory with foundations and stuff. And then once you hit that moment where you are like, oh, we've got foundations, we've got this, we've got that, then the grind starts, then the game loop starts, and that's when people start losing interest. That I've noticed, in playing the game multiplayer for years, for somebody to go off and just like build their own factory is not unheard of. We would play and like Z would go off, or one of us would run off to the direction and build an entire like iron or steel smeltering area, and I wouldn't be involved at all. I wouldn't see the progress. I wouldn't see anything. I wouldn't be involved at all. And here would come like a nice belt of like steel ingots or something. And that's great in the multiplayer games, but streaming is a different like subset of multiplayer, right? Streaming, like you want to
it's nice to actually see the progress and be
right.
a part of it.
Yeah, it's nice to be involved because then you're actually showing people, hey, this is what's going on, this was what we're doing. To just have it like, oh, this thing has magically appeared, and there it is, and it's great, you know, for somebody to be able to just kind of run off on their own and do that. But, you know, it's not really engaging content. Oh, this grass is ready to harvest. My guess is yes. Yeah, the other thing I did in my other save is I painted all this stuff here. The remaining patch of grass I got rid of, and then these two are, believe it or not, I mowed all of this. So this, 3 across and 5 down. So that entire western side, I mowed all of that in one shot. And I got roughly, I want to say like 65 million liters of grass off of that side. It was a lot. It was less than I thought it would be, but yeah, it was like 65 million liters. It was a lot. It was a lot of grass.
Another really big thing about Satisfactory was that I think the last time we streamed it, we were trying to go for kind of an epic scale, and the mid-game frame rates were already dropping to the point of not necessarily unplayable, but it was getting a lot less fun trying to put up with the hitchiness and all that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the game has its you know, moments. It certainly is fun.
And worth the money. I mean, that's kind of my scale. If I buy this, am I going to get, you know, X number of hours, you know, X relative to the price. And have fun doing it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was coming across their spy. Was it that bad? I tried to cheek it, but yeah, just a roast beef sandwich.
For breakfast?
Well, more kind of lunch.
Yeah. Let's see. I want to try to maximize our money this time around, because butter in there. How are we doing here? We need some more eggs. Now, since July is right around the corner, I want to try to prioritize the bakery and cake over everything else, because croquettes, right? These are good money, but you want to sell these in January, right? So for me, the cycle of this game is, when is the best time to sell some shit? And potato salad would be good for June, right? That would be good. But potato salad is not, when you're dealing with a limited number of potatoes, potato salad gives you, for 500 potatoes in, I'm just looking at potatoes. Everything else is, you know, massively scalable. But potatoes, those, take 5 months to grow. So you got to plan ahead. So 500 potatoes gives you 937 potato salad. Croquettes, 500 potatoes gives you 1,250 croquettes. So it's when it comes down to just the potatoes, much better for croquettes. But again, selling those is best in January. And we're not anywhere near January. So I'm not really prepared to sell any of those. So yeah, we need to... Oh, I need to go grab this truck. I thought for sure Oz was going to jump into it, but whatever.
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch that you wanted me to.
I literally parked it right next to there. Okay. You don't read my mind? Come on now.
Oh, was that the one that, I thought you said you needed to unload some stuff from
I did.
first.
I unloaded a few of the peppers and then I... Okay. Now we need to turn... Oh, we need to turn grapes on. Okay.
Another thing was I was tapped out because I was looking up that game that Spy asked you about.
Let's see. Outpost Infinity Siege. No. I did, however, put on my wish list Industrial Annihilation. That is looking right spicy. It's looking good. So yeah, that's kind of like blending the factory game genre in with the RTS genre of like Total Annihilation, right? You have resources you have to process, you have materials, and then that can go into making your units rather than having like a generic like, hey, I've got metal and energy and this is going to generate units. It's like, no, you've actually got to create stuff, right? It's the same team that did Planetary Annihilation, which is my least favorite of the Commander sort of base building games, because it was so hard to navigate. But Industrial Annihilation is going back to the flat map, like normal playfield style. Yeah, Planetary Annihilation was nearly impossible to play for me because you're on spherical like planet maps, and then you had to manage your army, and sometimes you'd lose your army because it was on a different side of the planet, and it was just... And then you had multiple planets, and the AI was able to manage all of that stuff easily. And so the AI would progress massively faster than I was able to do it. Just trying to stay ahead. So yeah, but Industrial Annihilation goes back to basics, back to the flat map. And it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be pretty epic. Okay, so we want... just trying to figure out if there's anything else we can do before we technically sleep for a couple hours.
Probably always something we could do.
Looks like we are low on... Yeah, we're low on wood chips. Carton rolls are low. That's not good. That's not good at all. We need to open production menu and get some prefab walls started so we can get some wood chips, which gets us carton rolls, and then yeah, pallets. I noticed this pallet stack, right? This actually reflects the pallets in the machine, in the factory, and I noticed this was not full, and that tells you at a glance like something's wrong, which means these are probably completely empty. No empty pallets. We had some pallets here, but carton rolls were woefully low over there. And we don't have any... Yeah, we don't have any chips in here. So... And he went AFK, so I can't sleep in. Barrels. I think what I'm going to do here... Do we have any flour? We do. Good, good, good. Flour. Okay. Do we have any other things? Ooh, we do. We have a bunch of corn and oats. Excellent. The only thing we don't have right now is sugar. If we want to pump out as much cake as possible, right? The $66 million that we have sitting around, what we can do if we want to pump out cake, because cake in July, I mean, it's not like winning the lottery money, but it's going to help pay for itself, because you know you see it, we're $900 now, but the peak value in July is like almost $1,500. So an entire truckload of cake is like $15 million, which is right now it's glorious amounts of money. And I'm assuming that there's 300,000 wool in there right now. What I want to do is probably sell the sheep, because clothing, I mean, if you're looking for early game money, right, clothes is okay. It's okay. It's not glorious, but it's okay. It costs quite a bit to get there. But the sheep, the black sheep that I have, give you the most wool, and you know, they're cheaper than the super cows and the super chickens. They're certainly cheaper than those. And the super chickens, because we're gonna want another chicken pen. To get us more eggs, because eggs are going to be one of the things I did in my test. You know, when I played this world for the next several months, the one thing I ran out of was eggs more often. And then once I finally had this thing set up with another chicken pen, and I had more eggs coming in, then I started running out of sugar and flour, right? Because I mistakenly started making cereal again, and I was like, I don't need to make cereal. I need to make cake. Cake is where it's at. So I think that what we're gonna do, see, there's 300,000 wool left in there. What we can do probably is sleep. Well, let's wait. I want to take these eggs. Put them into the bakery. Because remember, 50 super chickens is $25 million, I think. Yeah, $25 million. Which, you know, is a lot, but the alternative chickens are not worth. If you need eggs, and you need eggs right now, super chickens is where it's at. I don't know. Do we have a field planted with sorghum? I don't even know what we have planted right now.
Question.
Because the last stream we just went through.
I don't think we do.
Yeah, we turned over like 3 of our fields. I just couldn't believe that 3 crops finished in the same month. Like, this is the first time I've ever just randomly had 3 different crops happen to finish in the same month. That was a lot of work rolling those over.
Cotton, sugar beets, corn, sugar cane, I think that's what this one over here is.
Yeah, so this corn on the bottom was what I was using. I basically used that for chaff. I just chaffed the whole cornfield. And I mean, it got me... Oh, Jesus. It got me... I can't even remember how much. 80 million liters or something like that of chaff. Because I was using it to make the silage, which then made the methane. But again, methane, you want to sell it in like January. So when we're talking about like what are the immediate needs of the farm, we are going to need sugar and we are going to need flour. And so that corn that I have planted there, I don't think we're going to be able to harvest in time. Oh no, it's actually grown. Oh, it's forage right now. So we are going to be able to harvest that in June, which does give us quite a lot of flour if we grind it into flour. And as a consequence of grinding corn into flour, you do get a little chaff out of it. So you still get a little chaff, but yeah, I actually ran out of sugar and flour trying to make as much cake as possible. Just all of the cake. I'd love to do a little script mod, or at least have a feature of the map that tracks what goals you have, right? So there's something on like the top of the screen of like the goal for the map is to sell 100 million liters of cake, right? You have to sell 100 million liters of cake as one of the goals. And then you could even stack the goals, right? You could have one goal lead into another goal. The first goal being like 100 million liters of chocolate donuts, and then 100 million liters of cake, right? You have these stacked where you're like, once one finishes, the next starts, and they're like, okay, now you got to shift gears. I think that would be a different way of playing the game. I think that would be like your goal is to produce that much of something, right? That's 100 million liters of cake is 10 truckloads of cake. That's a huge amount of cake. Something you can actually do with not very many raw ingredients, but you know, it takes planting a certain set of like plants and farms and planning to do that, and then you could switch gears to something else, like potato salad or something like that, where you better plant a metric ton of potatoes to get that.
Yeah, having like a campaign or scenario.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool to do, and unique amongst the maps that I've seen in FarmingSim. Like I've not really seen that style of map or that thing. Mostly because I think a lot of modders wanna also support console players. And console players can't have scripts. You can't have maps that have scripts. You can't have mods that have scripts. You can't have scripts. And that severely limits what you can and cannot do.
I dislike how we're at the stage where, you know, they're trying to genericize. I think that's kind of a word. Games to the point where it's compatible for both. I I really don't like that because we PC players have to sacrifice an immense amount of potential gameplay because they're trying to appeal to the console crowd too.
Yeah, not only gameplay, but features, performance, texture,
Interface.
Like your consoles are limited on memory space and stuff, and so the console experience is usually inferior to PC in terms of quality and what you can. You know, I have a 2 terabyte drive that I have all the mods and stuff installed on it. And like for a game to install, it's like, oh, we can't do, you know, this or this or that because, you know, consoles don't have that much space on it. It's like, well, then can we please move on from consoles? Like,
yeah.
There's certainly been times where I wish I could play this sitting on my chair after dinner rather than getting up and sitting at my computer. But there's also a way to play this game sitting in your living room, right? Steam has ways of doing that kind of stuff. So, anyway, this is processing corn. We've got quite a bit in there. I'm probably going to need to buy a bunch more vehicles. But it was dumb parking all these trailers right here because this is where all the new vehicles pop in. So, let's just sleep a few hours. You know, we're farmers. We only get to sleep a couple hours. So, there we go. No more space. What? Did I not open that truck? No, I did. Okay. Well, it's 44,000. That's fine. So let's sell all of the sheeple. Why, game? Why?
All right, now that you're past time, I'm going to take a little bit longer AFK break.
Whew. God, that was annoying. A little bit of money. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not our money back, that's for sure. I mean, it kind of is because we may have bought maybe 2 sets at 25,000 a piece. So like 500 animals at 20, like enough raw time has gone by. Do we have any sorghum in here? I do have some sorghum in here. Excellent. Good news there. Okay. And then, let's see, clothes, let's see, fabric. Now, let me start clothes back up. Now I want to sell. Purchase. This. Construction. I want to sell this. Unfortunately, you don't get anything, like all the materials that were in there, you don't get those back. But we want another chicken. There. Now. We want... should we start with 100 chickens? That'd be $50 million. Super chickens. And rather than have this here, yeah, one of the goals of the map, if you can, is to have, you know, a couple pens full of super chickens. Because if you were to make a pen and then buy a full set of super chickens, there's 1,500 animals that can fit in this. That's $750 million for the super chickens for this. But the amount of eggs you would get from that is a lot. Okay, so that is taken care of. I would like this guy here. I want you to hook up there. And then we can take you away. And he's back. God dang it. There we go. Fill that back up.
You know, on the console to PC thing, it's kind of funny because the reverse isn't as bad. You know, playing a game that was designed for a console that gets ported to a PC. I'm sure there's, you know, an expense. And
well, that's not the reverse. That's the reverse would be a game that's made for the PC that's ported to the console.
I thought this game was created for PC and then ported to console. Well, technically, probably designed for both.
Yeah, I mean they come out in parallel, so you don't really know. It's designed to be cross-platform, right?
Yeah.
So a PC person could play on the console, but a console player might not be able to play with a PC person, depending on the mods and the map that they have. So the biggest issue with console versus PC isn't one or the other. If you're playing on one or the other, fine. The biggest issue is when they try to cross platform, right? The games that try to do that have found themselves in weird positions because very little can compete with a keyboard mouse control setup, right? Very little is as good as that, especially when it comes to like shooters and FPSs and stuff like that. Like very little, if you're holding a console controller, it's nice, right? It's nice, but it's not as good as a keyboard mouse.
I totally had somebody trying to tell me that an Xbox controller was just as good at playing at an FPS game as a mouse keyboard setup, and it was really difficult to not just slap them.
Yeah, I would imagine. My comeback to that would be, well, then why don't any of the professional esports people use a controller? Like every single esports person is keyboard mouse. Like what?
This was back in the Halo 1, possibly Halo 2 days. I don't think esports had really taken off by then. Or if it did, I didn't pay any attention. I still don't pay attention.
Yeah, I don't follow esports whatever. I don't. Not even a little.
I mean, I'm all for competition and stuff, but making it an actual sports means that, well, now it's corporatized.
Yeah, you got sponsors and $1 million. I think the StarCraft, like the StarCraft final was just played for $1 million prize. I mean, it's fine. Go. I mean, I have no problem with high level people making money in video games. I have no problem with that. I'm just not going to sit on the sidelines and cheer on some random dude who plays StarCraft really well. I got more power to him, but not my thing.
Oh, did we have something ready to harvest? I thought I checked everything.
The grass. We have grass to harvest.
Oh,
okay. But I need to do. I always do my fields a certain way before I hire workers. I do a top and a bottom headland, and then I fire off the workers, just so I get a little bit of taste of harvest. Every time I harvest, I get a little bit of a taste of it, and then I harvest. Then I hire a worker to do the rest.
One game that was cross-platform that I had played was Final Fantasy XI. That one was actually done pretty well, but at the same time, I didn't really use a controller. I used a keyboard and mouse on the PS2. I think that was PS2.
Never played any of the Final Fantasy games.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've played them because the company has changed a massive amount, but they were always a good, reliable standby for me.
Yeah, I've seen footage. I've seen people play them. I just never got into them myself. A lot of the Asian market games and stuff wasn't really a thing in my time. Like I have a little brother. My little brother, who's 6'8", he was really into like Pokemon when he was a kid and Power Rangers, right? So that kind of stuff came after sort of I aged out of it, so I never got into it. So Final Fantasy, all of that stuff, kind of was drug along with that, and I never, you know, for me, growing up, I was raised on like reruns of cartoons. I didn't have a lot of like new stuff in my time. It was a lot of like reruns of things. And then in the 90s, like my little sister was growing up, and my littlest brother, my youngest brother, you know, that's where you get like the 90s cartoons. You get like Ren and Stimpy, and you get all those weird ass cartoons from the 90s. You know, they were raised on those things, and I remember seeing them going, what? That, like, when I first saw Ren and Stimpy, I was like, what in, like, is this somebody's fever dream? Like, what is this shit? And then there was another one called, like, Cat Dog or something like that, where it was literally, like, a cat and a dog is one bot. It was just, like, weird shit. Like, weird, drug-induced, hazy... It was weird stuff. But yeah, all that was just after I like hit high school, and I just wasn't interested in it anymore.
And actually, as far as it goes, Final Fantasy dates back before that.
Oh yeah, I know it goes back a long ways, but as far as popularity in the U.S., it wasn't big when I was in school. Like nobody, I don't ever have any memory of being in school in elementary or junior high and somebody talking about Final Fantasy. No, not once. So,
well, yeah,
that tells me like it wasn't big. It may have existed, but it wasn't like part of the cult. I don't know, part of the
general
knowledge.
zeitgeist.
Yeah, the knowledge of the young people, right? Like,
I mean, maybe it was regional. I mean, I didn't have many friends that played video games when I was in high school. Because I mean, rural community especially, I think is probably a big factor. Now it's probably different. You go to school and probably half of them were, but probably still a lower percentage than those than you silly city dwellers.
Yeah, it's reading up on chat. Going all the way back, so it says just as maybe once 1.0 is out, I'm hoping modding. Yeah, as far as satisfactory modding goes, I'm hoping that once they've got the main game out, that they actually do the modding API that they said that they were going to do a long time ago. I remember way back they put out like a poll that said, do we do a dedicated server or do we do a modding API? That was the choice. And dedicated server won. And so they put the modding API in the back burner, I guess. Like, I don't know why they would do that. The modding scene is the thing that, you know, keeps games basically running. I mean, there's a modding scene for games that are really old. Like, really old.
I mean, Skyrim, that's still...
Yeah, but they're even older than that. Like, there's games that are 20 years old, 25 years old. I mean, the modding scene for SimCity 4 is still pretty active.
Wow.
And that's 2003. Like, that's way back. Yeah, and so let's catch up here a little bit. For Foxfield, the same with Foundry. Yeah, Foundry, a lot of factory games suffer from late game fatigue. A lot of them do. And it's a very tough thing to balance, right? It's very, very hard. I'm not saying any game that does it wrong is, you know, they just were lazy. It's like, no, it's really hard not to turn into a grind fest with factory games, and Foundry is one of those that's just like can we just please move on, make things easier to play the further into something, not harder.
even in Factorio, they lose a lot of players in that mid game stage.
Yeah, and I had a friend years ago, and I thought he would be like into Factorio. When I first started playing it, I loved it, and I was like, man, you got to play this game. It's so good. And he was of the mind, like, just an ideal customer. But he completely lost interest. And this was early game. This was early days of Factorio, before it even came out on Steam. He completely would lose interest in the game at the blue science stage when he had to do oil. Oil broke him for some reason. And this is a guy who taught himself calculus. Like, this is not a stupid individual, but he just couldn't get past the oil stage. I'm like, dude, oil is it's so easy. One input in, one out. Like, what is difficult about this?
I can kind of see it, because I mean, like, one of the first things you need oil for is plastic, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't have a machine that I pump oil into and plastic comes out. I have to process it first. Oh, and now I've got these 3 outputs rather than 1, which has now changed. They have an early recipe that's
Right.
petroleum only.
Yeah, and I
I
understand.
Pipe coal in, and
I understand a lot of why some people kind of struggled with that, but this guy did not shy away from a challenge, and yet, like, he just would lose interest in it. I'm like, dude, like, it's such a good game. It just didn't make sense to me. But anyway,
I hope he gave it another chance.
I have no idea. He started smoking weed, and we just sort of fell apart after that. So, his whole life became about smoking weed. Like, the people he's smoking with, where he was getting it, we were really good friends, and then his whole world became about smoking weed, and that was it. And I was just like, I was not a part of that scene. And yeah, we just sort of drifted apart after that.
You know, it's weird, because I'm all for decriminalization, but at the same time, I do have to acknowledge that there are some people that just not really lose their lives, but have that drastic shift in their lives that, yeah, it just completely changes their course. But I suppose a counter to that also is the same exact thing happens with alcohol, and that tends to be far worse.
Well, any addiction is gonna be bad.
Yeah.
Look at that. We're gonna have sugarcane and corn at the same time. Since I'm not foraging this corn, I want to actually harvest it. We're gonna have 2 harvests, but that's fine, because those are completely different
Machine type things.
yeah, different harvester types, so that's fine. That reminds me, did I buy the thingies? I did buy the thingies. Yeah, here's the sugarcane harvesters. So the forage things that we have right now cutting grass over here, those are going to be what we use to harvest the sugarcane. I could probably set these to the headers on these, the forage headers. I probably could set them to 50 meters. Okay, so let's check our cake situation here. We are just about at another full thing of cake. But we are going to need to find an empty trailer somewhere. Where would be... Is this an empty trailer? There's an empty trailer. Come with me, sir.
Empty trailer? They exist?
I was so tempted, and I resisted, but I was so tempted in my last edit and bug fix of the trailer to add a yet another tier of 100 million. I was so tempted just to have 100 million liter trailer and just sit and fill it up over and over and over again and just have 100 million liters. 100 million liters. That is an insane amount of volume. Like when you think of 1,000 liters is a cubic meter. So 100 million liters is 100,000 cubic meters. Which is what? 1,000. What is it?
1,000 cubic meters?
It's it's 100,000 cubic meters. So if you take the square root of 100,000, right? I think it's 1,000. I think 1,000 times 1,000. No, that's not. 1,000 times 100 would be 100,000.
Yeah.
So the square root. Oh, one.
I don't think it works out very well.
Syntax error.
There it is. Square root. 316?
Really? 316 times 316. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. It is not. I thought it was going to be some base. So, but that's 300 meters on a side. Like 300 meters, 300 meters, 300 meters. Like that is a huge volume. Considering a meter is just about 3 feet, 300 meters is about 1,000 feet. That's like 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet. That is a huge volume.
Isn't like a football field 300 yards or something like that?
A football field is 100 yards.
100 yards. Okay, so it's well over 3 football fields.
Oh yeah.
And that's in all 3 directions.
That's all. Yeah, it's a huge volume in a truck. I love the physics breaking aspect of it. Yeah, you know that might detract some people, but not me. I'm absolutely fine with it. Okay, what are we low on here? We are low on sugar. Do we have some sugar? I can probably cook up some sugar here. Let's get, where's my blue truck? Here it is.
I just had an image of somebody holding like a water bottle or something and then like flipping it upside down and like just a fire hose worth of water comes gushing out of it. I'm just like, yeah, this is realistic, totally.
Oh, I just remembered one of the places that had newer animations. I wouldn't say cartoons, but I would say animations in my time. And I didn't really think of it right away because it was rare that I was able to catch it in time. But anybody remember the old the cartoons or the animated things on, what was it, MTV, like Aeon Flux and stuff like that.
Oh,
I think it was on MTV. I don't think it was on the Cartoon Network. Maybe it was. I can't even remember what. That's how long ago it was. I can't even remember the goddamn channel it was on.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that started on MTV.
I think it. Yeah, I think it was MTV. Like late nights, they would have these like gritty animations come on. And a lot of them were basically like dubbed Japanese or Korean animations. And very gritty. I just remember with the Aeon Flux, the intro had that person catch the fly in their eyelashes, and I just remember going, oh god, like you know, it was unnerving, but
Okay, yeah, it looks like MTV.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was MTV. Back when MTV actually had, you know, stuff on it. Time for some mega honey. Oh my god, how many autosaves am I going to get in the last 5 minutes? Jesus. Seems like every 2 seconds I have an autosave. Okay, we have enough hay. Let's see.
Okay, according to this, it actually started as an American show. But I mean, from what I gathered, had obvious anime influences. Yeah, the 90s was when America was kind of first discovering anime.
Yeah. All right, getting some sugar. That's good. Good. Flour is maxing it, but I already have a thing full of flour. So once that flour gets used up, but the sugar should be good to go. This thing is still grinding away at this poo. Just takes. I wanted to edit this manure heap to load faster, but this is a base game. This is a base game thing. So, like, yeah. I'd have to basically make a copy of it and make a new version of it and then have the discharge, because it's just like, it's so low. It's like 1,000 a second, and the thing holds 4 million. So, like, that's 4,000 seconds worth of, if this thing was completely full, that's 4,000 seconds. That's a long time.
And changing the rate time goat moves doesn't
it doesn't change that.
Slower.
Yeah. The rate of time only would make it fill faster, or the manure heap fill faster, because the cows would process faster.
Yeah. So if you accelerated things too much, you'd never be able to catch up.
It would be perpetual. You just infinite poo.
Can you add more than one of these things by it to make it go faster?
I doubt it. Because it's based on the trigger. That's the thing is sitting on a trigger. If you look underneath, you can see the little glowy bits of the trigger, and that's what's actually filling it, is the trigger. Another manure heap, I don't know if, because the manure heap is placed separately from the cow barn. So the cow barn, when it's converting manure, it doesn't have any manure storage itself, so it looks for an extension silo, which is what that manure heap is. It's just an extension. The way that the scripts all talk to one another, like for example, the bees, right? When you place a beehive down, you have to actually then place a separate pallet spawner. But you can't have more than one. You can only ever have one bee honey pallet spawner in the map. That's it. That's all it will use.
Huh.
Oh yeah, we didn't give these guys food. Shit.
Uh-oh. Chickens?
Where is a McDougal? There's one. Oh, let's wash it. There we go. You guys asked for it. You guys asked for that wash sound. Don't blame me for that.
Well, it makes total sense. Just, you know, a legion of kitties come out and lick it clean.
I went through a lot of different cat sounds for that.
Did you get sucked into the cat video rabbit hole?
No, luckily I was just looking up cat meow sound, and you know would play. I mean, there's one site that was royalty free cat meow sounds, and I went through a couple dozen to find the one that I picked, because there were some that were not good at all, and some that were even worse than the wash sound was. Like,
good. Joe definitely approves. That's good to see.
No more jumps.
I think he was the one who recommended it too.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was. And I actually looked at the code to see if there was a way, because there's a bug with it that doesn't. It only washes. It doesn't wash everything, right? If you have like those the things that we're using for mowing over there, right? So it has a header, it has the main machine, and it has a trailer. Well, the wash will only wash 2 of those things, not all 3. So I was actually looking at the Lewis script to see if there was a way to fix that. And oh my god, the Lewis script was not intuitive. It's just like, it was all done in 3 different scripts. It was obvious the thing was ported from FS22. So it was just like, oh, come on now. There we go. But yeah, it was. I couldn't. I found where it ran it, but it didn't look like the bug should even exist, because it looked like it should go through all of the connected things, but yeah, it doesn't. All right. Sorghum has been refilled. You are now good on food, chickens. Thought I caught that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought to look.
Put this back. Sorghum is really good for making flour. I made it, the recipe in the mill. I made it really, really good for flour, because I was watching too many people doing FarmingSim stuff that all they did was plant wheat and soybeans. That's all they did. Wheat and soybean. Every damn field, wheat and soybeans. And I was like, guys, there's other shit in the game. Like, let's grow some other shit here, please. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
So yeah, I tried to diversify, like, the ingredients, all of my factories, all of that stuff, it all is balanced around a certain thing. If you take any given any given factory on its own, doesn't really make a lot of sense. But all combined, everything sort of balances one another. And let's see, I need to start making barrels in here. Let's open this. Start making barrels.
It's kind of funny how you mentioned that, because, you know, real life, a lot of farmers end up monocropping. But a large part of that is that you know, there's subsidization and stuff like that, and it's like one of the few ways that they can get by is to just grow the same thing over and over.
Oh, and some of them are locked in. Like,
yeah,
some of the most evil companies out there, like Monsanto, you know, they like copyright their seeds and they prevent farmers from saving, right? Farmers grow, let's say they buy some weird Monsanto GMO seed, and then they plant that, and then when they harvest it, they cannot save some of that plant to seed to plant the next year. They cannot save it, otherwise they get charged again, right? So it prevents farmers from just saving some of their crop for planting the next year, which increases the expense of farming. Because one of the great things about farming is you plant corn, you get way more corn back than the one seed you put in the ground, right? An ear of corn has hundreds of seeds in it. So preventing farmers from doing that just makes it more expensive to be farmers. And trust me, the margins on farming are much thinner than most people would imagine they are, right? Especially in a game like this, where you can literally become a millionaire by mowing grass. That's not how farming works. So, this game kind of gives you a skewed sense of what farming is. It's still good and fun and great, but trust me, I mean, my grandma and my grandpa, they had a farm early on, back in the 50s. They had their own farm. They worked on their farm, and then in the winters they would travel. They would take their little kids, right? My mom and my uncles. They would take them and go somewhere and work for the winter to try to make a little bit of money in the wintertime, because they don't, your crop would come in and that would be it. Like, that would be your money. And so they would, spend time in Minnesota. They would go down to even California and work. And then one year in like the late 50s, in the middle of the summer, right, they had a corn crop in, and a hailstorm came by, a bad hailstorm, and their crop went from 6 feet tall to about 4 inches tall. In one storm that went by, leveled their entire field, and that was it. Bankrupt. That was it. They didn't have. They were unable to survive that catastrophe, and they lost everything. And this was way back before like crop insurance was really big, and crop insurance is horribly expensive, by the way. So
yeah, I mean, it's almost necessary to make sure that you don't lose your farm, but at the same time, you never really pay for it.
Right. And the new version of the game is going to have weather. It's going to have hail. They're actually adding hail and tornadoes. The new version of the game, you're going to have a random tornado come through the farm and chew up your field. Now, it's not going to throw your farm equipment around. I don't think it's going to damage any buildings, but it will damage fields. It's the same with hail. Which, of course, you can turn off in your settings if you really want to. But the game never really... I've never seen anybody play who, like, actually loses everything because, a crop is bad or something. The game is really set to... You're always able to make money somewhere. Right, even mowing the space in between roads gives you some grass that you can then silage and then sell for a few grand and keep afloat or whatever. But one thing this game doesn't do, that if it was trying to be realistic, where's the property tax? Where's when I own a huge sections of land, right? Where are the property taxes on that? Just something every year that costs money just to own the land. It's one of the most insane types of taxes in the world. The property, it's like you buy property. You may own it outright. You may not even have a mortgage on it. You may own it outright, and yet every year, year after year after year, you have to pay taxes on it. Why? Why is that? You have to pay taxes on it when you buy it. Then you have to pay taxes on it year after year after year after year. You can never own anything outright without a constant drip, drip, drip of taxes being taken away, right? There's no way to own something and not worry about it. And I think I think we're missing that in our society these days.
Yeah.
Like,
I think part of that originated because property taxes essentially are funneled into things like the education system and stuff like that, which was, traditionally had been local, but now we have, the federal level of education and stuff that's, well, let's be honest, it screwed everything.
yeah, and the DOE should be just flat out abolished. I mean, it is the amount we're spending per student. I just saw a national map, and the amount we're spending per student, the average is insane. But then there are, like, the highest, I think, was New York State. I think was the highest in the nation at $30,000 per student per year. $30,000 per student per year. Now, imagine, and that's the public school system. Imagine a teacher, a private teacher, and instead of giving $30,000 per student to these ineffectual schools and these insane teachers, imagine a system where parents were given a sort of a write-off, right? Wherever you send your student, that's who gets the money for that student, right? Whatever money per student. And I think the national average was somewhere around like 18,000. And and let's just call it average, right? Instead of New York's high example. So let's say that you have a child that's going to go into first grade or kindergarten, and you shop around and you look for teachers that aren't part of a school system, but word of mouth, some infrastructure exists where teachers have to compete with one another, right? You want to be a teacher, you better be damn good, and to basically use the capitalist system and the merit-based system and say, you better be a really good teacher, and if you are, you have an infinite amount of clients that you can attract. And in a case like that, a teacher could have 10 students, right? A really good teacher who's in demand could have 10 students, and if the voucher system was in place, that teacher would have $170,000 from those 10 students as her salary, right? Because it's 17,000 per student times 10. That's 170,000 for that teacher. That is over three times the amount of the average teacher salary in this country for just 10 students. And the average classroom size is 30. So that's how broken our DOE is where is this money going? This money is evaporating into this bureaucracy that nobody knows where it's going. It's going into the pockets of school board directors that are making $500,000 a year, right? The school boards in charge of like districts, giant city districts, they're making obscene amounts of money. They're siphoning a huge portion of that money away. And just the bureaucracy and corruption alone. My little brother worked while he was in college, worked for the local school system. And it's a big district. It's got a lot of, the city is over 100,000 people. And so he worked for the school, the school district. And he was basically in their maintenance and janitorial department. And so he had access to all of the back end goings on, right? All of the warehouses and stuff. And he learned quickly, even at a young age, just how full of shit the school board system is, right? Because they would cry and cry and cry of their budgets being cut. They didn't have enough money. books, they were using old books and they didn't have enough for equipment and blah, 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 right? They would bitch and moan every time the fiscal year would come to be renewed that they didn't have enough money. Well, at the same time, he was like, yeah, I had keys to a warehouse, which was one of several warehouses, that it was completely filled, floor to ceiling, with computers, TVs, technology, tablets, like floor to ceiling, like just a warehouse full of this shit. And this was all property of the school system, and they weren't putting it into classrooms. But they would bitch and moan about not having enough money for their budgets. And he's like, he learned at a young age just how corrupt the system was. And he learned really fast that it was all BS. It was just all BS. So yeah, the DOE is absolutely worthless. I'm sure there are some gems in the school system, but those people would have no problem. I had a couple great teachers when I was in school, a couple very memorable teachers, who were just a pleasure to learn from. Like, they were just so good and into whatever they were teaching, and I just had really good experiences. And then I had some really bad teachers, like really bad. And I'm sure everybody has that experience of like having some good teachers and have some really bad teachers. I
had a teacher who literally abused one of the other students. Not hard, really bad, but yeah, physically abused him, grabbed him by the back of his neck and squeezed.
Yeah. Well, seeing how kids behave these days, it doesn't surprise me. That a teacher would.
It wasn't warranted, but yeah.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Back in my mom's day, they would actually like hit you with rulers and shit. So, like,
yep. Yeah, that's kind of a standard.
We're kind of missing discipline in classrooms anyway. So, the aspect of having teachers compete with one another in order to be good, I think it only help the students, right? That would only help the students become, or only help the teachers become better teachers if they had to compete. This 10-year system, this bullshit where teacher is in a job for several years and they just cannot be fired, like that's weird to me.
Yeah,
right, that's really weird. Like, what? I had a teacher in high school who was so bad that they should have never been within 50 feet of a school. They were so bad at their job that it was like, to this day I don't remember one thing that I learned in that class, because I didn't really learn anything. Every day was the exact same routine, right? This teacher was so bad that I got a strip of shame, really?
Yup. I'll stop this one when it's at the end.
Yeah, the other one will come back down and finish it. But the so I think it was a history class. So it was a history class. Every day, this was the routine. Go to class. The chalkboard at the front of the screen, or the front of the class, would be completely covered with stuff, right? Every day, come into class, write down everything on this board into your notes. Everything, right? Word for word. You just copy exactly what was on the board into your notes. About halfway through, the teacher would walk by and hand everybody a crossword puzzle. And a crossword puzzle, which was not a traditional like New York Times crossword puzzle. It was a it was a really shoddily put together, you know, number of boxes, and then the clues would be based on the notes that you just went down. So you'd have to fill out the crossword puzzle based on those notes, and then you'd hand that in, the bell would ring, and then you would leave. Not a single word was spoken, right? The teacher didn't say anything in the class the whole hour. That was the routine. And then the tests for the class, the tests were all open note, open book tests. And it was like,
Oof.
it was so bad. It was so bad. And of course, all the stupid kids loved it, right? It was like the only A that they would get. And some kids would even not get an A. Like, how do you not get an A in a class that's that easy? You have to try to suck that hard. Like, you have to try to be that bad. And so it was just like, it was mind-numbing. Like, my brain, like, I lost brain cells in that class. I hated that class because it was so boring. And so that is like an example of a teacher who should absolutely be fired. Like, they should not have a job. If that is the experience, like, that is horribly bad. There's no excuse for that shit. There's no excuse other than you hate your job, you hate your life, you want to just be done, but you can't because you're not retirement age yet. But that's a great example of somebody who hates their job. Maybe they went into teaching for reasons. I don't know what. Maybe you thought it was a different thing. I don't know. But then I had teachers that were very memorable, that I learned a lot, that I still remember the stuff that I learned in those classes, because they were so good. So, but yeah, I just find it amusing.
Another you were talking about the money aspect of it. I mean, just think of it this way.
Get that off the field.
Yep, I'm working on it. I got hung up on the other one. Imagine if a typical family, husband, wife, because hate to say it, everybody, the nuclear family is superior in many ways. Not to knock single parents, but it is far more stable to have two parents. But anyway, just imagine if one of them could stay home. You're talking $17,000, like you said. That's the difference between one of those members staying home and not. And you just have one of the parents teach the children.
Oh, homeschooling is, as long as the parent is competent, which I don't like having that qualification, but it's important.
Yeah, you're right.
Homeschooling is miles better than public schools. And you might think, well, what about social? What about if you have a collection of parents who all know one another, who are all homeschooling their kids, you can have social interaction. You can have like play dates. All the kids get together, Wednesday afternoon, all the kids get together and have fun and play, like recess, right? And that is your social interaction. You can still do that kind of shit when you're homeschooling. But it takes effort, and most parents want to put as little effort as possible.
Yep, that's the problem. And that's the exact words I was going to use, too.
Yeah, it's
effort.
It's a lot of effort. And especially when you have parents, with both parents working, I understand limitation. But, and this may be a bad take, but I see women in the workforce. If a woman is career oriented, if she wants to go work, more power, like, go for it. Grab life by the balls, or in this case the ovaries, and just go for it, right? Whatever. If that's what your goal is in life, is to be a power worker, like climb the ladder, then go for it. But I think that women over the last 100 years were sold a bill of goods. I think the whole women's liberation put women in the workforce. If you look at modern politics and you look at like the modern way of our society and you think, why would people fight for the right to work 40 hours a week in a dead-end job? Why would you want to do that? Well, the desire was like, women want choice, we want to be free, and that's fine. If you want to work, go for it. I have no problem with that. But losing the parent at home, I think, was a massive hit to our society, not having a parent. When I was going to school, my mom was a single mother. My mom and my dad divorced when I was like 5. She worked like 3 jobs. She worked her ass off. She was never home. She would get home at like 7 o'clock at night, exhausted, right? With 2 little kids at home. And it's like, I had most of my young life was alone. I live alone now. Like, I got used to living alone, being alone, because all growing up, I was, my older brother was in sports, so he would, be at school till like 5 o'clock. So I'd get home at 3 and I'd have 2 or 3 hours on my own in the house, 7 years old, just on my own. It's amazing I didn't burn the house down. Absolutely a miracle that I didn't burn the house down. But I think that a family, for somebody to be at home, I really think that if a parent can be at home I'm talking like little kids, like elementary school, like at elementary school, to have a parent at home when you get home from school, I think is a huge, just something like that, something as simple as that is huge, because and the parent could make sure that you do your homework, that you do your chores, that you have some sort of responsibility, that you sort of instill that where you don't get home and start playing right away, that you have some responsibility, and then after you get all of that done, that's when you can enjoy life, right? That's when you can play video games, stuff. Those kinds of lessons, learning as early as possible, I think are very, very, very important. And it's something that you completely lose when you don't have any parents at home at all when the kids get home from school. So that's number one. And 2, I think, okay, what was the motivation? What was the driving force behind the movement of women's liberation, right? What was the driving force? What was basically, where was the money coming from? Who was funding this? Because now we look at society, we look at a lot of like protests and stuff, right? You look at the protests at the DNC, they would be pulling up like U-Hauls. They would open the back of these, and there would be signs and banners and placards and tons of supplies, right, in the back of these U-Hauls. And the smart people in the room were like, where the fuck are the money coming from for all of that, right? Somebody is paying to have all of those signs and banners made. Somebody is paying for that. Who is paying for all of that? And when you look in history and you look at other movements of the past, you have that same, if you look at it with that lens, what was the driving force? Who was funding these marches and the women and the burning of the bras and all that? Who was funding that? And I can guarantee you it would come down to somebody in the government, because the government was interested in one thing: doubling the tax base. That is what they were interested in. Putting women in the workforce doubles the tax base. Now you have twice as many people paying in income tax, sales tax. You have twice as many people paying into the tax base, and the government budget exploded in the 60s and 70s. The budget of the government just skyrockets, and it's because the tax base grew, right? The bureaucracy of the government like massively expanded, like the Big Bang. Like it just whoosh, it inflated. Because the tax base got so high. We could have easily used that money to pay off our debt that we had at the time and be living debt-free today. But no, That's not how the government operates. Anybody who claims that
Yeah.
we just need to raise taxes and we can be debt, it's like, no. You raise taxes, tax base goes up, they will find a way to spend that money. They're not going to save that money. It's impossible for a politician to not spend money because they're interested in re-election, and by funding shitty programs in whatever district they're in, they get re-elected. And the will of the people is not to spend our debt. It's not to pay off our debt, even though our debt in this country is going to be the downfall of this country. More than anything else. Economists, anybody who understands reality and understands how the monetary system works, looks at our debt and goes, for one, there's no way we're going to pay it off. It just hit like 36 trillion. There's no way we can pay that off. The interest on that now exceeds all of the other budgetary items, even our military spend. The interest on the debt.
That point? Oh. Oof.
The interest on that debt is over $1 trillion a year. And what does Kamala Harris want to do? She wants to do another like COVID style relief, like another $2,000 per citizen relief fund, like $2.2 trillion relief fund. What the fuck do you think that's going to do? If she it's insane. It's insane. The monetary like what we're doing in this country. It's insane. The amount we're spending. It doesn't make any sense. It's unsustainable. And any realistic economist, if you listen to like Warren Buffett, if you listen to somebody who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about, they're like, this is a party that's going to end. It's going to end. And when it does, it's going to be the dark age. I mean, it's going to take down the entire monetary system of the world when we finally default. When the U.S. defaults and we are like, we can't, whether it's political, whether it's social, whatever reason it is, it's being propped up on a house of cards, and it's gonna fall. It's just a matter of when, right? Just a matter of when. And when it comes down, those people who basically are looked at as kooky right now, living off the grid, right? They have solar power, wind power, they have their own water filtration system, they live kind of out in the boonies somewhere, they just kind of live off the grid. It's those motherfuckers that people are going to be like, God, why didn't I do that? Those are the only houses that are going to have lights on. Like, yeah, it's going to be crazy. I hope they have a whole lot of ammunition because they're going to be having to fight a lot of people away.
I think most of them do.
Yeah, I think that a lot of them have, they build that way, and then they're like, yeah, we. But like, look at like Zuckerberg, right? The giant bunker he's building in Hawaii. Like, why would a billionaire build something like that, right? Why would you build a giant like military bunker on your property? Well, why would you not be prepared for that? That's what I would be doing.
It's standard.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing.
I think that's a standard procedure for any billionaire right now. I heard that they all have bunkers.
I would straight up build a castle. I would love to have a medieval style castle, like 30-foot thick stone walls. Like, come and get me, baby. Like, have parapets with like machine gun posts. Like, just be ready for the zombie apocalypse. Even though the zombies would not be zombies, they would actually be normal people. But it'd be fun to have just a massive castle being built somewhere, and it'd be in the news like, who's building this castle? Like, some dude like is building this giant castle, and I'd be like, yeah, I just like castles. I think a modern castle would be fun, and all the while like, autosave. All right, now, is there another set of cake ready? Yep, there is another set of cake. Let's get this cake. And then flour, we have enough, I think, for that. But yeah, I really don't try to get political on this channel. I really don't. But there's some crazy shit going down, and my fear is that there are too many people who are checked out, who don't really understand what is actually going on, that they think, oh, this is just a conspiracy theory. They just play it off as like unimportant, or it's fake news. The rhetoric on the left is really manipulative. The message and the way that they're manipulating people is just insidious. It's so scary. It's so scary. I mean, one of the slogans that Kamala was using, right? One of her slogans, I think, was something akin of like strength through joy, or something like that. What was it? Strength through joy, or something like that. But that's a directly translated phrase from 30s Nazi Germany. Like strength through joy. It's the exact phrase. Her campaign is using it, and it's like the stuff that she's saying, right? The capital gains tax, the unrealized capital gains tax. People are like, well, it doesn't really affect you. Your average person is not gonna affect it, and it's like, okay. That is a really naive way of looking at it. That is my bubble, right, is my entire world. Nothing outside my bubble affects me. Whereas a real person, thinking in reality, realizes there is a near infinite amount of shit that affects your life day to day, right? If you have an unrealized capital gains tax, unrealized, it doesn't matter what the cutoff is. It doesn't matter what the level of cutoff is. At some point in the chain, somebody's going to be affected negatively about that, right? At some point, somebody's going to be negative. Some company, whether they produce food, whether they produce cars, whether they produce electricity, they're going to get hit with that, right? What do you think that cost is going to be translated? Where do you think they're going to turn to pay for that unrealized gain, right? Do you think a company is going to be willing to invest in more infrastructure when they're just going to get taxed on that infrastructure, even though they haven't made any money on it yet? So imagine a scenario where you buy a house, right? You buy a house for $100,000, and I know it's laughable cheap right now in most markets, but you buy a house for $100,000, and in 2 years from now, that house is worth $200,000, right? You still have the house and you're still paying it off, but now it's worth $200,000. The unrealized capital gains tax says you owe taxes, 25% taxes on that $100,000 that added to that house value, right? You now owe $25,000. Pay it up. Okay. The next year, let's say now the house is worth 150 or 250,000. Now you owe 25% on that 50,000, right? You can see how this snowballs, and any company on the chain, doesn't matter what the cutoff is going to face that, right? So what that does is effectively collapse the investment and growth markets, right? It collapses a company's ability to expand and grow and hire more people. It completely negates that. So you don't think that even $100 million cutoff is going to affect you? Well, let me tell you that the vast majority of companies in this country are beyond that. Are beyond that, right? So the food you buy at the grocery store, the actual grocery store, right? Walmart, whatever, even a local grocery store, the odds of them being above that cutoff point are very, very high. And if they're going to be paying some unrealized taxes, like, that's insane. So for her to even suggest that kind of tax means she is completely disconnected from reality. She has no idea how the economy actually works. Nor is she educating herself how all the economy works. She's not really educating herself at all in any capacity on anything. So, she thinks that cloud storage literally is in the cloud. Like, data is in the cloud. Like, there was an interview that she did. Like, oh, it's just up in the clouds. It's like, it doesn't have physical form. Like, your data doesn't have, it's in the clouds, right? She literally fucking said that. Like, what? You don't have a single person on your staff that could sit you down and be like, you are crazy, lady. Like, let's get to the bottom of this shit. Because this is insane. It's in the clouds? Are you kidding me? Yeah. Somebody posted on Twitter that there's going to be a national IQ test being put forth this November in this country. we hope we pass, but we may not pass. You know, there's a little doubt here and there. It's sad, but there is a little doubt. But it was a really good way of putting it. It was a succinct way, you know. There was a succinct way of putting it. And I'm not saying that one candidate is better or the best or perfect. This is far from it. But when it comes to like, when it comes to not screwing over the actual citizens of this country, I just don't see how anybody can justify destroying this country over the irrational hatred over a person. Like, I just don't understand that. Like, you'd rather burn the country down than not. And that's kind of where we're at.
And that was almost literal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got hit with that way more in your neck of the woods. When that southern one finishes, go ahead and hop in and fire it, and I'll turn this guy around and do the strip of shame.
Okay. But yes, when those riots occurred in our...
God, that was crazy.
And he gave a stand down order. It's just like, no, they'll stop. Just let them go.
Yeah,
it's like,
it's
are you
literally burned down businesses. One person burned down a police station, and it was just like, no, you know, they're angry. They have the right to be angry, and we're just going to leave them alone. And I'm like,
and it was like $2 billion for our state.
Yeah,
and
like,
then afterwards, he's like, well, okay, can we get federal relief now?
Yeah. No, you can't get fucking federal relief, you idiot. Yeah, and what I see going on in the UK right now, Jesus. Like, literally, they arrested an 11-year-old kid. Literally, cops went to a house and arrested an 11-year-old kid for a post they made on Facebook. Like, and there are people getting stabbed in their streets by immigrants, and they're leaving those guys alone. But you post something bad on Facebook? Like, in this country, we're heading down that path. Like, there are people in power in this country who want that for this country, who want to do that, who want to regulate speech because they want to outlaw speech they don't like or they disagree with, right? Whether it's true or hateful, it doesn't matter. They just don't agree with it, and so they want to be like, no, you can't say that anymore. We're going to put you in jail. And so there are literally people in jail right now in the UK for stuff they posted on Facebook. Think about that for a second. Think about how crazy that is in a Western country. That's crazy. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how people can justify that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's almost like now we have to be judged by our words, not our actions.
You know, in the X getting banned in Brazil because that one judge is out, like off the deep end on the left side. Like he is totalitarian. The picture of him was just amusing, and Elon Musk himself compared him to Voldemort, which was so great. It was so great.
Oh wow!
Because he had this billowing cape, like Elon Musk was like, "Man, this guy looks like Voldemort." it was so great. And yeah, they literally, not only in the UK and France, but now Brazil, they want to arrest Elon Musk for encouraging freedom of speech. Oh man. Okay, so where are the harvesters? Where did we put those? I think you have these over here somewhere.
Yeah, where do we want these?
The grass is gonna go over into these fermentation silos. These are very squirrely to drive, so just take your time.
Yeah, because the rear wheel steering.
Well, they're 3,000 horsepower. They're punchy. They're very, very punchy.
Oof, it'd be really nice to drive these with a throttle control. It's just tapping the forward keys. Frustrating. So, well, yeah, I see what you mean.
Okay.
Oof, yeah. Check out Spy's most recent comment.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine the hardcore criminals inside, when somebody is like, I'm in here for a Facebook post, they're probably just like, what? Like, what is going on? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, what is going on here? Yeah, the UK, I think, more than most of the other countries, the UK will devolve into anarchy faster than the other one. There's more people historically willing to start some shit, right? Look at the Irish. They've been doing some shit for like 150 years, like, or 400 years. Like, you just go back. Like, these are people who have sort of rebellions kind of ingrained in their culture. So, yeah.
And there's a long history there between them and England.
Yeah. So, I just saw a video of some literally some immigrants beating up somebody in Ireland, some Irish person, and they regretted it almost immediately. So yeah, that's bad. Very good. Okay, yeah, the other thing I want to do in this world, I think I need to set this. I'm turning stone off. Field stone, I'm turning off. And I know people are like, what? It's like, yeah. It just takes twice as long to change a field over when you have field stone. Alright, so I'm going to put this header in this little box here so I can redo that. And then I'm going to go grab one of these.
Should I do the same with all this?
Yeah, that one's going to have to do the same thing. Grab one of these sugarcane headers. I need to switch out the trailer as well.
You know what one of the worst things is, too, I don't know if they've gotten the legal system involved in this necessarily yet, but sometimes just the liking or, you know, reacting to something on social media can warrant harsh criticism.
I mean, the video of that judge in the UK, or that guy who posted, like, about the immigrant stabbings and stuff in the UK, he was like, this egregious incident, you know, we need to ensure that, you know, we send a clear message that this is not going to be tolerated. And it's like, literally, they're letting some really horrible individuals back out on the street, and then if you dare criticize them for it, they're gonna put you in prison. Like, that is a country that has lost their mind. They've lost their way. The fact that they're more willing to put their own citizens in prison than protect them from the people who they've let into the country. I think it speaks volumes. It speaks volumes to the mindset of that area, and I think that
you know, in this country, probably one of the only things that might save us is if this is horrible, if we witness the downfall of the UK and go, hey, wait, maybe we don't want to go that route.
I mean, we've already witnessed the downfall of the UK. The news coming out, but the problem is, here's the biggest problem. None of the big news organizations are covering. None of them are covering what's actually going on. And that's the problem, because, you know, some normie who is kind of checked out isn't being made aware of what's going on. So they're not able to make an informed decision about what to do because they're not even aware of it. And that's a huge problem. You know, across the board, that's a huge problem, because they're censoring it. I mean, even Zuckerberg came out already and confirmed what everybody already knew. It's funny when he, I don't know why he felt the need to confirm it, but good for him. That the FBI actively, basically, I don't know about forced him, but basically caused him to censor the news in 2016, 2020, the
2020, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's the laptop.
Yeah. Yep, no, it was stuff around COVID. He was actively
that too.
Actively censoring stuff around COVID, and he came out and he finally admitted all of this. And now everybody knew based on the Twitter files. If you were aware of what was going on in the Twitter files, you already knew this was happening. So it wasn't you know, groundbreaking information, but it was yet another tier of and you know, was this covered on the main news channels? Did CNN do a news article that Zuckerberg admits that they were censored? No, they probably didn't. Or if they did, they probably talked about it in terms of like it itself was fake. Something. I don't know. I don't watch the news anymore. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
Should I try and find another one of those trailers?
There is another one. I got it already. It's out here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where is out here?
Yeah,
where
it's
you're located?
Yeah, kind of. There's no label that I can put. It's just a grass field, kind of.
Okay.
Out here.
Ah.
You can see my little arrow on the map. I'm hoping.
Yep.
But yeah, there's one over here.
All right.
The reason I use those is they have an auger. They have an auger thing that sticks out, and they're easier to empty.
Ah, okay. I was just gonna do that.
Okay. This cake should be...
Where do we want this one in the...
That one
north?
goes into the northwest corner.
Northwest, not northeast?
I already have the other one down on the southeast corner. So that one goes in the northwest corner.
That's southwest. So I'm pretty sure you mean northeast.
This down here is southeast. The one I'm
Oh,
at.
that's southwest. That's west.
No.
Northeast, southwest. From
Dude, that's corn. That's not sugarcane. That's a sugarcane harvester. So when I say northwest, that's the northwest corner of this west field.
Of the west field. I thought we were looking at the south field.
The south field is corn. I've already got those harvesters ready to go. He dared question me.
On the map, I couldn't see...
What should be his punishment?
What's that?
I said he dared question me. What should be his punishment?
Well, to be fair...
2 lashings with a wet noodle.
Snicker. Oh, yes, I definitely hate this vehicle.
Yeah, it's twitchy. It's twitchy, but I tried the other versions of the engine and they just... I don't know. They're just not...
Too slow or not enough power?
Yeah, they're just not... They're actually harder. They're actually harder to steer around, the lower one. For whatever reason. I don't know why. It's probably some other settings somewhere in there, but they were just harder to manipulate and move. And I don't use them all that often. You know, like the sugarcane is every like 7 months, and then the grass is every like 3 months. So I don't really use those all that often, but anyway, so we can empty and sell all these stone collectors.
Which direction should I face this?
That should be facing east. It's going to go across the top of the field first.
Yeah, so we'll do a north header.
Yep.
Essentially.
Okay, so I'm just going to take... Oh, yeah, let's redo these forage headers here. Reset these guys. Customize. Working with... We're going to go max size, baby. I have no idea.
What you were talking about, the whole manipulation of the media, basically, around COVID. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this to you, but viewers might not know. The condition I'm in now is a direct result of the reaction to COVID, the masks and stuff.
Yeah,
I was forced to wear
really
a mask
bad
at work. Yeah. I mean, had I know I would have such a severe reaction to wearing a mask, even, and it wasn't even just all the time. It was basically when I was, whenever I had to go anywhere else at work, I was allowed not to wear it when I was at my desk, which is just so weird. I had such trouble breathing when I got up and walked around, and one of my bosses was like, "Oh, I didn't notice." It's like, are you kidding me? I would have times where I'd basically dang near fall on my face. I caught something next to me because I started collapsing, literally.
Yeah. Unfortunately, most of the BS that came out during that time, I mean, it was good and bad. It really showed how insane, like, one of the best things to come out of COVID was, right now, if I see somebody wearing a mask, like, I immediately know to avoid that person at all costs. And that, I think that is one of the good things that came out of COVID. Like, it's an international symbol of this person is crazy, and they're just not to be trusted with whatever opinion they may have. Because to this day, I still see people like in their cars alone wearing a mask, and I'm like,
probably double masking.
Like, the amount of information that's come out. Fauci himself came out and like said, yeah, that's completely ineffectual. Masks they don't actually accomplish anything, and yet there are still people who are just like, this is their talisman. Like, their talisman is, this mask is like saving my life for some reason, and it's like, no, it's not. It really isn't. It's like the adult version of a comfort blanket, right? And it's it's like, it doesn't do anything. You know, you can accomplish more, or you can protect yourself more by washing your hands after you get home from being out in public. All you need to do is wash your hands thoroughly. Like, when I get home from Walmart, I just went to Walmart here a couple days ago, and I wash my hands. I get home, I put everything away in the kitchen, and then I wash my hands thoroughly. And that's all you need to do to protect yourself against 99% of the shit out there. Yeah. You just got to make sure not to touch your face when you're on public. Like, you can't rub your eyes and whatever. But yeah, it's just amusing that we literally were kicking people off planes because they wouldn't put a mask on their 5-year-old. Because the 5-year-old they kept, like, I saw a video of a stewardess kicking people off planes because this woman's young, like, 4 or 5-year-old child kept taking their mask off because they didn't like it, right? And this stewardess was like, you need to keep the mask on the child. And this woman was like, they're 4. Like, what do you want me to do? Right? What do you want me to do? And they got kicked off the goddamn flight. That's how insane we got during this time.
And just to elaborate on that more, children were not only the least vulnerable, but also the least transmissible.
Yeah, and for me, if I was a parent, I would want my child to get COVID. That's where immunity comes from, right? Yeah. That's how you get immunity. And because it was a non-fatal, especially with children, it was not fatal. Like, yeah, you want them to get it so they build up an immunity to it. Right? That's how it works. Yeah, it's just it's crazy. The shit that I remember from that time, and I just remember going, this doesn't make any sense. Like, this really doesn't make any sense. Now, I admit, I got the COVID vaccine, and I got the 1 booster a month. I got that. And I am scared to death because I got it. There are innumerable problems that have cropped up that people are reporting now. The long-term effects of the vaccine, right? Somebody did a study. A doctor just did a study, a national study that showed the rates of cancer in people who were vaccinated is 149,000% higher than those who didn't. Think about that for a second. 149,000% higher chance of cancer. So yeah, that is a big concern I have right now. I'm kind of hyper vigilant in my body, like trying to gauge any little impact, any little effect that might be out of whack. And I got it mainly because I'm around my 90-year-old grandmother. Right, my grandmother, you know, is one of those vulnerable people for sure. And so I was like, I don't want to get COVID and give it to her and then have her like how to, you know, be bad. So I got it because I was around her, and then it was only in the months after I got it that I really started to become aware of the reality of the situation. And then I got scared, like, oh my god, what did I do? I didn't get any of the boost, like I didn't get any of the later boosters or anything like that.
Yeah, and unfortunately now the only thing you can do is just wait.
Yeah. Okay, let's go see how the cake truck is doing. We are another truck of cake. Glorious. We are out of sugar though, so this we have enough. Okay, we have enough space. I can put the flour away. I'm gonna drive this over, and we can pick up a load of sugar. Luckily, next month we're gonna get some sugar cane, which should help our sugar supply. But yeah, in terms of like the channel and games coming out, I got Shapes 2. I got a copy of that because there was a sale. And I got Endzone 2. Unfortunately, I bought Endzone 2, and then I got an email that offered me a key for it. So missed that opportunity. I'm not used to getting keys or being offered keys for games, so I just default to be like, they're not going to offer me a key. But Endzone 2, it looks like they've updated it. I enjoyed the first one. Endzone, I enjoyed the first one. Very cool art style, very cool like post-apocalyptic sort of vibe to the game. And then the new one, I saw an early video on it. The sort of way that they structured the game plays a lot like Anno 1800. The way that it operates, the way that it works, looks a lot, or like plays a lot like Anno 1800. And I really enjoyed Anno 1800. Oh yeah, I need to actually spawn the sugar. Let's get the sugar. Wait. Oh, it was, oh, damn it. It was flour that was maxed. Alright, we gotta wait a couple more minutes for the, let's not be half time, let's be real time.
And that vaccine thing, I'm guessing the majority of the media is completely ignoring the information about the vaccine.
Oh yeah, like there's very hard to find real information anywhere. If you're a normie and you don't have a presence online. Like my dad, he's unaware of the reality. He's completely unaware of what's actually going on. Because all he does is watch MSNBC. That's all he does. That's right. Where he gets his news from. And he insists up and down that the person he watches is unbiased and they they speak the truth. he just swears. He's like, yeah, he's unbiased. I'm like, not if he's on that, not if he's on that channel. He's on, like,
Yeah. They do not hire unbiased people anymore.
well, yeah, they don't approve of what you say on their network, right? People on the network are not given free reign to say whatever the hell they want. Look what happened to Tucker Carlson, and he was on a supposedly, like, network that should have been okay with him talking about whatever. The fact that they weren't was very telling. Like, that he was booted off that network. And they didn't fire him. That was the craziest thing about that whole situation with Tucker. They just canceled his show, but they kept him under contract, but they just canceled his show. So they were paying him his salary, which was probably into the millions, right? They were paying him his salary for not doing anything. That's literally what they were doing. Rupert Murdoch. It's literally what they were doing. Paying a salary for not being on the air because they were not approving of what he was saying. So when he went off on his own and he started posting stuff on X, and now he's got a YouTube channel, tentative YouTube channel. He probably toes the line pretty closely on YouTube. But on X, he started posting and getting he was getting more viewership on X than he was on Fox. So, like, his audience actually grew because he was actually able to start saying, like, things that were actually on his mind. Yeah, they wanted to sue him. Fox wanted to sue him, and basically, what I think happened in the back end is Elon offered Tucker, like, saying, hey, if you come to X and Fox tries to make trouble, he goes, this is what I'm guessing happened. He goes, I'll help with the legal because I want to see the discovery. When we do discovery, if they sue you, we can do discovery and we can subpoena emails, memos, everything from Fox. And that's why Fox didn't sue him. Fox knew that if they pulled that string, the thread that would come away would be very damaging. It would be very damning. Yeah.
Wow. I imagine you are right. That does sound very...
Because Elon has come into the defense. He came to the defense of Gina Carano for Disney. He was like, if you are fired from your job for saying something on X, he goes, we will help you in your defense. And he's come through with that. If you can prove that you were fired based on what you posted, he will help you defend. He will help you with lawyers and all that kind of stuff. And he gets so much hatred for defending free speech. It's like we're living in backwards clown world. It's so, like, how are these Democrats so angry of free speech? Why do they not like free speech? It doesn't make any sense. Nobody's able to make it make sense. This kind of shit, nobody's able to, like, make sense out of it. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. The only way that it makes sense is if you are under the assumption the people that are doing this only want to tear it apart, only want to tear it down. If you go forward with that mentality, then it sort of makes sense. But outside of that, it's like, what is going on? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, what are we at here? Longboards, planks. Let's see. What do we want to do about wood? I'm not sure what we should accomplish today. I was anticipating this would be the last FarmingSim stream. Until at least, I don't know, December, January, when we do FarmingSim 25. I'm probably going to be late on the uptick on 25. I should play it right off the bat if I'm interested in growing an audience at all. Playing something right when it comes out is the best time to at least have the algorithm see you and recommend your stuff. But I don't know if I could play vanilla. Like, I'm too used to like pallet auto loading, the trailers. You know, I'm too used to all the mods and stuff that I play with. The Colossus Harvester, you know, being able to harvest at 30, 40 miles an hour. It's really nice. Granted, in vanilla, the fields are really small. Like, really, really small. They like freedom of speech. Yeah, as long as you say what they want to hear, as long as they agree with what you're saying, they're all for freedom of speech. But anything they don't like is described as hate speech, and that's what they want. That's what the UK has done. Is speech we don't like. How dare you criticize our immigration policy? Criticizing it is hate speech. Therefore, it's illegal, and that's how they get around. That's how they get around the freedom of speech, by defining something as hate speech. That's all they need to do. And in the U.S., we have laws for hate crimes, and they are trying really hard to redefine speech, right? Speech that they don't agree with as hate speech or a hate crime, and that's a slope you don't want to fall down.
Wasn't there a landmark case not too long ago with the Supreme Court? One of those that was like 4-5 about hate speech, and it just barely made it.
It could have been. I'm not discounting that. The Supreme Court, they've done some good things, and they've done some like, oh, what are they doing? What are they thinking? Sort of things. You know, the funniest thing about the current administration is their desire to rein in the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
And it's like,
we don't like this entire branch that's the basis for our government.
yeah, it's like they skipped high school civics class. I learned in high school, right? The civics class in high school, I learned the branches of the government, the checks and the balances, like the whole thing. I learned all of that in high school, right? And here's all these politicians literally arguing against that system, right? You have, who was it that was, they're quoted as saying something akin to the First Amendment hamstrings the government, right? The First Amendment limits the government and what we can do. And it's like we need to rein in the First Amendment because it limits the government. It's like that's the whole fucking point, right? That's the whole point. And
the Bill of Rights is not a document that grants us rights. It is a document that says these are already your rights. We are going to protect you from the government.
Right. The rights encoded to prevent the government from avoiding them, right? From eliminating them. And it was really smart to do that because they didn't. I mean, that's why the Bill of Rights were amendments on the Constitution. It wasn't actually written into the Constitution originally. It was after the Constitution was ratified that one of the states said, we need to codify the rights that we are protecting. We need to codify that. And there were people who were like, why do we need that? It's understood. It's understood that these are the rights. And the one state, I think it was it South Carolina? The one state said, no, we need to codify these explicitly. Incredibly the foresight on that, incredible. Because it was within 5 years of the Bill of Rights being finalized, the first 10 amendments being finalized and ratified by all the states. At the time, there were only like 13, but ratified by all the states. It was within 5 years that the first case trying to limit the First Amendment hit. Within 5 years of that happening, that the first time a state tried to limit one of the freedoms, and that went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said no, it's unconstitutional. Right? Five years is all it took for the government to start stepping on toes. And they've been doing it ever since, by the way. Ever since.
Yep.
They've not stopped trying. All right, I need to deliver this prematurely because we need to make as much goddamn cake as possible. It's cake day today. Let's go deliver some cake. Seven million sugar should be enough for a couple more truckloads of cake. How much chocolate? We got a good amount of flour. We got a good egg, good butter. Strawberries is good. Chocolate is good. Yeah, we'll be able to get quite a bit more cake out of this production because it's May. We're gonna go into June. Kind of want to wait until this is another 10 million. That's another truckload, and then if we sleep right away, we can usually get another truckload after that. I might have to buy some more trailers, which is fine. I can do that. That other truck that's up there, parked in the grass, that should have butter in it, I think. Go ahead and drop whatever you can into that bakery, and then sell the rest, because we have a whole nother truckload of butter ready to go.
Yeah, I guess we probably don't really even need to stockpile this because we're going to have a constant flow.
Yeah, the olive oil gives us more butter than we can ever want. The cows we don't actually use for butter. We use olive oil for butter.
Oh, okay.
All right, we have enough. We have another thing of flour here, so let's do.
Same topic, but kind of a skew from what we've been talking about so far. I want your opinion on this. Do you think they should have not necessarily written the Constitution in it, but have like a second copy of the Constitution that's in Latin?
To what end? Why?
Well, the English language has evolved quite a lot. You've actually talked a bit about that in the when you were talking about the Foundry series. Is it Foundry?
Foundation.
That book series. Foundation. But yeah, one advantage to that would be is that it's harder for Latin to be misinterpreted because it's a dead language and doesn't evolve anymore, whereas the English language does.
No, I don't think that would have helped because you'd still have to translate Latin, and the translation could then be interpreted different, right? Just similar to the way that if you look at the Bible, if you go to different denominations of Christianity and you read their individual Bibles, there are differences between them, right? They're worded differently in certain, and there are some that are worded differently in vital parts of the Bible, right? And it changes the meaning of something. It's worded so differently. So
yeah,
and that's a document. How old is that document? What language is that document written in? And there are different right? So I don't think a different language would have been, I don't think a different language would have improved that enough, because anybody in power would try to bend it to whatever they want it to mean. So that is, you're always going to run into that. So regardless of what language, it could have been written in Sanskrit, and there would have been efforts. I mean, just like today, they're going through old classic books and rewriting them. New editions of classic books from like Mark Twain and those are getting censored and edited. Those books.
Yeah.
And it is a crime to do that kind of stuff. I think that a culture trying to erase its past is one that is on the downgrade. It's on the downslope. If you're trying to rewrite history, and not just learn from it, right? History is history. You can't change it. If you're trying to change history, that means you're fundamentally, like, your society is fundamentally problematic. Whatever it has evolved into, it's problematic. It's the only reason why you would try to be rewriting your history, rather than just learn from it. Like, yeah, this happened in history. We learned from it and we moved on, right? We've learned from. No, we want to eliminate it from memory at all. It's like, no, why would you do that? It's to do that, you would just repeat the same issue. By eliminating the knowledge, you increase the chances that you're making the same mistake.
Yeah, but a lot of the stuff that they're rewriting are cautionary tales.
Right. It'd be like rewriting 1984, like, or Fahrenheit 451. Like, you realize the whole point of those stories is the very thing you're doing, right? Like, these are supposed to be warnings. I mean, Orwell would be laughing his ass off right now. Because he'd be like, Jesus, I wasn't explicit enough? Like, I didn't give you enough of a warning about this shit? Like, you have to just do it anyway?
Yeah, I think it's becoming an old saying now that 1984 was supposed to be a cautionary tale, not an instruction manual.
Yeah, it's prophetic, right? Yeah, I mean, Fahrenheit 451, 1984, Animal Farm, and Atlas Shrugged are all, I think those should all be required reading today for every citizen of the world. Those books, all of them, should be taught, they should be the forefront of everybody's mind. Those books, because if you truly absorb the lessons of those books, you know what happened. You know what's coming. The people who wrote those were very aware of the limitations of humanity. All right, we have that's empty. We have actually got a decent amount of slurry in here. Food, yes. I need to grab this guy. Well, my cows are out of food. And then I need to do something about the slurry.
And yeah, I wish that some of those books were required reading at my school. Some of the, thinking back, we had one that was The Grapes of Wrath. I didn't get much of anything out of that book. There wasn't, other than, hey, this sucks. I didn't get anything. I didn't really catch any cautionary tales, or maybe it was just stuff that I, pretty much already knew.
Yeah, I didn't have to read that one in school. Honestly, I don't even remember what books I read in high school. I don't remember having like required reading in high school that was at all scandalous whatsoever. Like I don't remember anything scandalous. I don't remember anything that was like worthy of discussion. It was more like, oh, let's read Hamlet or Romeo and Juliet, some whitewashed bullshit, and nothing controversial. And I think that was like the very beginning of the end for the school system, because it was like they were already they were already going down the path of pure socialism, communism. Like the school system was already being infected. Even back then, back in the early 90s, it was already going down that path where they were slowly introducing their own ideology, and it slowly over a period of years eroded and eroded and eroded, and it got bad. It got really bad. Today's school, if you went into the average classroom today, anybody who is near my age, if you went into a classroom today, your average classroom, especially in a liberal city, it would be unrecognizable. It would be all gender ideology. It would be all, we need to teach the math that's not racist. Like, it would be unrecognizable. And I think that is to the detriment of our society. I don't see a benefit from teaching that. I mean, they're literally like, I saw somebody post, they took a picture of their kids' homework, and it showed the math problem on their homework. And this was like elementary school, but it was something divided by 0. And the kid had asked their parent, like, what is that? What is that? And like, it's not defined. Like, we don't know what that is. Right? Math is not defined what that is yet. And so they just kind of put a question mark, or like, they were just like, what do I put there? And they're like, it's undefined. Well, the teacher marked it wrong, and so the parent called the teacher and said, why was this marked wrong? And the teacher was like, because anything divided by 0 is 0. And the parent was like, no, it's not. And the teacher was like, yes, it is. And it went all the way up to the principal of the school. And the principal of the school backed the teacher up and said, no, the teacher's right about this. And it's like, no, literally, no. Like, no, it's not defined. If you go in and divide something by 0 today, it's undefined. If I tried to do that in vintage engineering in my code, if I divided by a variable, and at any time if that variable would be equal to 0, that would crash the game. Right? It's not defined. So they're literally teaching in schools things that are not true, flatly.
Early on, that was what we were taught. I don't know if they had the caveat that it wasn't accurate or not, but yeah, early on, the early classes, and we're talking elementary, anything divided by 0 is 0.
I don't ever remember being taught that.
I remember
in elementary school, we just avoided it. We didn't even talk about something divided by 0. But later on, as I got up into the maths and algebra and stuff like that, it was like, that's when it came up. It's not defined.
And that's the better answer for anybody that's curious. That is the better answer, because, like he said, we don't know. I mean, technically, our math system is not designed to accommodate dividing by 0.
Well, when you're thinking about it fundamentally, right? Dividing by means you're taking
Separating
something
into groups.
and you're separating things, right? So dividing by 1, right? You're dividing the thing into one group. Well, obviously dividing by 1 is going to equal whatever the original number is, like n. You know, n divided by 1 is n. Well, dividing by 0, you're subdividing the number into nothing, into nothingness. There's nothing is there. How do you what is the nothingness? You know, and so it could make sense that it's 0. It's certainly logical that dividing by 0 is 0. But it also, if you define it that way, fundamentally breaks a crap ton of other math. Like, it fundamentally breaks, like, the math we've set up for, like, physics. Like, you cannot divide by 0, right? Dividing by 0 is essentially what a black hole is, right? You're dividing something by an infinitesimal point. Like, you're basically dividing it by 0. The black hole you could look at as the universe is undefined. We don't know what the hell is going on here because we have no mathematics that actually defines what happens in this infinite, you know, space. And so dividing by 0 equals 0 completely breaks so much other math, which is why it's still undefined. It's just undefined. Okay, I wanted to get another trailer of cake out of this. We're close to that. I'm gonna grab... There's one... we literally have another trailer here of butter.
Oh,
I had these trailers parked. Which one is it? Can you look at them?
yeah, this end one here.
Okay, good. That's easy to grab. I'll just drop off what I can.
This one on the end here is olive oil.
Yeah, that
which I
one
think
was
is
for...
needed
Yeah, that was needed for the croquettes. That's why I had an extra one for that. We have a whole nother 10 million olive oil ready to go in the mill, too.
Ah.
That's not something we are ever low on. I mean, we would be if we actually grew the vines and stuff, but I never found the vine system enjoyable at all. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't work well in multiplayer too. So you'd pretty much be on your own on that. I mean, I could try and lend a hand, but I think you'd have to go back over a lot of the stuff that I did.
Yeah,
like
and they've tried to do course play. They've got a vine AI strategy for course play, but it's got a ton of like caveats. Like, you have to do this, and then you have to like make sure everything is built in a certain way, and everything is spaced a certain way. Like, there are a lot of caveats that you have to do in order to accommodate that. So yeah, that's why I just have the greenhouses do it, because it's a constant expense. Like, you have to pay for it every month. But it's easier than fiddling around with the vines and shit. Like,
yeah. One of the best pseudo definitions, let's call it, I've heard of dividing by 0 is that it's simultaneously 0 and infinity.
And you can look at those as the same thing. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there's no real, like, if you even define it in one of those terms, either 0 or infinity, either one of those options breaks tons and tons of math, right? And so, like, 0 would work for some math, but then it would break other math. And then infinity would break the other math, but still work for, you know, it's just like, there's a reason it's undefined. Because we don't really know what happens. I think we would have to invent, you know, I'm of the mind where we still, as much as we know today, we still don't know truly all of the answers. right? Not so much as obvious. We don't really know. We don't really know all the answers, and so we haven't yet invented the math to define zero. Right? We haven't invented it yet. There needs to be another math invented to define what divided by zero is. And we haven't broken through that barrier as a society. Workers and resources Soviet. Yes, it is. I tried to play it years ago when it first debuted. I made the mistake of playing it when it first came out, and it was full of bugs and not even remotely complete. And I was like, this is way too early to cover this game. A lot of people have played it, and there's a lot of people out there that have enjoyed it. And that's great. And I think that there's definitely things that that game does pretty well, and then some things that are like, why did they do it this way? Like, and I still understand why they did some of the things they did. I do understand that. But like the population, when you have a population in the city, because it takes place in the Soviet Union, the population has a religion need, right? They have certain needs, food and shelter and blah, blah, blah. And one of those is religion. Well, religion is outlawed in Russia, or at least it used to be. Originally, it was outlawed. And so everybody had a religious need, but there was no religious buildings that you could build to supply that need. You basically had to work around it by giving them distractions to sort of pseudo meet that need and just allow them to ignore it. I was just like, holy Jesus, like really? And I understand why trying to fill a need that is outlawed is rather hard.
Yeah, that was one of the more insidious things about the Soviet Republic.
Yeah, and that's a Marxist, like, that's flat out a Marxist thing, is religion is the opiate of the masses.
Supplementing the need for religion with government. Right,
and that was the attitude, is people don't need religion as long as government's taking care of it. Which is a laughable position. But it is what it is, I guess. All right.
Yep. Yeah. Joe was just saying that it's still that way in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I get the impression that game is like a cautionary tale.
Yeah, I doubt it's from a team that's actually in Russia, because
yeah, they seem to want to go back.
They're kind of big on propaganda there, as you would expect, and I doubt they would encourage a game made that pointed out some of the pitfalls of their power. So yeah, I would imagine probably not authentically Russian. Okay, I think I need a couple more trailers. Let me do this. Trailers. Come on. Load all of the trailers, please. I heard that there it is. I heard the thing, but man.
Oof. Joe's on his 5th restart of the game.
Jesus.
You know, I think that's one unfortunate thing about oxygen not included, is that when you're when you're first starting out, you pretty much have to play a few throwaway games, and it's tough to do that with a person of my playstyle. I don't like it when one of those dupes I invested so much effort into dies.
Yeah. I mean, my first couple of Factorio games were not not good either. Yeah, learning the mechanics. It's better that than what Ubisoft just did with that Star Wars game.
No.
Oh, we don't have any. Oh man, I didn't put any eggs in the donuts. I guess we can't. We're not going to be making any donuts.
Oh shoot.
That's fine. We focused on cake, and that's a-okay. A-okay. You know, I watched somebody play through Shapes 2, and I think there is a huge. I think people would really enjoy that. Shapes 2, they focused on the factory automation style, and they introduce a few more mechanics into the mix, right? It's not just shapes and colors. There's a couple unique mechanics that appear late game, right? You're well into the game, and it introduces these new mechanics which didn't exist in the first version of the game, and they're not complex. You know, they're simple in design, but they open up a whole new realm of automation possibilities, right? They introduce a whole new realm of shape potential. And I think they did a great job on that. And it's just a couple, you know, they just added a couple more things, and that's it, right? You have the basic shapes, you have the colors, you have the 3D stuff, which they did a pretty good job on, and they just had like two more little quirky things that you have to. They did little pins. You can put like shapes on top of pins, and those pins can be raised up off the shape. And then they added the crystallization system that is fragile, so you have to. There's a certain way of doing it that doesn't break the crystallized color or whatever. And I think they did a good job. You know, diversifying a bit. Oh, we're gonna need more milk in here. You want to go check the milk, the white Unimog, back at the cow barn. See if there's any milk in it. If there's any milk in the barn, we can unload it.
Okay. And the triller's already there?
The Unimog is out there. It should be. The white Unimog parked.
The Unimog is full.
Okay, so drive that up here and unload the milk into the bakery.
Bakery? Okay.
All right, there's the 2 million cake that we needed. Okay.
Sorry if it sounds like I'm hijacking the conversation, but I really wish I could start a series on oxygen on food. I think I'd have a lot of fun doing that.
I've seen a lot of channels cover that game, and it'd be hard to do something unique now. I've just seen so many different series tackle that game in different ways that's the big thing I was running into with the series that I was doing was like how do you diversify this series from the previous series? Like how do you do that and not get bored with what you're doing basically?
I haven't seen many people play the game quite the way I do. I think I could add some.
I'm sure you
to it.
could.
I'd have to watch them again.
But Nihlaus was one that very frequently covered that game.
Yeah.
That I've seen. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of chaff in here that we're gonna have to get rid of.
All right. Bakery is full, and I've got some excess. Should I put it in, or just sell it, or do we have
No,
better?
we don't. Yeah, milk is too cheap. We don't sell it. Let me look at. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. I wish I could hide certain, just have like a plus sign and just hide these, but fuel refinery.
Oh yeah, that would be nice.
I don't
'Cause,
want to.
yeah,
I don't want to
that
hide
production-
inactive, right? I don't want to hide inactive. I just want to collapse the actual factory list into the name, because I don't need to scroll on that. I just need to figure out. Go ahead and put the excess milk in the donut factory.
Donuts.
It's right next door to the thing. Literally right next door.
Trying to find you. Oh, there you are. Down
Not
there.
me. You. It's right next to you.
Oh.
The donut factory is right next to you. Oh, what do you do? That's the farm
This one?
factory.
Nope.
The
Okay.
donut factory is up by the bakery. All the end game products are up in that same part of town.
Okay. That's an interesting name.
Zandude.
I'll let you.
Zandude. I'm gonna say Zandude. I'm assuming the X is silent. Alright, that's gonna get some chaff. Some chaff.
That was the chocolate factory. Guessing it's this one here.
Yeah, the end game products are all up here. So donuts, bakery, and potatoes. These are all the end game products. The milk can go in the chocolate factory, which is an intermediate, but we've already got basically a full thing, a full full trailer's worth chocolate ready to go. But
Do you want me to fill up on the milk and then drop off more at the donut shop, or just keep loading this?
let's see how much milk is sitting in here. Ooh, yeah, definitely. Wow. Is that? Holy shit. There's 32 million liters of milk in there. Yeah, definitely fill up the chocolate factory, fill up the donut factory, fill up the potato factory, and if you go through all of that, and you still have milk left over, wow, 30 million milk sitting in here. Then put it in the dairy to make cheese, and we can sell the cheese. That's worth way more than the raw milk itself. Okay. Just about at a full trailer of clothing, which we're just going to sell right. I've tested the Cotton Express 5000 there, the mod that I made. So it works now again with the new capacity. I did a typo when I updated it. So it wasn't slowing down in time, but now the new version works just great. And it even works with a 50 meter wide, you know, header, right? So this will do a 50 meter wide swath. And yeah, it works great. Even at 32 miles an hour, I tested it. The process of, you know, modding this game has been a year-long incremental learning how everything works in the game, right? It's a very slow process of learning how all the pieces fit together, and I don't even know everything. Like there's tons and tons of stuff in there that I still find frustrating. And so yeah, I'm by no means an expert. Actually, let's do cereal. I'm gonna sell the cereal. I think this month, the month we're in now, it's not too bad as far as price goes. We're in May, right? Yeah, May. It is what it is. Sell a little bit. We're getting, now that we have these high-level factories, right? We got cake operational. We got, you know, sugar and flour constantly being made. We have the honey over here. We have the Uber honey, right? We have Mega honey going, which is a huge draw. That's a huge amount of money cost there. I'm doing that because that honey is, while expensive, it's like $1.2 million a day to keep that Mega honey going. But that is going to be our fail-safe for sugar if we run out of sugar. I'm hoping that next month when we harvest this corn, we're going to get a decent amount of corn out of that. We're probably going to get 20-30 million liters out of that little field. I say little field, that's a significant portion of a base game map. But yeah, the one thing we run into is sugar, because the two sugar crops, sugar cane and sugar beets, you know, they take months to grow, like months and months and months. I think sugar beets are 8 months? Is it 8 months? Let's see. 7 months. Yeah. Sugar beets are 7 months long. And then sugar cane, I believe, is just as long. And then sugar cane is kind of nice because it can regrow. One planting, I think Coffee said you can get 3 harvests from one planting. And it is by far the thickest crop, right? It's like really thick. You get a lot of return out of it. Right,
Yeah,
you get a lot of yield out of it.
Dense.
So you just gotta figure out how to make it work. And we have this giant field of potatoes here. I didn't even realize we had more potatoes. But yeah, that's still got a couple months to go. All right, we have some eggs coming in. The health of these guys going up, which is good. The higher their health value, the more they produce. Look at that. We have another 800,000 eggs ready to go. That's good. All right. This cereal is still running. That's why I haven't slept to fast forward a whole another month, because there's, instead of just farming and harvesting and farming and harvesting and harvesting and planting and harvesting, like, that game loop is fine, But I really wanted to focus this mod set, this map, everything around production. And I wanted to really encourage and force people to get into big productions. Whether you use my mods or not, you're going to need your yields are going to be high enough, and you're going to need, and they're cheap, right? You try to sell corn, you're not going to get anything. Right? You're going to get $1 per 1,000 liters. You know, that's like if we have an entire wagon, right? One of those wagons, one of those blue wagons that I've been hauling around here, that holds 20 million liters. That sounds like a lot. If you were to sell that, though, right? If you were to sell that, it would be 20 grand. Nothing. That's nothing. 20 grand. But you produce, the further down the crafting chain you go, the more lucrative and valuable it becomes. So I really wanted to basically force people to do crafting systems, crafting chains. And if you wanted to start slow, you could do, wheat to flour to bread and sell some bread for a little bit of money. Do that a few times. Oh, yeah, that's right. Chaff goes in.
Where were the other places that the milk could go? I got the bakery donuts chocolate.
Bakery donut chocolate, the potato factory that's up there, which is the one right across from the donuts.
Okay, this one.
And then once those are full, then it's in the dairy. And
this one.
The dairy makes cheese.
I think we're still gonna have leftovers.
No.
The potato
Really?
factory's almost full. Yep. The potato factory's almost full, and I think there's...
Well, the dairy will chew through that milk real fast. I mean, it's so fast.
Okay.
Yeah. Literally,
Then I'll just park outside it and dump it off.
Yeah. And the cow barn, the amount that's in there is like a lot, because I remember I forgot the game, and it was just ran.
Yeah.
And it seems like when you sleep, you get less amount than if you just let it run. Like if I had a dedicated server and the map was just running in the background, and every hour it was able to actually go through and produce what it was supposed to, it seems like when you sleep, not every building, not every factory production actually runs that sped up time. Because
Weird.
I'm running into now when I sleep, like if I have cake running, right? Let's say there's 2 million cake, but there's enough ingredients in there that if I slept, it would actually be able to make enough. And I sleep and I go back, 8 in the morning the next day, I go back to the bakery. There's no more cake in it than there was when I went to bed. So it's like when your factory gets big enough, not everything simulates fast. Some things do, and a lot of things don't, right? And I ran into that going, why didn't everything run in the simulation? It's kind of really frustrating. Yeah, I think it's just, the game hits some level and it's like, no, you can't do it anymore. Which is stupid, and so just letting it run that overnight, like I did, I went to bed, I didn't even realize that I literally left this computer and I didn't come back to it. Going to the raisins? Wrong. That's the wrong factory.
I'm just cutting through back to the farm,
Oh.
the barn.
But yeah, letting it just run in the background actually produced more than if I would have slept through that month. Because I was only like a month and a half of in-game time that went by, and yet the cow barn produced exponentially more than it would have if I would have slept through the night. So, very bizarre behavior.
Yeah, that's weird. I'm guessing it's because of the way it processes. You said it uses Lua?
Yeah.
Processes Lua tables, basically?
Yeah, it just kind of iterates through the Lua, and it just, it goes through that. At the top of the hour, all of the animal pens run their script. So it's just like the animal pens only run once an hour, or once an in-game hour. So if you're fast forwarding them, then that might be a problem. And then the factories alone would probably, if you have a lot of factories, it just doesn't really simulate properly.
Yeah, the game must not be very efficient at all at processing that stuff, because it's really hard to think of a game not being able to process something so rudimentary and straightforward. I mean, how many processes can a computer do a second now? It's ridiculous.
And the fact this game isn't multi-threaded bothers the hell out of me.
Oh man, yeah.
Right? The AI hired AI workers. They're not multi-threaded. Why aren't those AI workers multi-threaded? Like, why? Each one of those should be on its own thread. The fact that I can be in my single-player game and have 8 AI workers going at once, and the game just it does not like that at all. Like, single-player, 8 AI workers, and it is noticeably slower. Like the shadows, even the shadows and stuff rendering are just really slow. So yeah, that tells me it's not multi-thread, because if it was, that should, I mean, you literally have a dummy AI agent following nodes in a path, right? I mean, it's a dead easy system. You're basically offsetting, right? It's just mathematics. And if I know one thing, it's computers are really good at math. And there's really no reason why the game should be that bad. At the math involved behind the scenes. All right, we're gonna load the close up. And I've watched a lot of, like, some of the bigger farming sim channels have been covering the little trickle of information that giants have been putting out about the new version of the game. And I did pre-order the new version, so I am going to be getting it. Mainly because I want to mod the hell out of it. I enjoy modding more than I do playing a lot of times. I enjoy tweaking and playing with the back end of the mods for this game more than anything. But the little trickle of information they're putting out, a lot of them are trying to, I get a sense that they're artificially enhancing their excitement for the new version. They're like, oh, we're getting a few new crops. We're getting spinach, and we're getting rice and stuff. And it's like, new crops are actually, if you're even a remotely good 3D artist, new crops are dead easy to add to the game. I could add, if I had the art, that's the only thing that's missing. I don't know how to do the art side of things. But the actual crop crops themselves, the definitions of the crops, they're dead easy. Like you can just spit out new crops. You just map how many stages there are, what the 3D model is of that stage, and like what the fill types are when you harvest it. You know, whether or not you can have a windrow when you know, like straw when you do it. Like those kinds of things are fairly straightforward. But you can add, like that's why there's maps that add like alfalfa, and there's tons of crops that are added in some maps because it's really not hard. So these people are like excited for like, ooh, we get spinach and we get rice and we get the machines that do that. It's like, for me, I'm more critical of that because it's just so much easier to do those kinds of things that I see those as like surface level, like, ooh, isn't this pretty, right? Here's this cool, unique spinach harvester. That's cool. And it took some work to get that in. And I don't want to discount that. The harvesters and the shit, the animations, like that is not, there's some nitty-gritty details there that takes weeks to actually do. So I don't want to discount that amount of work, but that's not what gets me excited for a new version of a game. It's what are they bringing, like what new features are they bringing to the table? What new things are we going to be able to do or see or experience? And so the more details that come out about 25, the more kind of disappointed I became. Yes, it's the new version of the engine. They've got they've rewritten a lot of the AI helper code, so I'm looking forward to experiencing that. And the fog and stuff. That's fine. They're actually catching up to modern rendering. But I was disappointed that they're not going more into the voxelized sort of gameplay that we see a lot of today. They're not going.
To put it another way, you don't buy a Ferrari for its radio.
Right, exactly. It's like I want to see more variegated playstyles supported by the base game rather than being hacked together by other modding teams, right? Because you have like the whole Terraform mod that makes it so the land is actually like a fill type, right? It's kind of trying to voxelize the actual terrain you're driving on. That way you can get a bunch of construction equipment to dig it out, right? It's almost adding like a gold mining aspect to the game, but they're kind of hacking together that ability based on the fill types, that, you know, rather than standing on the terrain like just a flat amount of polygons, you're actually able to stand on, you know, a fill type. Imagine if this was full, standing on it, and it just being like layers of like dirt or rock or whatever, and it's just fill types that you're standing on. That's kind of a voxelized way of doing it. Well, that's hacked together by a modding team that does it. It's not supported by it's not really embraced by the game itself, which is unfortunate, because I think the game could really benefit from embracing that. And maybe they have some performance issues, but the other thing, you know, I've not heard anything about multi-threading. I've not heard anything about AI workers in terms of like performance. I've not heard a lot about performance for the new game. And that's what I was really hoping for. I was really hoping the game would expand. The map size, the default map sizes have not changed. They're not magically increasing the map size. And so I think that the engine for the new version, I think the engine is just a minor iterative upgrade from the old. They're adding a couple different rendering styles and techniques, but the core game has not changed, which is disappointing.
It doesn't sound like it's much of a new version so much as just a slightly better DLC.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping the fact that they're including like carrots and parsnips and beets, and they're including those crops in the new version. Tells me maybe they're not going to try to squeeze every last dollar out of people. And I think wood harvesting and stuff is going to be part of the base game now, instead of a DLC. I think they're doing that because they have a lot of like buildable structures now. Like when you place a farmhouse down, if you want to build your own house, you literally have to build your own house. You put it down and then you have to deliver resources to it to actually build the thing. Sort of like the roller coaster in the expansion. They're doing that. They're going to be able to support that now in the base game with really anything. Modders are going to go crazy for that shit. So rather than just like plopping down a giant grain mill, you're going to have to build it first. And I think the only way they're going to be able to support that, or they're going to do that well, is if they have woodworking right away. Is the only way they're going to be able to do that. You're going to have to be able to support woodworking. Because you're going to need planks, and you're going to need, stuff to build your house with. Shingles and stuff like that. So, and it's trivial. Like adding fill types and adding factories to make those fill types is trivial. Like literally, if you had the 3D model, that's what takes the longest, is the 3D model and the textures and all of that. That's what takes the longest. The actual like factory stuff is dead easy. The fill types, like it's just super easy to add those. So, I'm hoping that all of that stuff is going to be in the base game. And that would enable, the actual base game 3D, like the palettes and stuff, to actually reflect what they're doing. All right, we're just about to get another month or another hour moved over.
Yep, I'm curious to see how much milk we're gonna get.
Should be like 83,000.
Okay.
All right.
Whoa, nowhere near.
40?
Like
40?
half that.
Yeah. I knew it was like...
Wait.
No, that's 416,000. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
it's like 5 times.
It was 83,000 manure. Yeah, 83,000. That's where I got that number. 83,000 manure. But this is what I mean by fill types. Like standing on the ground is you stand on fill types, and just imagine it's dirt and grass, rock or whatever, instead of manure. Okay. So sugar has stopped. We need to... Oh. Wrong vehicle. I'll need to empty this barrels out before the other one operational. Before I auto-deliver it. This is a... the honey to sugar process is extremely expensive. So it's really only supported when you have a decent amount of money. It's a little too far away. Really? While you're filling, you don't need to be on. Okay, how's this cake doing over here? Cake is full. What are we doing on... Oh man, we almost have another one. What are we low on? Sugar's doing okay, milk is fine, strawberries okay. Chocolate is getting a little low. Eggs are okay. Flour almost almost have another wagon's worth of flour. We do have yet another flour. I forgot we had another whole trailer of flour ready to go over here, but not quite ready for... Well, maybe we could fill it up. We have a lot of trailers of cake ready to go.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna...
Close to being able to accept the flour.
Is that one flour, or is this one...
The close one here is flour.
Oh, goody.
The other one's olive oil.
Yeah.
And olive oil is for the donut one, or is that for bakery?
Olive oil is for the potato one. It's the only one that actually uses it. One of the oils. Olive oil is just the best.
Okay. Oof, there's 98 million in here already.
9.8 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't use a lot. It uses like 2 per craft. So the other wagon I have is enough for, 5 million crafts. So I don't anticipate ever needing it. Oh, why did I do that? I didn't know. I meant to turn it off. This one. This is... We're going to have so much cake.
Yeah, as you've noticed, today is one of my brain drain days. It feels like I haven't gotten enough sleep, but I mean... I think I slept better last night than I had the rest of the week.
You were like, I need to be well rested for the stream tomorrow. I better get some good sleep.
I tried, yes.
What do you, like, when you go to bed, do you do any reading? Like, what do you do to, like, sort of put you into the bed? Do you just go to bed, turn off the light, and crash? Like, is that the routine?
That's the goal, yeah.
So you don't, have you ever tried, like, well, I know you have problems reading, but didn't you say, like, reading, like, puts you to sleep?
See, now that's the weird part about it. I would start reading and I'd be so tired that my eyes go cross-eyed. I close the book and it's like somebody injects, an entire syringe full of caffeine straight into my veins. I open the book and yeah, I just about face plant into it. Close it. Away.
So, have you ever tried, like, putting earbuds in and listening to a book? Like having that, like, put you to sleep? Like my dad, right? My dad, like, he gets his best sleep when he has the sound of rain going in the background somewhere. So he literally has, like, a 10-hour rain sounds, like, CD that it just plays rain sound. And that's how he sleeps, right? So everybody has their own unique thing, and I'm just wondering, like, have you experimented at all with the various ways of sleeping or falling asleep to see, like, if there's something out there that works better for you?
I should maybe get a setup to play rain sounds.
Because it depends on what relaxes you and what, like, me, that wouldn't work for me because I love storms so much that if there was any sort of hint of a storm, I would want to be awake to experience the storm because I love thunder and I love, like, the sound of rain, but it doesn't put me to sleep, right? So to me, that would be wrong. And then the same thing with music, right? Music, part of my brain wants to, like, enjoy and playing on, I kind of, like, I'm a rhythmic person, so I sort of, like, kind of go to the beat, and then, I enjoy listening to music, enjoy the beat and the rhythm and the bass drop. So music also is something that I can't have on and try to sleep. But for me, the best thing to have is what's called white noise. It's not a version of racist noise. It's a chaotic. A white noise is like the static from an old TV, right? You just, if a TV is out of tune or a radio is out of tune, you just get static, right? That's white noise. There's no real variation in volume and amplitude and frequency. It's just this that, man, I crash when I have that going on in the background, right? So like my humidifier, when I have the humidifier going in the wintertime, like that constant steady like fan that's on in the background, man, I crash when that's going, because it drowns out all of the other little peaks of sound in the neighborhood, right? A garbage truck backing up or something like that, which would normally wake me up. That white noise sort of smooths that edge out. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah. For me, rain sounds would probably be good. Some form of white noise would probably help a little bit, but not as much as pure rain.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you think would work. I just was giving examples.
Yeah.
And then I've learned in the last couple years that I absolutely cannot play on my tablet, because I have like Bejeweled on my tablet. It's an old tablet, so I have an old game on there. So I have like Bejeweled on. And if I have that tablet and I play a couple games of Bejeweled, I won't fall asleep for 2 hours. Like, I just won't fall asleep. I'll toss and turn for 2 hours. But if I do any amount of reading, if I read any amount, I will fall asleep within 20 minutes. Like, it's like reading something sort of sets my brain on one single task, whereas Bejeweled is like, I have to really be like actively like playing it, and it's like a faster twitch muscles and stuff. So my brain has to like wake up a lot more for that game, whereas reading, like, it allows a lot of my brain to sort of shut down and I can fall asleep a little bit easier. But I know reading is like you just said, like, doesn't really work that way for you.
I explained that to I don't know if they were a doctor, but I explained that to somebody, a medical professional, supposedly. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Are you me now? Do you know exactly what works for me? I'm so grateful that you know far more about what's going on in my life than I do. That bugged the heck out of me. Because it's like they thought I hadn't even tried or something, and it was just making it up. I don't know. When it comes to telling doctor stuff, I try to be as brutally honest as possible, because they need to help you. They need to know what's going on, and they can't do that if you're hiding something.
Well, they need to know what your boundaries are. I mean, my doctor last year tried to get me on Ozempic. He's like, you need to start taking Ozempic, because my A1C levels were not coming into whatever he was wanting to do it, and he really wants to put me on like cholesterol medication. And
oh god.
And I was like, my mom is Mom MD, right? She's not educated, she didn't go to medical school, but she's Mom MD. His mother's no best, right? And so I'm getting like all of this conflicting information from my mom and other members of my family about the pitfalls of some of this stuff. And so I'm a lot more leery, especially in modern times, of the medical community, because of how much BS that they're trying to push. And so
yeah,
I'm leery of any doctor who's like, oh, here's a problem, here's a medication. Here's a problem, here's a medication. Like, so like my A1C was a little high. And it was like, I kid you not, it was like 7.2. And I'm like, okay, well, And he's like, we really need to get you under 7. And I was like, okay. And then the next appointment was like 7.3. So I'm not a healthy eater, but I've been trying to get it under control. I mean, I quit sugar in bulk 3 years ago. So I've been trying to relearn teach myself better habits and get rid of the bad habits. I've been trying to do that actively. And so I think it was like January, I had that appointment, and he's like, I think you should start taking Ozempic. And now my knee-jerk reaction was like, no, like what? Another medication? And then I looked into it. And I was like, hell no. Like,
that's one of those ones where I've seen commercials for it, and they start listing the side effects.
Yeah, thyroid cancer.
Yeah.
One of the side effects, thyroid cancer. I'm like, what? Like, what? So yeah, I know it works. I've watched interviews of people who are on it, who swear by it. You know, it's essentially floods your system with one of the hormones that makes you feel full. So you just always feel full, so you eat far less. And it forces you to eat far less because you literally will throw up if you eat too much. Like, your body can't handle it. And people are using it for weight loss, right? It's originally like a type 2 thing, so I understand people wanting to go on a drug that makes them eat less, but I would rather just eat less.
You'd rather do it naturally, rather
right?
Than,
like, I quit smoking. I quit smoking because one day I was like, "Fuck this, I'm done," and I quit smoking. Right? I finally had enough. I finally was like, I hate this. I need to stop. And I finally was like, no more. And I quit. It took me a few years to get to that point, but I got there and I quit. One day I was smoking and the next day I didn't. And yes, I would love to start again. I think about it all the time. I see somebody smoking in a movie or a TV show and I'm like, that was my number one trigger, man. When I would be watching a movie and somebody would light up a cigarette, I would pause the movie, go outside and have a cigarette. Like, it's really hard to quit, but I did it. And so when it came to the food stuff, I was like, the doctor was like, I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. And he's like, why? I'm like, because being on the medication would not change the behavior whatsoever. I would still eat the same shit. I would just eat less of it. It wouldn't improve the food I'm eating. It would just change the amount. And it wouldn't change the actual behavior, right? It wouldn't change any underlying reason why I'm eating the way I am. And I was like, I would rather do it and force myself to really look at this. And unfortunately, with the prices of food that have gone up, my last trip, I just went to Walmart on Thursday. I got a fraction of the food I usually would buy, 5 years ago, right? A fraction of it. And it was $200. A fraction. And the food I used to buy would max out at $130. And this was a fraction of that, less than half. And it was $200. And it's like, it's a shock how expensive stuff is. Like, I couldn't believe how expensive some of the food that I get, like the deli meat, like the deli turkey I get. That has doubled in cost, doubled in price. I can't imagine this last trip to Walmart. I was literally like very, very minimal with what I was buying, like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and it was $200. And I remember thinking after I checked out, like, how is a family with like 2 or 3 kids? Like, you have 2 or 3 sons, growing boys. Like, how can you possibly pay for groceries right now? Any family that's in that situation where you've got 2 or 3 kids, either approaching or in puberty, who are just shoveling food into their face constantly, how the hell are you able to afford food? Like, I would imagine the tourism industry has collapsed in this country because you can't afford road trips. You can't afford anything other than feeding your family, right? Rent. Like, how are you able to afford things? And when you see the message of like Kamala going like, you know, things are expensive, and if you elect me, then, you know, and it's like, bitch, you have been in power. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. You've done diddly shit about this problem. Like, really, you think that people are, you know, most people are stupid enough to be like, oh, once you're in power, then you'll fix it. It's like, no, she's literally had her finger on the scale the whole time, and like, it's this bad. You can imagine what 4 years more of this would. It's obscene how expensive stuff is out there, right? I just can't even. I can't even fathom how a family is actually making ends meet. I can't even fathom. And then you got the goddamn government giving out $5,000 EBT cards to immigrants. Like, what the fuck is that all about?
Yo.
You know, $5,000 on EBT? Like, what? I remember being on EBT. I was on EBT over 10 years ago. I was unable to find work in the place that I was at, and I was like, I got EBT, and it was $300 a month, $300, and I had to do a whole lot of shit every week to stay on it, right? I had to apply to so many jobs a week. I had to have so many interviews a week in order to even stay on it. And eventually I just ran out of places to interview because there was just not enough, like, there's just not enough. And it was just like, they kicked me out of the program because it was like, I applied to everywhere that was even remotely close. And it was like, there was nowhere else to go. And they're like, well, you know, we have to. And I was like, you got a whole bunch of people on EBT and stuff now, and they're not needing to do any of that shit. They're just getting that money from the government, and it's unsustainable, everybody. It's unsustainable. You should be extremely concerned if you live in this country, or any country. You should be extremely concerned with what's going on.
And the worst part is there's instances where governors will try to ban gardening, mostly in cities.
You have to register gardens, and it's like,
yeah, it's what? I'm trying to feed my freaking family, and you want me to pay for it?
The amount of control. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. The amount of control that they're trying to exert on the population is really amusing. It's scary, but it's laughable when you start thinking like where this is headed, and if nobody actually like wakes up to the shit happening. It's just like it's not gonna end well, everybody. It's just not. You know, I would like, if I was wealthy, which I am not even remotely close, I would be buying several acres. You know, I would have 10 acres somewhere in a more mild climate, somewhere decent, very sparsely populated, have 10 to 20 acres. Because on 10 to 20 acres, you can grow enough food to feed a fairly substantial amount of people, right? So you can have a close-knit community with 10 to 20 acres of maybe 10 people, you know, an extended family. And it's defendable, it's whatever, and I would just have a place. And I would be as off the grid as possible. Unless science started improving, like my you know, my mom, my stepdad are you know, they're travelers. They go a long places, and They see a lot of different cultures and stuff. And they were talking to my brother, my older brother, who's retired, fairly wealthy, but not by any means rich. They were like, where do we go? Like, what do we do when, you know, if something happens? And he has already mapped it out, like and it's like, yeah, like when you have that mindset, he already has the place picked out, and it's not in this country, by the way.
Which is a little unfortunate because you know, there's a lot of great land here. But
There is.
The problem is there's so many people.
There's a lot of people, and you know, the place that he had picked out is more, the government is more like friendly, but it's still a risk no matter where you go. Obviously, nowhere is perfect. But it was Singapore. Yeah, Singapore was where a lot of people are kind of going because it's just better. Basically, like, there's like no capital gains tax. There's like one of the world's lowest income tax. Like, it's just like very, very like friendly in terms of business and survivability. But you know, it's kind of an independent city surrounded by some not too good things. So that wouldn't be my first choice. My first choice would be a decent plot of land in this country, but, you know, defendable at its core, and big enough to grow whatever food you might need, and being off the grid as much as possible. Which is, you know, a lot more straightforward now to build and to develop than it would be, you know, after the fact, after the shit hits the fan. It would be nearly impossible to do after the fact, but possible to do it today. All right.
It is kind of funny that you're having a discussion now that even 10 years ago would sound paranoid and crazy.
Well, yeah, when I was growing up, you know, the sort of off-the-grid survivalists in, like, Idaho and Montana were, like, the butt of the joke. Like, these are kooky people living off the grid. Like, the hell are you doing? Like, what are you thinking? And they were the crazy ones. And now today, it's like, well, I understand that instinct. Being able to just check out, like, if I were to just be able to, like, live off whatever, you know, it'd be hard for me to like give up the internet, and I would still, like, give me off the grid, but at least, you know, give me Starlink or something. You know, I'd still want to pass the time by playing FarmingSim or something, but But yeah, the whole like off the grid living, like just the sort of calm effect that would have. Because right now, when you look at the news, like when I scroll like X, when I'm looking at like the news coming out of other countries, and the guy they just arrested in France, the founder of that social media platform, was it Telegram? The founder of that platform was just arrested because he refused to like give the French government information on its users. Like, which is the craziest shit going on. Having the ability to just be like be off the grid and not worry about it would be like mentally relaxing. It would just be like, oh man, I don't have to worry about that because I'm already set up. I'm ready to go. But
yeah, even if you don't go and do that, you have the option, and it's nice to have that option.
Yeah, and that's why when I see like Zuckerberg building this giant bunker in Hawaii, I'm like, yeah, it's absolutely. I understand that. Why he's doing that? I understand that. He's got the money. He's got the perfect place. I mean, Hawaii. Talk about like being off the grid, but oh man, the best place to be off the grid. I hope he's well armed, because I'm sure there's a lot of native Hawaiians that would be like, you know, that land, I want that land.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's not getting more flack about that, but that's the thing, is that if you're aligned with the left, you are immune to their wrath.
Yeah, I mean, look at Oprah.
To a point.
I mean, Oprah. This woman is just like literally gave $150 million to the DNC, and like I remember when the fire happened, was it Maui? When the fire happened there, her and The Rock posted that video. That was like, because they both had properties, and they were like, hey, we wanna you know, generate some support for the people, and you know, we're trying to raise 10 million for the people of the island to help them, and you know, if you give, you know, we'll I don't know if they said they would match. I can't remember if they said they would match it, but people came out and were like, bitch, you were worth $3 billion. Like, what are you doing begging the people for 10 million? Like, give them $10 million. Like, what are you doing begging the average citizen who doesn't even come close to the amount of wealth that she has? Like, not even in the same ballpark. And here she is like, hey, show your support, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you have more money than, you know, the next 10 million people that would donate combined. Like, what are you doing begging people for money? Like, this is so stupid.
I didn't know The Rock had done that too. Wow.
Yeah, he was in the video.
I always thought he was a little.
Yeah, he was in the video. I
thought he was a little self-aware. Oof.
No, he fully endorsed Biden in 2016. No, 2020.
Ugh.
He fully endorsed Biden, and he had come out a couple months ago, and he goes, yeah, I regret it now. And they're like, you're going to endorse anybody now? And he's like, no, I'm not going to endorse anybody right now. But, you know, he's towing the line. He's trying to toe the line and not upset anybody. But, you know, and there are crazies on both sides. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying one side is superior. I'm just saying one side is more rational.
Yeah.
In general, one side is more rational than the other. So yeah, it is what it is. But
have I told you one of my sisters is quite in the left?
Oh Jesus, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it.
Probably offline, but yeah.
Is that 500? No, that's a 400.
If I remember right, after the 2016 election, she called my brother and tried to rip him a new Beetle.
Yeah,
It's just like, wait, what?
yeah, my younger brother is engaged, and I've heard that she is very, very left, like very left, and she's 28, 29. But, BLM sticker on her car, like pride flag, like she is fully immersed, fully brainwashed into this ideology. And my younger brother, he's 30, he's almost 10 years older than she is. He's not. And he is struggling. And my older brother, who meets up with him quite often, is like, how are you gonna reconcile? Like, my brother was like, what do you think she would do if you told her that you voted for Trump? Like, what do you think would her response be? And he was like, she might just completely break it off. I mean, they're engaged. You see, and Chris is like, he's like, you broke it off with the last girl that he was serious with because they had religious differences. The unreconcilable, she was hyper religious. And they eventually broke up because it was just like they just couldn't like reconcile, right? They couldn't compromise. They couldn't find an even ground. And I was like, this is maybe not as bad, but maybe she'll grow out of it. Maybe she'll mature and kind of realize the fallacy of the whole ideology. But you can't rely on that, especially if you're trying to plan a life with somebody. And it's just like, I just feel so bad because he can't speak his mind. Like they can't have discussions. She can't even bring it up. Because she is so, like, laser focused on it. Like, no deviation, not even discussion of an alternate way forward. And it's like, that would be hard. That would be hard to just ignore.
I wonder if that was one of the reasons my last girlfriend broke up with me. I don't know if you had thought about that, because
I mean, I honestly don't know. I just, she's an enigma to me now. Like, I don't even know.
Yeah.
I still think about her all the time. I know she's following me on Rumble. But I saw her name pop up as a follower, and I'm like, oh, cool, right? But I've literally not gotten a text from her in 2.5 years.
Strange.
And she was a part of the channel for 5 years, 6 years, daily, every stream, like, and then just evaporates into the ether. So, she can live her life however she wants. I wish her the best. I wish her happiness. I'm not an angry person, and so yeah, I wish her the best. But she wanted to check out of the family completely, and that's her prerogative. But don't expect, if you do that, right? Don't expect to come back and just go right back to where you were if something goes wrong. Her condo has been sold. They've sold it. They've gotten rid of it. So she does not have a place. If the shit goes south where she is today, she does not have a place to come back to. She made her decision, and that's That's fine, but you can't do a do-over, right? Yeah, I don't understand the mentality at all. What made her so angry? I'm sure she has her reasons. Everybody has her reasons, but some of the stuff that she said has just been like, what? I couldn't believe it. I didn't know she was harboring that much hatred and anger. She never expressed it to me.
Yeah. It's really weird. She doesn't like to talk about how she's doing. I don't know if she's ever mentioned that to you.
I think that's
I could never ask her, how was your day?
Yeah. Kind of a sign of somebody who's not introspective, or at least uncomfortable with themselves.
The reason she gave me was that, let me see if I can get the phrasing right. By asking her how she's doing, it would bring her down. Even if her day wasn't bad, it would just bring her down.
Bring her down?
Yeah, I mean, just something about her. Tried to understand it, and as you can imagine, that didn't. I mean, what do you talk about then?
Right?
There's an idle time in a conversation. Yeah, there was a few big times where I knew something was bugging her, but I couldn't ask her.
Yeah. She was, I mean, there's a big history behind how she was treated by her parents. Over years, right? Just not really. Even my older brother witnessed a lot of this, and he was just like, what the hell is going on here? This is really bizarre, the way that they were talking to her and stuff. It just wasn't right. Even my brother's wife was just like, what the hell? Like, just the way that they would talk to her when she was growing up. And so there is a huge amount of history there. And so I don't like I said, there's reasons, and I don't fault anybody for their reasons. But there is a time when it's like, as an adult, that you need to be like, you know what? These people are flawed. I was raised the way I was raised. It was not perfect. But, you know, I am my own person, and therefore, you know, I need to, you know, kind of put that aside, and she was never able to do that. So, it's unfortunate, but it's life. I mean, life sucks. I think it's the hardest lesson that most people don't really get taught to them when they're young. Their parents try to shelter them as much as possible, but yeah, life sucks. Life is hard. Life is unfair.
And I think it's darn near child abuse now to give them harsh realities.
Yeah, right? Like,
I think you're legally required now to bubble wrap them and cover their ears so that they don't hear anything bad.
And take them to drag shows and
Yes. That's
how dare you
wrap.
judge by not having your kid sit through a drag show? I would have loved back in the day, because in my 6th grade year, half through my 5th, but my 6th grade year, I was living with my dad. I would have loved to have the memory of coming home with the permission slip in 6th grade for sitting through a drag show story hour. Like, I would have loved the memory of what my dad's reaction would have been to that. Whether or not his head would have literally exploded. Like, him back then, early 90s, very different from what he is today. Very, very, very different. His reaction to that... His reaction to that would have been swift and extreme. But yeah, it became commonplace shortly thereafter. Like, as soon as, like, right as I graduated, like, I graduated high school in 98. Very shortly after is when this shit started getting crazy. Like, it started getting crazy. You know, early 2000s is when it really started hitting the fan. And, yeah, it's so embedded now. You've got an entire generation of teachers who grew up in it, and now it's normalized, right? Now they're taking it to the next extreme, and then it'll just get next extreme and next extreme. If you look at some of the books that they have in these, you know, there are a lot of people that criticize, like, oh, you're banning these books from these schools. How dare you ban books from schools? You know, this is fascist. It's like, most of these people have never actually looked at any of those books. And once they do, they realize, oh shit, now I understand. You know, they're very, very bad. Very, very, very bad. There's a very good reason why these are being limited and banned in elementary schools. And anybody who's like, well, that's just wrong. It's like, no, it's tantamount to elementary schools putting like Hustler into the library. Could you imagine going into an elementary school and having a pile of Hustlers? Right? That's what they're awesome doing. But I mean, the boys, I mean, it would breed an entire generation of serial killers, but I'm sure yeah, it's horrible stuff. That shouldn't have, it has no place in an elementary school. And yet there's a half a dozen of these. Just horrible books. Oh, I threaded that needle. That was glorious. Alright, we need more cake. Which is maximum cake today, everybody. Maximum cake. Let's see what chat has to say.
The books you're talking about, I think it's the level of graphicness about them too.
Yeah, I mean some of them cover fetishes, and I mean it's just, oh my god, they're so bad. I've seen excerpts and clips and scans. And the only place you can find those is on X. They're censored. If you literally took a book out of one of these books out of an elementary school library and did a YouTube video where you were just reading the book and showing what was in the book on YouTube, you would get banned. YouTube would take it would be instant ban. And it's literally illegal content to have in front of young people, and yet there are school districts that are putting these in elementary school libraries and junior high school libraries. And it's just like, what is going on?
Required reading.
It's so stupid. There are teachers assigning these to their students. It's so backwards and wrong. Yeah, it's awful. It's an awful thing. All right, we are just about ready. I just want to see, what are we at here? We need 500k clothes. Do we have it? We do. That'll be a quick 200 pallets. And then we want to sell these right away. I think. I don't really want to have the clothes. clothes are not really super lucrative. Yeah, you can just sell these right away. That'll free up the wagon or the trailer. I'm guessing sleeping through this month is going to be pretty expensive.
Yeah. You know, tangentially related to what you're talking about, isn't it? Isn't it funny how it's almost wrong to be normal now?
Well, it's counterculture to be normal now. Well, what we consider normal. It's the old punk counterculture from like the 80s and 90s is now the norm. So now the counterculture is conservative values, nuclear families. Like it's a somebody flipped the coin to the other side, and so now the counterculture is, you know, quote unquote normal, or being normal family, normal heteronormative sort of thing mindset, and the norm is, you know, what others consider normal is actually not. Which is an interesting flip, but it's part of the cycle of societies. Like, this is how society works. It's just that it happens in cycles, and we just happen to be living in a time when this coin has been flipped. And we're experiencing the same kind of shit that every society goes through at a time like this. Like it's the same script.
Slightly different subject matter, because I mean, like, surgery has gone a long ways. That brings up a whole lot of different issues.
Yeah, it's the way that it manifests is different, but the problems are the same, right? The issues at play are the same.
One sec, I'm in a vehicle. I'm gonna hit no.
Oh,
this vehicle.
You denied my sleep request. Oh yeah, you know, I completely forgot about the. Okay, no, we did that. I was like,
I'm all set now if you want. I should have hit no again. Just
gosh, I'm like, God damn it! Still off the ground if you had land you were talking. Solar, wind, and Starlink, you would still be off the ground. Are you talking about grid? Off the grid.
He probably meant something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe off the ground as in get a start on it, or something.
Yeah, you'd want to do it now. But even that, like, Starlink is still not guaranteed, because those, you know, if you're not actively replacing those satellites as they retire out of the atmosphere, you know, if you're not actively replacing that, eventually you're gonna not have internet, right? So there are certain things that would degrade, you know, sort of like what's happening in Brazil right now. You're literally banning entire platforms. So you got to find a way around that, which is what Elon's doing. Is so funny, because they literally are locking the bank accounts of Starlink in Brazil to prevent people from paying their bill, right? To try to block internet access, because they're able to get onto X in Starlink, because the Brazilian government doesn't control Starlink, right? Because it's satellites. So they're basically blocking the ability for people to pay for their Starlink access. And Elon came out and said, for the foreseeable future, Starlink will be free in Brazil. And just putting the screws to him is like, oh, you think you can play this game? Well, we'll see what happens. It's great. It's so great. I just love it. All right, we should have another.
I had heard about that. That's crazy.
Oh, it's so great. Elon is just like, don't, like, this guy's. Yeah, he's just fantastic. He's a fantastic human being. Anybody who hates Elon doesn't understand what the fuck is going on in the world. Because man, this guy, I think, will go down in history if this society of Western culture survives. If we survive the next few years, Elon will go down in history as probably the most integral reason why we survive. Because, like, imagine if we would not have if he would not have bought Twitter, and if we would not have had a way to have an outlet for free speech. Imagine if we would not have had that. Then we would be completely screwed, because the government would be censoring everything.
Almost ran me over.
Oh, run me over.
Still might.
Okay, chocolate. But yeah, I think that Elon will go down in history as probably one of the most influential people in the last 100 years. One of the most vital individuals.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question, Spy.
Twitter 5 years. Oh, yeah. If he would have bought Twitter before the election, we would be having a different conversation right now. It would have been much, much different. There are other social media systems that have become more relaxed in this country because Elon bought Twitter, and Twitter became is more supporting of freedom of speech. And YouTube, and granted, it's not perfect, of course, but there are many. I mean, look at Zuckerberg coming out with the memo that admitted that the government censored this information. Would that have come out if Elon would not have bought Twitter? No, there's no way, right? Would that have happened if Elon would have bought Twitter 5 years ago? Sequestering, there were like 1,500 doctors that were banned on Twitter for daring question the narrative of COVID, for daring question it. 1,500 doctors that said, nah, there's something weird going on here. This is not the right information. You're getting lied to. They didn't have any way of saying any of that stuff, right? And so the narrative was controlled directly by certain people who are more interested in transferring wealth. The COVID lockdowns were the largest transfer of wealth in the history of humanity.
And that's saying a lot, because 2008, the crash then, that was the previous.
Right, 2008 was...
Most.
That was... We were... I mean, when you realize how close we were to the precipice in 2008, I don't fault the government for bailing out who they bailed out. I understand why they did it. It pisses me off. I hate it, but I understand why. Because if they would not have done that, we would be also having a very different conversation right now. We probably wouldn't even be talking right now. The depression we would have gone into would have been... Oh my God, it would have been bad. Because the credit markets were locking up. The entire credit market in 2008 ground to a halt. To the point where, at one point, late in that collapse, the CEO, get this, the CEO of GE, imagine how big of a company that is, GE. The CEO calls up the chairman of the Fed and says, if you don't do anything to unfreeze the credit markets, we will be unable to make payroll in 2 weeks. Right? Because they have rolling credit systems, because you don't get paid. You sell a jumbo jet, you don't get instantly paid that day. It takes a while. And so building like a jet engine might take 500 people 3 weeks to do.
and you don't get paid for that until months later when you finally sell it. So you have these rolling credit systems in these banks, and so GE, the CEO of GE, calls up and says, if you don't unfreeze the credit markets, we will be unable to make payroll, and we'll have to lay off 500,000 people. Right? That's where we were facing in 2008. That's how bad it was. And that was just one example of one company. And so you have those kinds of markets, and then yeah, the banks put us in there, and you could actually dial it back. The person to blame, guess there's one individual that you could blame for that 2008 collapse. That has more responsibility for it than anybody else. Can you, if you are an informed individual, if you know your history, who is that person and why?
It might be a little more recent than you're thinking, but Bill Clinton, this was a major
Bingo!
factor.
Good fucking job! Bill Clinton repealed the Glass-Steagall Act in, what was it, 98? 97, 98? He repeals the Glass-Steagall Act, which was an act from 1930, a direct result of the Great Depression, the Glass-Steagall Act. And the purpose of that act was to separate investment banks from savings banks. Right? A bank, if you deposited your paycheck into a savings account, that bank was not allowed to then take that money and gamble it on the market, right? An investment bank. It separated those banks as a direct result of that. And the Glass-Steagall Act was a hallmark. It separated those banks. Clinton repeals Glass-Steagall. Now, of course, he was not probably in charge of that. It was a Congress. It was a Senate. There was a lot of people involved with repealing that. But immediately after he does that, the banks start merging. If you actually look at the newsreels, after that is done, you start getting these mergers of like Wells Fargo, Bank of America. All of these mergers start happening like in huge, like billions of dollar mergers are happening because these banks start merging together and they start putting at risk all of these investments. So you go and you go get a loan, you go get a mortgage, and that debt is then repackaged as an asset and sold downriver. And that process is what collapsed the market in '08 because they got really, really greedy. And they ran out of really high quality mortgages. So they started packaging really shitty mortgages, right? You start loaning out a mortgage to somebody making minimum wage. There's no hope of that person keeping that mortgage without defaulting. And yet these mortgages were all bundled together, slapped with a AAA rating and sold downriver. And oh my God, unholy amounts of money were made on that process. And then the whole system came down. The whole system. Absolutely crazy. And all dialed back to the Glass-Steagall Act repealing.
Wasn't there something about banks being required to take on those mortgages? Can't remember where that originated, but I could have swore that was a big contributing factor.
I don't know about that. The regulations involving like day-to-day operations of a bank, they've changed so many times. Like banks used to be required to have so much of a percent of their savings on hand in cash, right? They were required if they had a total amount of savings, like all of their accounts, right? Let's say they had $20 million of savings accounts in their bank. They were required to have a certain percentage of those in cash in their vault at that time, right? At any given time. That has been gotten rid of. They don't even have that anymore. So I've seen videos of people who have accounts of like $20,000 and they go to the bank and they're like, I need to withdraw all my money. And the teller's literally like, no, you can't. And they're like, no, this is my money. I want my money. And they're like, no, we're not going to give you your money. And it's like, that kind of shit, that should concern you.
Yeah.
Do we want straw out of this process? I don't know if we do. Maybe we could, but let's do the headlands first. One round of a headland, and then we'll do a straw. You can go to the bottom one and go across the bottom once.
Let's make sure we have the go straight anizer, or is it an anator? Control W, of course.
And then once you're done with the headland and you get turned back around, you want to enable straw swath.
Ah, okay.
So that is comma.
Alrighty. Yeah, good call not to have it on the headlands. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get plenty of straw from just the flat out rows. And I need to take a quick bow break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to take one after I get this going as well.
All right. Had to turn my air conditioner on. Getting toasty warm in here. Getting a late summer heat wave, which I don't mind at all, but I don't know why the headers, like, is it just like an off? Oops. Damn it. It's weird. It's like overhangs. It's almost like the AI. It's like the header width is off or something like that. Like it doesn't recognize the full width of this header, which is weird. Okay, so the next thing is this is in need of fuel, but 660,000. That's a pretty good amount. Wish you could figure out which mod it is. When you look at a field that's ready to harvest, there's a mod out there somewhere. I think that when you look at the field, it gives you the estimated yield. I don't know what it is because none of my fields do that. I'm sure that there is one, and I thought I had it. I thought I had the mod that does that, or maybe my fields are just so large that they just it just airs out. It's like, no, I can't even tell you how much it's going to be. Now, anybody with experience with this game, like, one thing I'm curious, right? So, I watched like 3 different videos for sugarcane. Not one of them referenced the fact that you can get more than one harvest from a planting, right? I think Coffee told me you can get 3 harvests out of a planting. But not one video that I saw, like, talked about that, or the procedure that you go through to actually, like, prepare the next thing, because I can't get rid of this needs plowing, right? This needs plowing is like, I don't know how to get rid of that without plowing, and plowing would eliminate the ability to harvest it. So what do I have to do to get rid of that needs plowing and not destroy the actual fact that it's going to be regrown? I don't know what exactly I need to do in order to enable that. So yeah, if you guys know, if you have experience with the sugarcane, I am really interested to know how that works. Okay. So I believe those... What are the widths? What are the widths on those headers? 18. So 18, 36, 54. Oh. There we go. Yeah, this is one of my modded. The TARDIS loader wagon is one I modded. Which is, again, a download. If you look in the description, there's a link to my Discord. In the main general chat, there's a pinned message. You just look at pinned messages, all of the URLs, the URL to just all of the mods and all of the maps, and then I broke down like what each map is, kind of a progression. When I was making the map for this game, it was kind of a progression on like the more I learned, the more experienced I became, you know, the more comfortable I was for everything. And you know, it's just every iteration of the map I was able to, you know, push it forward a little bit on what I was trying to do. Learning and learning and learning how everything fits together.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh my god. I tried to make this thing not I tried to see if I could make the header on this thing, or the pickup thing, not bounce, so it just stays on the ground, but I could not figure out how to do that.
Weird.
So yeah, you want to avoid running over the windrows with this thing, because the header will bounce up and then skip a bunch of shit, and you don't want to skip a bunch of shit. That's bad. That's bad.
I might have a lead on what I was talking about. I'm gonna look it up quick.
I think it's really fascinating. Anybody who's been watching the news, one of the things that's come out in the last little bit, last week, I think, due to a lawsuit, from X or 2X, there's in the discovery, they had to disclose who were the investors that enabled Elon to buy Twitter.
Oh boy.
And there is over 100 names on the list. And it's really fascinating who actually enabled Elon to buy it. Because when you think about it, okay, how much hate has this guy gotten for buying Twitter, right? How much hate has he gotten? Who has criticized him? And then you look at the people who basically enabled him to do it, And some of the names are recognizable. The founder of Oracle, Larry, whatever his name is, I forgot what his name is. The founder of Oracle was one of the big investors. You know, this guy has literally tweeted twice in his life, right? Twice in his life, and he was one of the guys who put in money for Elon to buy Twitter. There's a Saudi prince in the list.
Huh.
And you think, like, that doesn't make sense. Well, it makes sense in a way. Because, you know, there are hundreds of Saudi princes, and they don't all see eye to eye. So it makes sense that somebody in that hierarchy would be like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's see what happens. You know, Andreessen, the Andreessen Horowitz Fund. So Mark Andreessen was the guy who invented Netscape, or Mozilla. You know, basically invented website browsing as we know it today. He was one of the investors. So it's really interesting when you look at that and you're going, all right, who enabled this to happen? And then and it's like a lot of the, like, Fidelity funds and a lot of stuff like that, sure, but it's just really interesting when you see, like, who is behind trying to shore up freedom of speech. Like, the true people who are kind of fighting the system, basically. Fascinating stuff.
And I assume it was requested by people who aren't actually interested in you know, in those people more.
Well, it was a lawsuit. I think it was a class action lawsuit from the employees that Elon fired when he took over. Some of those employees got together and were suing him for whatever reason. And during that discovery, they got the list, basically, of how he was able to do it. And then, of course, they leaked that information, blah, 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 blah. But
I didn't find any articles. You know, I mentioned that thing earlier about low income and mortgages. I talked to my dad, and he said it might have been one of those organizations like the NAACP, Baby Southern Poverty Law Center, or something like that.
you gotta remind me again of what you said.
For mortgages, requiring low-income people to get mortgages.
Requiring them?
Yep.
I mean, there were subprime mortgages that they were offering. I don't know what you mean by requiring them, though.
Yeah. Well, what he said was that one of those organizations was suing banks and trying to force them to take on risky mortgages.
Well, that would make sense. I mean, the people at that head those organizations have no sense of responsibility or personal responsibility. Like, yes, let's give a whole bunch of mortgages to people who can't afford them just because they're minorities. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
Really? You're really gonna do that? That just makes them even worse off, because when they eventually default on that loan, that follows them around for the rest of their life, right?
Right.
And it's like, all you're doing is hurting the people that you're trying to help. But no, you can't ever admit that, because God forbid, you admit that. We have more cake. Next month we're going to sell all this for huge profits. Huge profits. Well, hopefully huge profits. Okay, we are gonna need this. We're gonna need one more of these. There's gotta be one around here somewhere we can use. Why don't you grab the tractor with the manure in it?
Oh, yeah.
Go and drop the manure off in the fertilizer factory. Which is the two big white silo-looking things. The manure goes in the fertilizer factory, and then the empty wagon we're gonna need out here, because I think these wagons are gonna be... There's no way to... I tried to unload them in situ, right? I tried to drive next to them and unload them like a combine, but for some reason the AI, right, it doesn't lower the thing, or it doesn't detect that it's able to empty out, so you basically have to let it fill. I mean, they may make it to the end, but just in case, we have a couple spares. The corn will absolutely make it to the end.
Oh, that's right. With this one, you have to extend the thingamajiggy and all this stuff. It seems no matter what I do, I just can't get my brain to work today. Although, funnily enough, if I were to sit down and play Oxygen Not Included, I'd probably be fine.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's probably just muscle memory that you're working on there.
Yep. I mean, they have a new few machines and stuff, but yeah, it's mostly just reactionary. Reactionary. There we go. That's what it is.
Yeah, you see how, like... I can sense the game is, like... It's struggling. I don't know if that comes... Don't know if that comes through on the stream very well, but yeah, I can tell, like... The game is kind of struggling right now.
Yeah, which vehicle was I in? Darn it. There it is. Yeah, I've been noticing I've been having a tough time steering again, but I guess maybe that's... Oh yeah, there's definitely something up with the game itself. I'm having that problem where the steering seems to get stuck in place. Or, you know, I start turning left, and rather than doing a minor correction, you know, I just tap it. Rather than just moving a little bit, it like locks that wheel way over and almost do a Yui. Okay, I'm gonna park this tractor with the trailer that had the fertilizer is kind of on the north side because I'm not sure where it'll need to be.
It's got the empty trailer in it.
Yeah, it's got the trailer.
Okay. Yeah, it just needs to be near there because that's the other one is just waiting.
So you can't transfer from one to the other.
Yeah, it doesn't. When you pull up next to the harvester, right? The wagon it has it unfolds the auger part of it, but when you pull up next to it, it doesn't go down and drain into the next one, which was unfortunate because
that makes me think that it might be separate function calls or something.
well, yeah, it's because that is the forage wagon is kind of a different thing because the capacity isn't part of the machine; it's a separate thing. You know. It's a much more complex script system that has to because if you sit in the machine and as it's turning a corner, the pipe on the harvester actually follows the wagon and it does that automatically. Yeah. So that is a script that is updating and following that wagon. Now, if you have a small enough wagon, you can pull two of them. And the pipe, because I have the extended pipe, you can actually hit two wagons. Like you could, if we had the smaller version of a wagon, you could do two wagons behind it, and you would be able to hit both wagons, and so you'd have twice as much storage. So, but the fact that you can't pull up next to it and unload it, it just bothers me.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that the pipe follows the wagon, that's automatic. Like. That's the script following that. But we got the corn harvest is just about done. So I think that, that top one coming down will be fine.
Like there's two more runs.
Yeah,
okay.
He'll come down and then back up and he'll be done. This one coming up will be done. Just in time. They got 80% full grain tank. That's just fine.
It's kind of weird. It was kind of churning at the beginning.
We'll have a strip of shame left on this one, but it'll be damn close though. Wow, this is gonna be really close. If this wasn't overlapped so much, it probably would be perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the little overlap. I don't know why the AI does that, but it is endlessly annoying because when we get to the end of this row, there could easily be a little nub on the end of the row because when it turns into the thing, it I don't know why it does that, but it does it. And every single header that you do does it. Let it drain out of its straw and fire. And clean it.
You almost got to ask yourself, okay, if it still can't get it right, why did I bother making a header for it?
I don't know. If I knew where in the script it did that, I'd be able to fix it, but I have no idea where that is. All right.
Oh, I should have paid more attention to where you brought that stuff. It's really weird. Most of the time I have to, when a worker's done, I have to hop out of the vehicle and back in before I can do anything. Yeah, I did. Pass where the... Sorry, just watch the vehicle. I can't help but laugh when I hear that. I know it's coming, but still.
You should have seen when I was testing, when I was trying to find the audio. I was playing a lot of these clips, and I wasn't wearing headphones, so it was coming through my sound system. My fucking cat was like, "What is going on right now? Like, where are all these sounds coming from?" She was like looking around, like, "What?" All these cat sounds and like kittens and different like. So
you know that didn't occur to me,
it was freaking her out.
I was wondering about that, but I'm like, nah, he had to have been wearing headphones. His cat wouldn't be hearing that.
No.
Oh man.
Yeah, and I didn't realize it right away. Like, I was in the middle of like going through, and I was going through a couple of different pages, and I was like, nothing really set right. And I kind of sat back in my chair, and I looked around, and the cat was on the couch, and her head was up, and she was like looking around, like, what? That's when I realized, like, oh shit.
Whoops.
She's like, "You're cheating on me." How could you?
How dare you, human? You are my property.
All right, so this is going to be a unique. Let's see if we can't. Hope for the best.
All right, this trailer with the corn in it is full.
See if you can put any in the actual mill itself, the general mill. There might be some capacity available in there for the corn. Whatever's left. I don't know how much you have left.
I think it'll fit. Yeah. Looks like it'll probably be close to 8 million. The heck? Just spit out a little bit of straw swath out the back.
Yeah, fucking things do that. I don't know what it's a rounding error or what, but yeah, they do that sometimes. It's annoying. I usually don't have straw. Like, once I get a good amount of straw, I usually don't do it, even though it's kind of money that you sort of burn if you don't do it. But you get there's a way to turn straw into more money, but it's time consuming. Like, you can, in the farm supply factory, I have a recipe in there that you can convert it into silage, and then obviously the silage you can then convert into you can convert that into methane, but you know, it takes time and money and more in terms of like just fiddling around, because I don't have, for some reason I didn't make straw. The capacity of straw in the farm supply factory, I didn't set that to my standard, so it's 5 million instead of 10 million. So you got to babysit it a lot more, which is fine when it's like the only factory you have on your farm. Like, if it's the only thing you're working with, then you can babysit it all day. But when you have as much production as we have in this mega farm, like it's every little efficiency helps. All right, just about done with this process.
Strange, the flashing lights are still going on both of these harvesters that we're running. Is there a special key you need to hit to...
Might be a, might be a.
I cycled through flashlight.
Yeah, it's not the flash. What is the flasher hotkey? It might be like home or end or something like that. I can't remember.
Home.
But I was gonna say it might be just a multiplayer thing, because
Yeah. Yeah, for all I know, they were off on your side. Because you're the hostess with the mostest.
I am. So now we got to figure out what we're gonna do next week. Now that the harvest season is over. I mean, I guess it's not over. It's just all the early season stuff is, you know, wheat harvest is done. Now farmers are starting to pull in some of their later season crops. Sunflowers are late season. They're usually October. Potatoes are usually late September. I don't know when.
Well, my guess would be that you're probably not going to harvest anything that you plant this late in the game.
Yeah, if you were playing with seasons on, which I don't do. I can just plant anything anytime. It doesn't really matter. But when you play with seasons on, you really can't plant anything anytime. It is very specific when you can plant. So there are times where you would have fields, you would harvest fields, and they would sit unplanted, you know, over the winter, just like a real farm. That is the thing in the game. I just don't play like that because, especially streaming, because it's like I like to actually have shit to do while I'm streaming.
Okay, since there's a pause, the harvesters over here stopped.
Yeah, so now you got to swap the wagons out. So I can hop in one of these. We're gonna fire a dude. Back way up. Unhook you. Pull forward. Get the new wagon. Are you gonna?
Yep, I'm on one.
Yeah. Bring in the new wagon. And
wonder if I can hit Q while moving and have it like launch.
Oh yeah. Well, it doesn't launch, but it does unhook. You got to then hook up the wagon I dropped off.
Yep.
And then have this unfold, which should dump a bunch in there. And then we'll do the same with this. Oh, damn it.
And since I was going so fast, it actually did make it a ways away from me. If I had let it go later, I think that would have actually worked. We've gotten pretty close to you. Or knocked you over, too. But I call that a win-win. Okay, you're already disconnected and everything's good over here. Where are these going?
Sugarcane gets dropped into the general mill.
Okay.
And it'll chew it up pretty fast, so it's not...
I was pretty sure that's where it was going, but I'm never certain on this game. It's not like it's complicated in that respect. I just can't get my head around it, or my brain is rejecting the information.
So, like, next week, like,
Yeah, probably too early to do anything like a Factorio yet. The near vanilla playthrough.
yeah, I'm really not sure what to tackle.
I mean, you said you got shapes too. You could run that.
Yeah, there's a couple single player games that I could cover. And I'm not against doing a week or two of single player games. I just don't want to alienate somebody. Satisfactory. I mean, I could do something next week because the week after could be Satisfactory because 1.0 is going to drop on the 10th, right? So, next Saturday is what, the 7th?
Yep, gotta be. So that Tuesday.
So yeah, the 10th is going to drop, so we could easily do a Satisfactory. And I don't anticipate like playing all through the game. Just because it becomes so much of a grind. And just a time sink. And not really engaging gameplay, in my opinion. You know, they're finally adding the tier 6 belt. You know, a 1200 item per minute or something like that belt.
Which is just crazy. And the funny part about that is that the higher tier belts are mostly going to be on the low tier items.
Yeah, it's going to be minor. The only thing that really requires that level of belt is the fully overclocked Mark II miner. Is the only thing that actually produces something at 1200 per minute. And then of course downwind you're going to need, you know, it supports 48 smelters if you have like iron, right? 48 smelters for that. Which is fine. I have no issue with like high level stuff. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's just that the unfortunate part about that is that every new building slows the game down that much more. And you know, if you're building 48 smelters alone for one, you know, just for one belt of iron, it's like, wow, okay, how about the other ores that I need? Joe's comment.
The tractor will make. Oh yeah. That's where new tractors come from.
Park this over with the rest of them, probably.
You're gonna want to dump out what's in there into the wagon that is half empty, that's sitting at the thing.
Alright.
Then disconnect the wagon itself. And then drop off the header near the vehicle factory. You'll see where I dropped where I dropped mine off. Switch it back for the forage header. Come on. There it is. And then back to the regular wagons over here. There we go. Now. Still nobody told me how to get rid of the damn needs plowing out of here. Without tearing up the ground. Like, I don't know how to get rid of that needs plowing because I don't want to plow it up. Right? This is still sugarcane and it will regrow. I don't want to plow it, so I don't know how to get rid of that needs plowing without like plowing it. Like what? I don't know. Maybe Coffee would know. I don't know. But we need to really? Oh man. Before you shit. Let me jump into that.
Oh, sure.
There's a couple spots that were missed because the AI just sucks ass, and they're impossible to spot because there's not actually plants. They're just strips of ground.
Huh.
And they're really, really annoying.
Weird. Watching on the stream now. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, it's just like little strips, and there's some in there. I got almost 4,000 out of it. And so it's like it's just one little square, and if you don't actually hit it, then liming it and then fertilizing it just sucks. It really sucks.
You mean to get that limer going on the north side?
You can have it go across the top and then turn it around on the side, but don't actually run it on the side. We need the one to come along the bottom first, because
yeah,
get these.
and if I've got time, I'll start that one too.
There. 7,000. A little, no, 7,400. 7,400 is what I was able to pull out of there.
Wow. Is there any way to tell whether this is liming or not? Because I don't see any difference on it.
Yeah, I know. And that's, okay. Yeah. It's lined up. I have it lined up. So I use the guides, the VCA guides for that. It's the only real indication.
Get it lined up for the south grass. Just like how difficult it is to try and visualize the, getting this one lined up. Sometimes that blue line kind of blends in.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to change the color of that line. I don't think there's a setting that does it, but I don't even know how they draw that. Like,
Yeah.
lots of aspects of this game that are just still mysteries to me.
Yeah, it doesn't help. They don't give you much access to all the functions and the calls and the things
Okay,
and stuff.
so
Yes, it sounds like Joe definitely approves of the cat sound. It is yet to not give him a laugh. Or a smile.
well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
And the fact that I'm drifting in this $400,000 sprayer should also bring a smile. Drifting around corners.
Yes. Because that's how physics works, folks.
Yeah, that's what you do in farming equipment is you drift around corners with your tractors. Okay, so you have that one ready to go, so I can go ahead and start this one.
Yep.
And you just sort of creep forward and you hit H until it actually takes. There it is. Once you have it lined up, you hit H, and then as soon as you're past the edge, it'll pick. Oh, you already got it. Okay. I was just gonna say. Yeah, that's another thing about the stupid sugarcane. It's just like, how do you get rid of the needs plowing without plowing? That would be nice. I don't know if a cultivator. I tried a mulcher, and it stripped the plant. I had to replant the little test strip I did, so that didn't work. The mulcher didn't work. So it was just like frustrating. And this should be, the width on this should be, we got to double check when you get to the end of your row, stop it, or at least when it turns around on its own. You want to check the width by hitting like Control C. But there can't be an AI worker because they fuck everything up.
Yeah.
But the width has not be 42 but 41 and a half, and that's important.
What is this one set at? Yeah, I don't see
So
anywhere.
Control C.
Should I fire the worker? And
41 and a half. There it is. Yeah. So yeah, as soon as he gets lined up and just as they're taking off, hit H to fire him, and then just hit Control C to verify their 41 and a half. And that's important. You cannot reset their width. The line, it has to be 41 and a half, otherwise they skip little squares in the middle of the field, and it's really annoying when they do that. Because if you look at the bottom, right, look at the bottom row that you did across, right, you can see little nubs sticking out of the row. That is the little, every once in a while there's like a rounding error and it misses that. So that 41 and a half change overlaps them a half a meter, and it ensures that it covers that. So that's why I have dedicated tractors to my limers, because they have that set, and I never ever want to reset their width. Because then I don't have to manually reset it again and again and again. But yeah, once it's set, and you don't have to futz with it anymore.
And yeah, this one's at 42, so...
Yeah, you want to...
In the Control C, it says 41.5.
Okay, if it says it there, then it should be good.
Okay. Back this up again a little bit here, just to make sure it's all covered. Okay, looks like the higher took. So we're out of space for sugar. Should I make
Just leave it.
Free of that? Okay.
Well, it will be used. Go check the cake.
Sure.
I think that cake should be good. We can pull that trailer off park it next to all the other ones, and then grab the last remaining empty trailer and more cake.
Yeah.
Ugh. I hate that I cannot hire this worker, but I guess I just have to manually roll with it. I have to manually farm? Jeez. What's this world coming to when I have to manually farm? I'm used to being able to hire 8 workers. I hate that in multiplayer, even with LAN, like the top tier setting for speed, internet speed, I still am limited to 5 AI work. Like, it's so stupid. If I were to be playing this in single player, I'd literally be able to have 8 workers going at once.
Oh, okay, so that's the... Took me a sec to find the empty trailer you mentioned. Yeah, I don't know if you caught Joe's comment.
The farm and the farm, make a farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I've gotten pretty good at drifting those sprayers. Like, I can drift them and like park them next to one another just by like drifting sideways into the parking space. Sometimes catastrophe happens, but you know, it takes practice.
Part of the fun.
Yeah, I remember when I saw that Tokyo Drift years and years ago. I remember I've seen that movie exactly one time. I could not tell you a single plot point that happened, but I do remember the drifting of those cars, especially when they were drifting in the parking garage, when they were drifting their way around and around, like the ramps, like those ramps in parking garages that go around. And they were drifting around with a very limited space, right? They were drifting those cars. I remember when I saw that and went, holy, whatever the stunt drivers were who were in that movie, they should have gotten awards. The precision that you would need to have in order to be able to do that and not cause catastrophic damage and stuff. I cannot imagine the level of expertise that it would have taken to drift around in a parking garage in a I mean, it's hard enough to drive in a parking garage around those like those circular ramps. I can't imagine trying to drift at speed around those things. But that's the one thing I remember from that movie is, holy shit, like, whoever was driving, that is crazy. Yeah, they would have had to use pro drivers. Like, there's no other choice. There's no way the actors were fucking doing that. Like, there's no way. Especially, like, insurance, like, like, if something went wrong, like, I just couldn't imagine. But man, the nerves, the attention, the like how fast your mind has to think when you're going, 50 around a corner with limited space and you're drifting, like your brain has to literally have a higher refresh rate to be able to do that.
Yeah. They must be able to do some pretty crazy math with their brain, even if it doesn't come across as math.
I mean, it's just pure muscle memory. You do something so much, and you're just like, you get a feel. Even when I'm in my car, you get a feel for your environment. I mean, I have avoided, just this summer, I've avoided 2 major accidents. in a span of a month, 2 different people tried to merge into my lane right next to me, like my car was invisible, right? Like I was in Wonder Woman's plane. I was just not even there, and they were just like literally. I would be driving, and I would see out of the corner of my eye the bumper of this car, like getting closer and closer, and I'd be like, "What the like my." I'm hyper aware of cars around me, and twice in a span of a month, 2 cars tried to just merge right into my lane like I wasn't even there. And I was just like, what the fuck are these people doing? Like, it's not like I was in your blind spot. I was literally ahead of you a little ways. Like, it just, yeah, people driving, I swear to God, drivers have gotten worse as I've gotten older. Like, it's just fewer and fewer people even care to pay attention anymore.
In part, one of the just base things is just the lack of responsibility that everybody has now.
Yeah, it's
just the like malaise.
I got behind somebody. Oh my God, I had to honk my horn at them because I wanted to get out of my car and just shake them. I was behind somebody, and they had their left turn blinker on. I was also turning left. And it was at an intersection that was not oft traveled. And so there wasn't a protected left turn, but there was a left arrow, but it would go to yellow and it would blink. And there was a sign right next to it that said left turn yield on blinking and a symbol, right? Left turn yield on blinking. And as I was pulling up behind this person, their left arrow was on, or their blinker was on, and we had a green light, and they didn't turn. And I pulled up behind them, and I was like, "What the like? How do you not turn?" And this is one of those lights that takes a long time to cycle, right? Your lane has 30 seconds, and the other lane has 2 minutes, right? So you're sitting there for a while until you get the next green cycle. And so I'm like, God damn it. And so we finally get the green, and the car in front of me, a couple cars pass, and the car in front of me doesn't turn left, right? And I'm like, and then the light turns yellow, and they don't turn left. And I'm sitting there going, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how do you not turn left? And so I'm sitting there going, I was like, oh man, I'm behind somebody who does not know what the fuck they're doing. And so, sure enough, the next green happens, and they don't turn left. And I just hit my horn because the light turns yellow, and they still haven't turned left. It's like they're waiting for the green arrow, and the sign right up there says, you get a yellow blinking arrow. You got to yield on it, but oh my God. And finally I hit my horn, and they actually turned left. I'm just like, if I was a person in charge, the license would be immediately revoked. You'd go back to school, and you would have to do a 3-month intense how to goddamn drive sort of lesson, because, man, it's so aggravating getting behind somebody who just doesn't pay attention. So aggravating.
Yeah.
I think you missed a spot in the field, by the way.
Okay, it did. That was the one going the other way. I'll catch it.
And this.
Yeah, I caught it in time, but it almost ran into me because I had to do that, fire, and then I had to fire it and then get back in the vehicle, and the other one was still approaching.
Actually, we need to do this one again.
Go. But yeah, getting somebody not seeing you in the other lane. I had that happen to me one time too, and there was no excuse. I even looked at the person, and they, they did not once look towards me.
Yeah. Well, they knew they fucked up. I mean, they knew.
I'm not sure if they even saw me after the fact.
I
Because
mean, that could be
the other
too.
lane was still clear, you would think that they would look, notice I'm there and, oh, let me move over a little bit so that you're not riding on the shoulder of the highway.
I saw somebody
Oh,
posted,
crazy.
it's the craziest shit. They posted a video and then they had more information, right? So somebody posted the video and then the internet does what it does and it investigated what the situation was around this, right? So the video was this kind of road ragey vehicle. It was an SUV, a very new looking SUV, and pretty nice vehicle, and they were driving really, really aggressively, like trying to like get around cars. Just like, what's the hurry, right? You're literally gonna kill yourself just being in a hurry getting somewhere. Like, are you late for a hair appointment? Like, can't, like, what's going on? Huh? What's going on? And so they like aggressively are trying to get around, and so they finally go into the shoulder and they try to blast by somebody, and of course you don't drive in the shoulder. Like, that's the worst place to try to speed. They end up going right into the ditch, like flipping over. Like, they more than totaled this car, right? Just obliterated this car. And the internet being the internet, they investigated because you could catch the license plate. So it turns out the person driving was a woman. Not a surprise. Well, kind of a surprise. They're usually not super aggressive. This was her third totaled car in like 4 years because of this driving. This aggressive, like, impatient driving. Third totaled vehicle. And she, like, I remember seeing this because she was married, and like, I just imagine, like, being somebody's husband, getting this news. I would just be like, we're getting divorced. Like, like your next car you're paying for. Like, what the hell are you doing driving like this? But I couldn't believe it. Third totaled vehicle because of aggressive road rage style driving. Third vehicle. What are you driving?
It's another plow. That's what we're doing here, right?
Oh, yeah. I was like, my brain short circuited there. Where did you put the? Oh, there it is.
I didn't allow space for a fourth one. Oh, that.
Yeah.
Fertilizer. I'm not sure where the other one was.
I already have it
Pablo.
ready to go.
Okay. Pablo asked, I assume, do we speak Spanish?
I took 1 year of Spanish in high school, and so I know, like, not really any Spanish. Yeah, unfortunately, English and bad English is kind of my limitation.
Width on this one isn't right. How do you auto detect width again? Is it like Control Shift?
Control Alt W.
Control Alt. There we go. I just can't keep. I can't stop. Hitting the wrong darn buttons. I think I'd mentioned this to you. I'm not sure if it was on stream or not. But I have a relative that went through. I think the count was 27 cars, and this wasn't the last count. This was, some years ago. That was how many cars he went through before he was like 21, I think.
Jesus.
Yeah. Or maybe that one was 25. Oop, this is going too quick. Starting to go wibbly wobbly. I mean, heck, my count is. Oh, let's see. I think I retired my 4th car.
I mean, I've had a few cars, but I mean, 2 of them were totaled, but not my fault.
Right.
I've been in a total of 1 accident. It's my fault, and that was like my first year of driving. And the person I hit drove off and didn't pull over. Like, so.
Oh boy.
It was just like, okay, and I mean, it wasn't a severe accident, but it was just like they must not have had insurance. That's my fam was like, they probably didn't have any insurance, and doesn't matter if you get if you're not even the person that got in the caused the accident. If you don't have insurance, you get massively fined. So they just drove off. I mean, I even followed them for a little bit, thinking that they were going to pull off into like a parking lot or something, but no, they just didn't pull off. But I was like barely 16. Like, it was in my first winter driving, so roads were slick. Like, but ever since then, man, I have been very diligent in my driving, and I've avoided so many accidents, and the 2 major ones that totaled cars were other people messing up, which is why I'm so vigilant when I drive, because it's just like I'm looking forward to FSD, full FSD. Get these goddamn drivers away, these human drivers away from the wheel. Like, Jesus, they're so bad.
Unfortunately, the people who get in accidents are probably the same ones that are gonna stay driving.
Pablo, well, I'm learning vintage story modding or JSON videos. All right. Well, I hope that I don't know, that at least visually you can see what's going on, which is why I made the videos. I do streams every Wednesday for Vintage Story, by the way, so you can look up that, and maybe learn something, or you could ask questions during a Wednesday stream, and we can
Language barrier.
we can do it live. Well, I mean, yeah, but visually, if he can learn something visually, you could pick up something like that pretty, at least know where to look.
And the code is probably going to be in the same language.
Yeah, the code's all in English, so.
Got that worker stopped. I'll stop this one when it gets to the top here. Oh, you got that one. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could have hired a worker a long time ago. Didn't really occur to me. Oh, wash the vehicle again. Sorry. it's kind of funny how adorable cats are. I mean, I know much of you've mentioned this before. A lot of what they are is a reaction. They don't domesticate it themselves. I mean, is their adorableness kind of one of those?
Their meow is.
Features?
Their meow is
Yeah.
a direct result of humans' reaction to it. You know,
Okay.
you don't see lions meow. You just don't. They just don't have the instinct to do that. They roar and they, make noise, but nor do they really purr all that much. So a lot of those like cute features that cats have, they developed. They evolved because we encouraged it. As a species, we were like, yeah, like this is really cute. But they're, as far as like domesticated animals, cats are probably the most or the least changed as far as their instincts go. Because they've not really had to adjust their behavior very much. Their instincts. Their hunting. Like, we wanted to get them for their hunting ability.
Yeah.
And so they've never really had to
Great
change that.
performance.
Whereas, like, dogs, like, your average dog, yeah, it could probably, most dogs could probably survive a little bit in the wild, but most breeds of dogs are completely inept. Can you imagine a Chihuahua in the wild? Not gonna happen.
I was gonna say a pack of pugs, but
a pack of pugs or Chihuahuas or like those things would be meals for other animals. Like there's no way they would survive. The big dogs, Dobermans, the Shepherds, those dogs would survive certainly. But like these little dogs, no, there's no instinct. There's no survival instinct for those. It's been bred out of them. The aggressiveness has been bred out. So yeah. But cats could easily survive. What?
Did I hear you wash a vehicle again?
Yeah.
Okay, because I actually heard that through your sound, your Discord.
Oh, really?
It'd be interesting to see if there was like a supercomputer that could, basically fast forward time and see if see what breeds of dog would survive in the wild, and kind of what they would evolve into, kind of like a couple of years back I mentioned that dingoes were evolved dogs, not an offshoot of wolves. I mean, other than the fact that all dogs originated from wolves, but
There's too many variables. Even a supercomputer, it's too many variables. Because
oh yeah, I'm talking 10 million years in the future. We're all floating balls of gas.
I mean, yeah, you got a computer the size of Jupiter, and you could simulate each atom individually, each chemical gene individually, count the mutations, know exactly what the genes do. Like, sure, but by then we wouldn't care because we've evolved well past the need for dogs, and we probably be no dogs alive.
I suppose we probably don't need a simulation because, as you mentioned, we're all going to be in bunkers pretty soon. The few of us that are alive.
Cats will always be around for the chin scritches, though. Chin scritches all day.
Well, they'll be in the bunkers too.
Yeah.
Ah. Silly steering wheel. Or let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. The cat overlords will be with their human servants. In bunkers.
Yeah, or like the, if you watch any of the Netflix, the Love, Death, and Robots, it's kind of an ongoing theme of the fall of humanity. There's, I think each season has one or maybe two episodes that were just robots roaming around the ruined Earth talking about the fall of human civilization. And one of those was an episode where it showed a house cat, and the house cats had were basically like a pivotal reason why humanity disappeared. Alright, we got to keep an eye on these to make sure they don't misbehave.
Joe made a good comment if you want to catch up on that.
Bunker. Well, given climate change, igloos are not going to be very common. The world is warming up, and the Arctic is heating up about 4 times faster than everywhere else. So, good luck building an igloo when the Arctic is, 50 degrees.
Well, as far as it goes, they'll make a comeback because once the heat age is over, a new ice age shall occur.
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
Like,
no, not necessarily. But
it could get cooler in regions like if the Atlantic current slows down enough and basically stops. That's what's bringing the heat up to Europe and the UK. This is the Atlantic current going up the east coast of the US. If that stops or slows down, yeah, the UK and Europe would get much, much colder. But that wouldn't necessarily mean an ice age because it doesn't. It wouldn't eliminate the actual heat in the atmosphere. It wouldn't get rid of that. So the heat would still be there. That area would get colder and more miserable to live in. But doesn't mean that, the Sahara is going to get, rain or whatever. It just means that area gets cooler.
it would be very long term.
Yeah, it would be crazy. Ice ages happen over eons, over thousands of years, not decades. That's the main concern with climate change, is we're changing the climate faster than all of the life is built to evolve to compensate for it.
Oh man, it's really hard to tell what.
You can use the overlay, the fertilization overlay. So if you fire that guy after he gets done,
Okay.
so before he turns, you fire that guy. Let the other one go up, and that'll be it. You want to pull him away, so he doesn't interfere, and then you can drive him back. Okay, so these are getting planted. Planting sorghum. Not that we really need it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, the drift is real with these things.
With the sprayers, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the movie Battlefield Earth. Have you seen that one?
Yep.
Don't recommend it, but there was a scene in that one where they were talking about their human servants. There's probably a better word for that, but I'm not going to use it. And how they were, they were the servant species to this other one that didn't turn out very useful. They showed a picture of a someone driving a Cadillac with a dog in the back. So the human was the servant to the dog.
Yeah.
It is kind of fun if you boil that movie down a little bit, and it's like, okay, we won because the aliens are dumb.
Well, we didn't really win. And when you learn the history of that story, you learn where it came from. It makes a lot more sense the way the story unfolds. That movie is based on a one of the many books written by L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't have the background of knowing how the
so L. Ron Hubbard is the guy who wrote Dianetics, which is the foundation of the Scientology belief.
Yeah.
And that's where Battlefield Earth is from.
It's kind of funny. I just got an ad on YouTube, and there's like a new Star Trek game that has the Galaxy Quest crew and ship on it.
Huh. Have you heard about the crazy shit coming out about that Star Wars game that just debuted?
No,
Oh,
I don't think I have.
Ubisoft. I mean, who gives a shit about this company anymore? Ubisoft is so bad.
Right.
They just don't care anymore about their customers. They just don't give a flying F about any of their customers. They will screw you over as much as possible. As to the very limit of your tolerance, they will screw you over, and then they'll finally stop. But like their new Star Wars, like, open world Star Wars game, again, it's got some woke elements to it, but so it's one of these current, like, hey, you want to pay extra for early access to it, you get it the previous weekend. You can pay to like $110 for early access. And so they did that, and obviously the people who mainly do that are YouTubers or streamers, because getting it early means money, right? It allows you to get a little bit bigger of an audience if you can get something early. Like, imagine if I got FarmingSim 25 next week, and I was able to stream FarmingSim 25, right? That would be a huge audience potential, because nobody else is going to do it, right? Nobody else has it. So that would be a massive coup for my channel. Don't anticipate that happening. But
yeah,
that's where these companies make a lot of money, is the audience of getting these early access. So you get it a weekend early. It is riddled with bugs, like massive crazy game-breaking bugs. Just crazy. And to the point where there's progression-breaking bugs, right? They run into a quest or a set of quests that cannot be finished, and they cannot progress in the game, right? Which tells you, like, this AAA game is not polished like they used to be. They didn't really invest anything in QA. So now they're running into these game-breaking bugs. So Ubisoft comes out and it's like, here's an update. We got an update for this game. It's mandatory, and it breaks your save. You have to restart. So there are people that have, 15, 20 hours into the game, and they are forced to restart their save and play all of that content all over again. And they paid for the privilege to do that.
All right.
It's insane. And Ubisoft came out and was like, we apologize for the inconvenience. Here's 100 Ubisoft, credits for our online store. And it's like, it doesn't cost them a dime to give those credits out. It doesn't. This is all digital shit. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't cost them a dime. Like, what are they? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Wow, these are already full. That was fast.
Oh, wow.
Think that much time? Okay. You want to grab the olives and drop those off
Sure.
at the place with the thing and the stuff?
Is it the mill or one of the farm factories?
The mill.
Okay.
Move out of the way, you stupid trailer.
Whoa, overturning. Yeah, I think there's something about this late game where they just overturn. Because I know my brain isn't doing great today, but it's not that bad. It doesn't seem to be consistent. Spy has some comments there.
$130. Yeah, it's like one of the reasons why I was really hesitant to basically pre-order the FarmingSim game, the new version, even though I know I'm gonna play it. I know I'm probably gonna enjoy it because I do play a lot of this just to keep me from sitting and grazing while I'm watching TV. So it's kind of it's part of my diet. It's part of my trying to build better habits of not sitting and watching TV and eating. Those are bad habits that basically my dad helped instill in all of his kids. Very, very bad habits. So I do play it a lot. Just like I said, the other version of the game I've played many hours. Probably another 30 hours beyond what this one was at when we started. So in that vein, it's very much helpful for me to have something to play. But I was like, I'm of the mind nowadays there shouldn't be any leftovers. Olives, there should not be any leftovers.
Yeah, there is, and I'm just dumped a few out too.
Well, this means that is probably full. How much is left over? Is a lot, or?
Is that 80,000? Or is that 89,000? 89,000.
You just sell
Nope.
them. There's
891,000.
Oh,
sorry.
Numbers are hard.
They are. In part, it's the font. I don't like that font. It just kind of blinds together. my opinion, if you have numbers, you should do monospace.
Yeah. Yeah, because the olive oil is probably full in there, which is why it wasn't empty of olives. Because where all of our fucking trailers are taken up with cake, we have a lot of cake to sell, everybody. Yeah, the raisins are full. Like, we need to, believe it or not, we need to actually fast forward time to sell some cake. June, let's see, what is our money at? What is cake at right now? 1,300? We're getting close. Yeah, see, I've anticipated selling the cake. I didn't think we were going to be selling, which is why my grapes are over here. We had a metric ton of grapes. And if we sleep through another night, it's going to be even more grapes. Reminds me, we have flour, chocolate. Chocolate, we're almost able to clear this one. It's gonna be payday. We're gonna get paid.
Yeah. Gonna rain cash pretty soon. Already 2 crates stacked on top of each other for this.
Yeah, they produce pretty fast, and I know some people would probably like, that's too fast. It's like, well, then you need more. You need like a lot more greenhouses, and that's just like, it just adds server overhead. Like, it's just crazy. So you want to limit your server overhead as much as possible.
It'd be fine if there wasn't that problem. You know, yeah, just build more then. But that's not an option.
Oh, blocked by an object. Oh, shit.
Oh. We forget about that.
Okay, yep. The one that's in front, you're going to want, as soon as it sits to the edge of the row, you're going to want to fire him and pull it off so the one behind can get in there.
We might have to swap. I don't know if I'll be able to do it that quickly.
Well, no, the one behind will do it on its own. It'll finish the row on its own. But the one in front, you want to fire because he'll try to turn around, and that'll be bad.
Yeah. Try to do it quick enough with it, but
oh, why is there a gap? Why did he miss?
Oh, I had gotten back in this vehicle. Maybe that was it. That's the only thing I can think of.
This game is annoying. Pull it forward.
Trying.
There you go.
Remember, there's often a thing where I have to hop out and hop back in.
Oh. All right, we're gonna turn
That's what
him
I was
around.
trying to say.
we go. Fold it up. Wash it off.
So I was thinking about the whole cat thing and evolution and all that stuff, and a weird question sprung to mind. Do you think that dogs hate squirrels as much as wolves do, or was that kind of evolved into them?
Well, a wolf would see a squirrel as a meal.
Yeah.
So a dog, no, you know, dogs will go after rabbits just as much as a squirrel. Like, it just, to them, it's a meal. Now, you know, we may treat it differently, but I think it's instinctual to hunt something smaller than it's. I mean, I've seen dogs barking and going crazy with, you know, with buffalo. Like, it's just like that's funny to me. Or dogs, like, I've seen dogs like barking at like literal like lions. Like, they have no survival instincts, right? So we've kind of bred out of dogs worrying about nature, right? We've bred out of them nature, and so they just bark at everything. They'll literally chase cars and get hit by cars because they just don't have any survival instinct. They think everything is like either a toy or food or something, and they just don't care.
Or that their human will take care of them.
Right. That's their world is protected. And so it's just like it's just we've bred out a lot of the survival instinct, which means that they're just not gonna really survive all that well. Most breeds anyway.
And yeah, more what I was you know, had on my mind. I didn't necessarily say it, but you know, was thinking about was that, you know, you'll just see a dog sitting at the base of a tree just barking at it for hours because there's a squirrel in it. It's like, okay, it's obviously not going to come down because you're literally barking at it. So what's going on here?
Well, yeah, dogs. I mean, I'm not a dog person. Anybody who knows me knows that's usually true, and it stems from I was attacked by a dog when I was really young, like 7 years old. I was attacked by a dog, so it stems from that, right? Which is, you know, it sucks, but you know, for many years I didn't want anything to do with any dog at all ever. But when it came to like some species or some breeds of dogs, it was like I had a little bit more tolerance, and it came down to like how well trained they were. Dogs who act like typical dogs, I just don't have time for. It's just too much like a toddler. Like, it's a toddler that never grows up. It's a toddler that never learns. You know, they will bark at every noise. They will bark at every movement, no matter what, right? They bark at it when they're puppies. They'll bark at it when they're 10 years old. They never learn. A cat will learn all of the noises and all of the sounds of your place, and will alert you to weird things. A dog will just bark at anything, and everything in the wind. And the neighbors who I think were kicked out, that I complained about over the summer several times about their dogs. They would leave. They had 4 little yippy dogs, 4 of them, and they had free reign. They left one of the doors open in the house, and the dogs would be able to come and go into the yard. And they would just 2 a.m. I would hear all 4 dogs out there barking at God knows what, 2 a.m, just all the time. And it was just like, why? Like, why do you have these animals that do this? It's not like it's not like they're alerting you to intruders. They're alerting you to the fact that there are birds flying outside. Like, this shouldn't be news. They bark the same whether it's a person or whether it's a squirrel. It doesn't matter, right? So why have this thing and you're annoying all your neighbors? So that kind of mentality of dogs, I just am like, God, I just don't have any patience for. If a dog is well trained to know its, know its yard and know its territory, then it's very useful. And if it's well trained, then it's like, yeah, go for it. Like, I don't. Yeah, I'm not a dog. I've never been a dog person. I just don't see. I don't see the benefit of having a toddler that never grows up. I think it would just get frustrating. Just really high maintenance. I mean, you're constantly letting the dogs out every day. This is just a routine that you have to take care of these animals. Like my cat, like I clean the litter box every couple days. I scoop out the litter box. She cleans herself. She takes care of herself. Makes sure her food is like, it's just very low maintenance. I have to deal with cat hair everywhere, but you'd have to deal with dog hair even too. So that's not unique.
Wait. Ubisoft game that the mini games solve themselves. The comment from Spy.
Is that the mini games solve them? I don't have a lot of experience with Ubisoft. I've tried to avoid them as much as I possibly can.
I think he was talking about the one you're referencing.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, there have been some streams. I know Asmongold did a stream that was hilarious. He was literally surrounded by enemies, and he was crouched. He was crouched in this little area of grass. If you can find I think it's on X. You can find the Asmongold clip. But there's this tiny little patch of grass, like long grass, that he's crouched in, and he's surrounded by enemies, and they can't find him, right? Because he's crouched in this grass, and they're literally standing next to his character, and they don't see him, and he's sitting there going, "What the hell is going?" So it's so bad. It's so bad. And shouldn't we be at a spot in today's world where our game AI is good enough where we can't get away with that kind of shit anymore? Like, you should be able to train an AI in a game that does really well. I mean, they've had to dumb down AIs that they've trained on, like StarCraft. They trained an AI in StarCraft 2 that was so good because it basically cheated. It was able to basically monitor the entire map all at the same time and control all of its armies all at the same time in a superhuman way, which wasn't fair. It gave it an unfair advantage. And so they had to dumb it down where it was only able to like issue commands in the view that it was looking at, and they had to slow it down to human standards. So they had to like dumb it down to give humans even a chance at winning. So we should be able to develop an AI awareness system for a game that isn't so freaking cheap and cheesy, that gives you a little bit of challenge. But no, for some reason these companies they don't care about that. They care about this is a female main character. They're possibly gay. They have a love affair with a robot. They do whatever they can for DEI and all that shit, and they avoid actually making it good. And it's so stupid. So yeah, I for Ubisoft, I try to use them as little as possible. I do have Anno 1800. I think they're the publisher of the Anno games. I don't know if I don't think they're the developer of them. But Anno 1800, I remember I played it several years ago when it first came out, and just the time period and then the art style was unbelievably good. And the engine they built for it is so good. And if you play it today, that's actually moddable. Like, they have tons of mods for it now. So that I'll support, because I think it's a different developer. I want to say it's a different developer that does the Anno games. Like Avalanche or something like that. And the next Anno game, oh my god, when they announced the next Anno game, I got like a nerd boner. It's gonna be so good. But yeah, the next Anno game is gonna take place in the Roman era. And I'm like, oh my god, it's so cliche, right? Middle-aged guy loving the Roman Empire. I mean, it's so cliche. But taking place in Rome in the Roman era is going to be it's going to be glorious. I'm so looking forward to that. And I've never heard of anybody from the developer of the game. I've never heard anybody describe or explain why every Anno game, the digits of the year of every Anno game add up to 9. I don't know why. I don't know why they chose to do that. But yeah. The next Anno game I think is 117. Anno 117. The one I was talking about, Anno 1800. All of the digits, when you add them all up, add up to 9. Every single Anno game. Look it up. It's weird. Why would they do that? I have no idea why. Right? But somebody in the system chose to do that, and they just kept with it, I guess. I don't know.
Well, Spy made an interesting comment.
Mounted the map to that's funny. I do know that, yeah, when they implement AI, like more complex AIs into games, the emergent behavior that comes out of them is fascinating and a little scary. Like that. Hunted the map to extinct, like, yeah. It's really fascinating when you let loose sort of an AI, a more realistic AI into a game world, into a simulation. Very, very fascinating what happens. Unlike a lot of people, I think we're still quite a ways away from AGI. I just think we don't understand what consciousness is in the first place. So how could we possibly simulate it? Like, we don't understand how it works. How could we even get close to simulating it, or enabling it? I think we're still a long ways away, unless it weirdly spontaneously happens through some weird fluke of, I don't know,
I think
quantum
that is
mechanics.
pretty much the prevailing theory.
Yeah, if it happens by accident, then fine. But I don't think we're gonna purposefully do it. I think AGI is, I think we're still a ways away from this. Okay, so as soon as this cake is loaded, we're gonna fast forward. I think all of our fields are basically done. And then this will get some weeds next month, which is fine. I have some modded weeders. We'll go purchase. Where are they? Weeders. This right here. The Borgalt Harrow was the widest that I could find, right? At 27.4 meters. So we gotta wait for this to load. I don't know. I've never tried to fast forward or sleep through the day when I've got like pallets spawning. I don't know what would happen. I think the time-space continuum would sort of fall apart if I tried to do that. But yeah, these guys are...
Yeah, or just freeze.
you know, if there are bigger versions of these weeders, they're probably not physically as big. Those are by far the biggest ones I've been able to find. And I just modded them so they can go faster, because 6 miles an hour is for wussies when it comes to farming. Okay.
Yeah, the whole AI consciousness thing. I like you said, I think it's gonna just be a fluke or an accident or something like that. Because I mean, that's how life started on this planet. It's just a fluke.
I mean, you could call it a fluke, but it took 500 million years of trial and error to do it. I mean, it wasn't
exactly.
It wasn't just it was like it took a while of just random chemicals getting thrown together for it to for it to happen. And even then, it was simple, very, very simple life. AGI, I think, if it does develop spontaneously, I honestly don't know if we would be aware of it right away.
No, very unlikely. Because I mean, if for all we know, there could already be a sentient toaster out there.
I don't know about a toaster, but an AI cluster. But again, we don't know what makes consciousness. I think consciousness is just a steady stream of input, right? Our consciousness is, imagine when you go to bed and you fall asleep, your consciousness ends, right? Like, do you have any memory right after you fall asleep? No, you're unconscious. Your consciousness ends because the input, your brain kind of shuts off the input. And so I think consciousness, as we sort of experience it, is just our eyes see, our ears hear, we can feel temperature, like we have sensations, we experience the world in real time, and our brains have a certain refresh rate. We have medications that can alter that. And I've heard people talk about, tripping on robo-tripping, and that affects time dilation. And so you experience time differently. And so if you alter the brain's basic refresh rate, you can alter your perception of time. So that tells me time is our experience of time, our experience of consciousness is just a set of inputs and a refresh rate of our brain. And an AGI would just be like developing that and being able to process that information. And then I think the ability for it to think on its own, you would have to program it to be able to do that. It wouldn't develop that on its own. Even if you had a stream of input hitting it, I think you would have to specifically enable it to do that. It's not going to spontaneously develop that ability. You have to enable the ability for it to do that. And there are people that have actually done that, right? There are research teams in Google and other places that are experimenting with that. I think they're playing with fire, but
Yeah. Here's a question for you. So even though you have your conscious mind that kind of pauses activity, and this is more philosophical, are we our conscious mind or are we our unconscious mind? Which one is really us?
When you say us, you mean like your politics, your sexuality? Is that what you mean when you say what is us?
No, just more as a, hey, there's that person. Is that person the person who, that person's conscious mind? Which one is the greater influence of what we are? That's an interesting question. Because my knee-jerk reaction was it's our conscious mind. But then I sort of took a step back and was like, well,
when we interact with other people, when we decide, like when we're at the grocery store and we're deciding what to buy, a lot of that decision making is driven by our subconscious. Right? What are our wants? What are our needs? What are our desires? Is more like under the surface what's driving our, what's more animalistic. It's our emotional set. And it's like, if somebody really pisses you off, right? That's an emotional reaction. That is a animalistic, very, very base reaction. And it's our subconscious that's driving. So I think our core is subconscious. Because that's our more primitive animalistic side. That's our core. On top of that is our conscious, like the laws of the land, the social, norms, the various influencers is, takes place on our higher level conscious mind.
Yep.
Which is our human, that's our human side, but it doesn't define us as humans. It just defines sort of our behavior. Very, very interesting question. That was a very good question.
I have those every now and then.
Yeah, every once in a while. But that's an interesting, I think our subconscious drives a lot of who we are, and a lot of that is also based on how we were raised, our environment, sort of the ideology of our parents, how our experiences in school. Look at that, $15.4 million to sleep through that night.
Jeez.
Beautiful. Now it is time.
You kind of stumbled on why that question, popped into my head. Because sure, we think of the thinky part being who we are, but they're basically just that part of our brain is just a mask over top of the other. At any point, the subconscious mind could overwhelm the conscious mind and tell it, no, that's not how things are going to go. You're going to do something else.
Well, we're gonna need a concerted effort here. It's gonna be
selling
cake sale.
Diabetes for everyone.
Yes.
I just had a flash of a like an Oprah moment. You get a diabetes. You get a diabetes.
It should be empty.
Just emptied. Now I gotta take it kind of slow because for some reason the frame rate is just murdered. Why did I pick that word? Sorry. I mean, I guess as far as it goes, you probably don't need to worry about as much about those because you seem to be blacklisted already by the YouTube overlords. But there's also the philosophy of don't poke the bear.
Yeah, I don't want to push my luck. But
Yeah.
one of the reasons why I started streaming on Rumble because it's just like I don't really trust. I don't really trust YouTube. I just don't. I can't.
It's difficult to foresee any free thinker being, whoa, what the hell, vehicle. Yeah, I was heading this direction before the frame froze did. But yeah, it's tough to think to imagine a world where a free thinker is going to be on YouTube in another few years.
You know, it's funny. When the guy was arrested in France, the two founders of Rumble were in France, and they immediately left. They immediately booked flights and got the hell out of Dodge. And it's like, yeah, that's that kind of shit. Yeah, I would imagine they would be like, we're out. We're out of here. And did you see San Francisco's reaction to the fact that the Twitter or the X office, the home office right now is in San Francisco, and they're closing down shop and they're moving to Texas, right?
Yep.
And San Francisco's reaction to that is hilarious, because they're like, they literally, like, there's a person on the city council that literally was like, good riddance. And it's like, you realize that you're getting rid of, like, how many high-paying jobs. Like, you're literally saying good riddance to all of these high-level engineering, software development, and business jobs. And you're closing down a vital company in downtown San Francisco, and you're cheering it on. Like, only somebody really in deep in their ideology has that sort of mentality. Just no rational person should have that reaction. But yeah, it's just amusing. It's like, really, you're gonna cheer the death of all those jobs, like, just because he's just like, I want freedom of speech, and they're like, no, we don't want. How dare you have freedom of speech? Like, really? You're cheering the death of just like it.
I mean, big companies, bringing in a ton of jobs is one of the very few things that a politician actually can do to positively impact
and
an economy.
They should want to do that as much as possible. Get as many businesses, as many high-paying jobs as possible, and like then they're clapping as the jobs are disappearing. They're like, yay!
Yeah.
No more jobs. If I was one of those employees, I'd be like, really? I mean, he probably to some of the more loyal, good employees, he probably was like, yeah, we'll pay for your, if you want to stay on, we'll pay for your transfer to Texas.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the Twitter or the city council people, have been clapping the downfall, and then I think the representative in Texas, where they're scheduled to open the office, they're like, we're more than happy having the company, like, come on over, like, like, what's going on, like, let's more of this, please. A
win-win for them.
Yeah.
Or for San Fran and Texas. Okay, I'm gonna do you a favor now, and I'm gonna stop helping. You're welcome. Because yeah, I was doing far more harm than good because of the frame rate itchiness of that. I think I did 1 in the time that it took you to do like 6. I think that's a slight over-exaggeration, but still.
And since I've already done this like twice more, I've got a lot of practice.
Yeah.
There's a couple ones on this side that you can probably, these 2 prefab wall you can sell next to the logging trailer.
Okay.
You want something that's a little bit less intense. Yeah, these 2, one's already hooked up.
Okay.
But those 2 with prefab wall can be sold as
and
well.
Sell those. Sell just to normal, not to, like, unload anywhere.
No, they get sold. July is the best month for the prefab wall as well. So
makes sense. Construction time.
yeah, that's how I balance it. Is head type construction season.
come on. Okay.
I'll even hook this one up over here.
Oh, here we go. I found the spot. I should have tried and took it from a different.
Yeah, it's right. It's damn near in the center. The node that it's actually checking is like in the center of the trailer. That's the node that you have to drive over. That's why it only appears when you're halfway through, because it's the actual node.
Yeah. Yeah, the topics go by so fast. I was going to add something to one of the things we were talking about, but if I think of it, I'll share. Assuming the conversation hadn't been stale too long. Park these down there, I assume?
Check for that one. Check the carpenter to see if there's more prefab wall to sell. There might be another set to sell.
Wow. Oops. Try this way first.
But yeah, you just flip that around, and if not, it should be close. It might be full of. Sometimes the thing fills up with wood chips and it stops. Oh yeah. Why is?
Yeah.
This is another example of. Oops. Yeah, I gotta turn that off. Planks is almost out.
Oof.
We gotta bring more shit over from the sawmill. Another set of planks. Another set of longboards are needed.
All right.
Hey, what?
I grabbed the. Do you want this one to a different place?
I still have 2 trailers I need to sell.
Oh.
I
guess I thought you had more vehicles, but.
Well, I've been parking them off in things. You could have disconnected the one at the carpenter and used that.
Yeah, I should have. Because, yeah, I suppose the trailers can fill themselves.
Yeah, you don't... the trailers, once they're set and open, they can just fill passively.
All right, got this in position. Planks and longboards, probably. You said.
We need planks first.
Yeah. Longboards aren't. Not even 10 million of those.
Might have to re-enable those. I don't know if they're enabled. I think they're not, but
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's running. Man, why did the game go to hell after this? Because it was right after you passed the month. It's July.
one thing that happens when you do that, which is probably one of the reasons why it could have become bad, is when midnight happens, the game literally processes every tile in the game, right? Every field tile, and then advances the growth state of every field tile. So it processes the whole thing in one shot, and then all of that information has to be sent to all the clients. Right? So it's like the entire map, all of the fields, all get processed in one shot. And then all of that data has to get sent, right? So it could be icky.
Yeah, you would think that would be doing it would be doing that all on your side.
Right, but you as the client has to get all that data as well. I don't know how the game separates like the tasks that need to be done. Like, I don't know if it simulates it on your end and then updates it, but because some games
Almost has to.
Some games the client also does all of that stuff and then gets updated from the server just to like verify, but other games everything is run on the server and then
Yeah, it seems to me that's the best route to go. I mean, unless they can do something where it loads all the data into a giant table and then does like a parity check or something on all the records between the two. You know, then you're not transmitting as much data. You're basically just doing it.
Another thing to take into account is I've got several places spitting pallets out right now, and that...
Yeah, but it started right after the change. I suppose maybe the whole map refresh was the initial thing, and now it's the pallet spawning. It's dragging me down. Alright, looks like the raisins is full.
Yeah, I'm working on that right now.
Okay. An odd thing to note, I don't know if you had done anything with it, but the cows, there's 0 milk in the olfactory assaulter, but there's exactly 10 million in the Unimog.
Yeah, the cows, it does come out even. Depending on how many hours go by, it can be exactly even. Because the super cows are set. The adult super cows do 10,000 liters of milk a day, right? So in one day with 500 cows, that's like a lot. It's a lot of milk. And so yeah, depending on how many hours have gone by, you can perfectly fill that Unimog with 10 million liters.
Okay. I guess, yeah, since you've got the math that revolves around that at that amount. Or like an even amount. Then it makes sense. I was worried that something happened where it just like filled the Unimog and then stopped, or it was trying to put it in there, just deleting it. Manure thingamajig is full. So I'll try to find it. Ah, here we go. Find a tractor and trailer that I can start loading that into.
All right, raisins full. I saw somebody posted a thread, or a screenshot of a thread that somebody posted, like something to the effect of, I just found out pickles are cucumbers. And it blew my mind. And a person responded under that and said, really? Where do you find out where raisins come from? And they're like, what about raisins? It's like, are people really that stupid? Like, is this literally a thing? Like,
I mean, to be fair, when I was a kid, it was a surprise.
yeah, but
I was a kid at the time, so
yeah, like that's an excuse. Is you're 6 years old? That's but like this is grown ass people like cucumbers or pickles. Like what? Like how do you not know that?
From one perspective, you think of a pickle and you think of, like oh boy, let's see, like an inch an inch in diameter at most. But I was thinking like a quarter inch, maybe even a half inch, and what, maybe six inches long at the most. But you think of a cucumber, and you think of something that's
I ain't thinking of a
8 inches,
cucumber
12
right now
inches.
with all those metrics you just spit out.
Well, how can I?
6 inches long and 3.5. Like, I'm not thinking cucumber.
Oh, that's a good question, Spy. Are we sure that person was an adult?
I mean, you can kind of tell when if somebody's posting online, you can kind of tell how old they are based on, one, the number of emojis that they use, and two, the number of like weird like abbreviations they use, and this person didn't use any, so And their profile, like everything about this person said they were not a child. So you just work with that information and be that as it may. Like, what it is, what it is. But it still was funny. I mean, there are definitely people out there that don't understand their groceries come from farms and not grocery stores. They buy their groceries at grocery stores, but where does the food come from? You ask them that, and they're like,
Right.
grocery stores. It's like, no, where does it come from? Grocery stores. Like, they don't have the concept. They can't, like, abstractly think, and that's one of the things I think is... It's an interesting mark of the left, is they cannot... You can't provide them with a hypothetical. Like, hypothetically, if this was true, and they come back and say, if you say that to anybody, and you say, okay, hypothetically, imagine Germany never fell in World War II. Hypothetically, imagine that. The people who look at you and say, but he didn't, right? If they're literally, if they can't think in the abstract, they're far more likely to be on the left. Like exponentially more likely to be on the left if they're literal thinkers. And they when presented with a hypothetical, if they just can't rectify, they can't think like that. It's a really fascinating it's a fascinating sort of side effect, or not side effect, but what's the right word? Observation about that population.
You know, that made me wonder, like a factory game, what is the political, like the average political alignment to people who play factory games and are used to production chains? You know, kind of spawning off of that.
I think it would be,
grocery store.
I mean, overwhelming. I think it would be center, or right of center.
Yeah.
I think that is by far the biggest. You know, there's a lot of normies out there. Like, I was watching a guy who's playing through the Fallout London mod, and I've been watching this guy for years. 0 period production, right? And I was watching him stream, and the first time I ever saw his face, he does not look anything like his voice. I mean, like, he has this like deep resounding voice, and it's like a little Asian guy. Like, it just doesn't. I saw him, I'm like, oh shit! Like, I didn't picture that guy at all. It's not that I care. It was just like kind of a shock. Anyway, like, he was talking about, like, him and his wife watched The Acolyte, which is, it's so bad that it's been rumored that Disney is just going to flat out delete it and call it a tax write-off. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's like the lowest rated TV show ever to exist. It's so bad. And he's like talking about this. He's like, there are parts of it I enjoyed, and I was like, oh shit. Like, this is one of those guys that's just like, maybe he hated it and he doesn't want to ruffle any feathers or anything, but it's just like, or maybe he's just the normie that he doesn't care enough that they literally made the Jedi evil. They literally made the Jedi evil.
Jeez.
And completely flipping the script on the Sith are actually the good guys and the Jedi are evil. And
Oh boy.
like, completely destroys all of Star Wars. Like, it just destroys it. It completely destroys everything about. They even rewrote where the Force comes from, right? They even rewrote all of that, and it was like, it destroys the entire like world, all of the lore around Star Wars. It just obliterated it. And here he is like, oh, I thought it was, and it was like, if you don't care that they completely ignore what they're actually writing about, if they're just writing shit characters and a shit plot and they just don't care, if they just slap the word Star Wars on it and they're like, hey, look at this. Same with the Rings of Power. You know, it's like, ooh, it's Middle Earth, there's elves and there's orcs, but nothing resembles Tolkien's work. Nothing. They've obliterated the lore completely. Amazon has completely obliterated the lore. And there are people out there that are like, oh, but it's entertaining. It's like, fine. Right? But what they're trying to do is ideologically influence the generation of people who are watching it. That's what they're trying to do. They're rewriting all these characters, they're rewriting all these plots, they're rewriting all this lore in order to rewrite the ideology, rewrite and put their own belief system in. And when you look at it in that term, it's an insidious way of influencing the future generation. The people who are enjoying this content, they're literally rewriting. It's almost like they're rewriting history, right? You take George Lucas's Star Wars, you take the world that he built, all of the stuff, all of the lore and all of that stuff, and you erase it all, and then you rebuild it with a completely different set of values. You know, the lesbian witches, it's completely different. The generation that's looking at that as their first example of Star Wars would then look at George Lucas's Star Wars like, well, this doesn't make sense. It's like, if you take each individual failure as its own thing, that's one way of looking at it. For me, I look at the whole picture and say they're basically preaching a different ideology and they're capturing a certain amount of audience. And that's what this guy, when he was talking about the Acolyte, and he was talking, oh, it was entertaining. You know, there were parts that I didn't like, but parts that I liked. I'm sitting there going, well, this is one of those guys. He's young enough, and like, if you don't care that they're destroying a beloved sort of franchise or world, if you don't care about that, then they're going to get away with it. They're going to absolutely get away with it. Yeah, they're trying to erase the Acolyte from existence. It was so bad, it was so monumentally bad that they literally don't want to admit they even made it. It's so bad. If you watch any of the, wow, lag spike, Jesus, just to spawn these pallets, really? God. Yeah, it's just me. And you watch the reviews of the new season of Rings of Power. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. It's so monumentally bad. Whoever is doing this is just, it's like they're throwing shit like plot points at the wall and like, oh, that looks good. And nothing is nothing makes sense. Nothing is cohesive. The bad people are good. They're literally trying to humanize and make the orcs, like, they literally, in one of the last episodes, they did 3-episode reveal in the first blast, 3 episodes. And they literally have a mother and father orc caring for a little baby orc. And it's like, they're trying to make the orcs sympathetic and humanize them and make them the good guys, make them just the oppressed minority, when Tolkien, the point of the orcs was that they were like the epitome of evil, and all they wanted to do was destroy and kill. That's all they wanted to do. And yet you have all of this new content coming out that's like, no, they're actually just misunderstood. And it's like, Jesus. It's so bad. It is so bad. So yeah, I hate that we're just complacent in all of this. There's so many people are just like complacent.
And it's sad. I don't know whether it's complete lack of creativity on their part or what, but it's like, they can't create their own universe.
It's not.
They
Yeah,
have
see,
to-
I don't think it's a lack of creativity. I think it's a focus on the message, first and foremost. First, second, and third is the message and the ideology. Everything else is an afterthought. The message is what's important, and that is what they're putting into these episodes, these shows. It is their only priority is that there's diversity, that the women boss, that is their number one priority. They don't care about story. I don't think the creativity of a lot of these people just evaporated. I think they reprioritized what is a good, what they want to produce. And a lot of the people who wanted to produce good stuff were pushed out. And the people who wanted diversity and wanted all of this other shit, I think they were brought in, and that is all that they care about. They've never been challenged, basically, to come up with something good.
You were saying that they're gonna just try and erase Acolyte from history. It wouldn't it be funny to look at one of their resumes, and it's just like, what would you do this year and a half gap? Nothing.
Yeah, well, Hollywood as an institution is going extinct, and I think this is what essentially is the last gasp of an industry unwilling to adapt to a new normal, right? The music industry already did it. It was many years of very, very painful adjustment, but where the music industry right now is a sort of an evolved industry taking into account the internet and the fact that people have more choice than ever when it comes to music. I mean, just think of how many different places there are to get the music that you want to listen to, and how many different bands, and how a band gets discovered, and how albums are made. There are musicians that have never signed a contract with a major label. They don't even need them anymore. That took years of very, very painful sort of realization. And right now, Hollywood, with streaming, Hollywood is in that spot where they really need to understand that we're not going back to what it was. So holding on to whatever contracts looked like 10 years ago, right? When you have reruns, and you have syndication, and you have sort of residual income from syndication and blah blah blah. That shit is gone. I'm sorry, but it's gone. Stop forcing companies to support this shit. It's gone. That way of doing business is not going to work in the world of streaming. You are going to get paid for your work, right? The work is going to go up, and then whatever streaming service made it is going to try to earn their money back from subscriptions to their service. And it may take 5 years to actually earn that money back, but that's why content is going to be made. And long past the time when, the residuals would take effect. It's a stupid way of doing business anyway. No other industry exists where you get constant income from work you did 10 years ago. Yeah, if you file a patent and you have an invention, you can make some money, but Like, I acted, you know, I acted in a movie 10 years ago, or a TV show. I acted in a TV show 10 years ago, and I'm still making money from it. Like, what other industry does that? Is there any other industry that does anything close to that? So I think Hollywood is learning the hard way that change is hard, but it's coming. It's inevitable, and they are just going to have to deal. Now I think we might have to fertilize this again. Let me check. I think we had to fertilize twice. Yes, we
I'm
have
not
to.
going to get a chance to see another reboot of the whole Star Wars genre or the Marvel universe. What was me?
I mean, if the companies were smart, like if Disney was smart, they would shut down any and all Marvel or Star Wars productions and go silent on those for 5 years. There would be nothing coming out for 5 years in any of those realms. That's what they should do. They should absolutely shut it all down and be like, we're not doing anything right now. And only then would they be able to, like, basically recast the original Star Wars and basically redo all of the movies. But I wouldn't trust them. I mean, the trust in that company is probably the lowest it's been since its inception. That's what they should do. Now they're not going to do that, but that's what they should do. But you know, there's one franchise that the creator, the guy who basically holds the keys, has flatly refused and said many times that there will never be a remake or a reboot as long as he's alive. But I can guarantee as soon as he dies, it's over. And that is the Back to the Future series. The Back to the Future, I think Robert Zemeckis. Let's see. Just hold on a second. Don't assume anything. Try not to assume anything right now.
Okay. I'll just park it up in this corner.
Because this field has nothing on the bottom, we can kind of get away without doing a headlands on the bottom of the field. So I've been kind of cheating. So that will actually, I do a headlands on the top, which is why I have this one ready to go. So the headlands will go over the top. So the other one, the one you were driving, goes literally right here, right at the beginning, pointing down the field. And then this one will all turn around when we go over the top. But we got to fertilize it first. Fertilize.
Yep.
Look at that, $268 million. This is the first major... Ooh, we have another set of cake? Yes, please. And you are out of sugar, which I know we've got. Yeah, I can bring that sugar
there's
over.
There's a full truck ready to go with the mill. You know, as far as it goes, if there was a decent, not necessarily a sequel, but like an expansion on that universe, I wouldn't mind seeing like a Back to the Future. But it would
I wouldn't trust any effing studio right now to even touch that franchise. Today. Because for one, Marty McFly would be turned into a woman, Doc would be turned into a woman, and it would be an all-female cast with a female director and a huge diverse, and all of the focus would be on, ooh, look how diverse and awesome and feminist we are, right? that would be the focus of the show or the movie, there would be very little emphasis on the actual plot. Or would I even trust them to make it make sense? At least the Back to the Future plot, in some senses of the word, at least it resembles like something actually good. You know, at least it somewhat makes sense. So I wouldn't trust anybody to make that, to make anything, unless it was a like somebody who came out like flat out and said, you know, like, we're not gonna do some weird diversity DEI shit. Then I'd be like, okay, well, let's see what happens. I mean, I went to the Deadpool movie,
Right.
Deadpool and Wolverine, and I think it was extremely entertaining and incredibly violent and gory, but extremely entertaining. You know, there were no pulled punches with it at all, and I think it was really well done. It was slightly longer than it needed to be, but it had some great cameos in it. I won't say who they are. Some of them are just. One of them was like, it blew me away. I avoided at all costs any spoilers. And so I went to the movie and I was like, oh shit! Like, I was just great. It was fantastic. So Ryan Reynolds, hats off to him. He pulled his weight. He pulled a lot of strings to make that movie the way that he made it. Like, he pulled a lot of strings. He basically bullied his way into Disney, because Disney owns it, right? So he...
Right.
I mean, yeah, he did a phenomenal job. And, you know, hats off to him for putting the effort in and actually making it worthwhile. But yeah, it's very entertaining. So there's not actually very many other like people that I would trust. I mean, I wouldn't at this point. I wouldn't trust Steven Spielberg. As hard as that is for me to say, I would not trust Steven Spielberg. I would question. I would be hesitant on Christopher Nolan. Even like I would be like. Maybe I wait till some reviews come out. Like, Critical Drinker, especially, like, he seems to be the most fair and most brutally honest. As far as reviews go and giving an honest take on entertainment value, like, he does talk about lore when he does his reviews, but it doesn't, you know, if something so breaks lore so much that it's not even, like, the Acolyte is not even it wouldn't even be considered a Star Wars. You could literally slap some weird fantasy world onto that and it would, you know, it doesn't resemble Star Wars. So it doesn't take place into that world. So, and it's just bad. I mean, the acting is bad, the writing is bad, the directing, the editing, everything about that is bad. It's not just they didn't get the lore right. It's just that the quality for $180 million for 8 episodes, the quality was horribly bad. Oh,
welcome back, Joel. Oh, and yeah, when I was talking about that, I didn't mean a reboot. I meant more of like
an extension. You know, I've always wanted to know like what happens. You could literally pick it up with Jules and Vern,
right?
If you wanted to.
Well, especially now. I mean, they'd be old men by now.
Oh yeah, they'd have their own families by now.
Even if you followed the chronology, which, hey, it's time travel. You don't need to.
Um, yeah, I watched I think I mentioned last week I watched the newer Ghostbusters movie.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's just
Oof.
the whole love affair with the ghost with the girl is just like, God, why? Why would you do that? It's so stupid. She would literally like it's, oh god, it's so stupid.
I mean, I think I know where you're going with that, and they could get sued.
Like, yeah, in the movie, she literally is risking dying to spend time with this female ghost. Right? You have this 15-year-old girl literally willing to separate her soul from her body in a sort of a mock of death in order to like spend some time with this like female ghost. And like if that's not an allegory of let's call it an S word that ends in "ide," I will not mention the word because that is a trigger word for YouTube, but like you're literally like explaining this to a bunch of like teenage girls, like, oh my god, it's so bad. And there's zero consequences. She does it and she almost ends the world and there's zero consequences. Like her parents are just like, you know, we really thought when you're gonna rebel, we really thought you would, you know, be a tattoo or something, not like ending the world. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like this, she literally almost ends the world, and this is what the lesson is. Like, go get a tattoo instead. Like, what message is that? Like, like what the hell?
Oh boy.
More cake. All the cake. Could do donuts, but meh. It's all about the cake, baby. All right, so at the okay, let me check the. I'm always forgetting about the damn fields. What's going on in the fields? But the old General Mill has got olive oil being delivered into a wagon. We want to drop that off at the dairy. I've got some butter going in here. At least I'm trying.
Alright, looks like that olive oil is still gonna be a little while. I'm gonna hang out here, and I gotta go take a bathroom break.
Yeah, I should do that too while I wait for this to fill up. I'll be right back. Getting back online. Oh, yeah, the pallet spawner is too high up off the ground here. That was just a little lower. Maybe half the height. You could get 2 pallets on one another, and that would be perfect. I just put it up too high, which is why you get all the crazy. It's a hard thing to balance because in the editor, when you have the i3D open in the Giants editor, you don't get a sense of how small or big something is, right? There's nothing to compare it to. You get this big box here, and I really had to learn that a pallet is about the size of the little chevron right here. Because in the editor, it's just this weird arbitrary thing. So the distance between these two, like that was really hard to tune, like really hard to get right. I got pretty good at it, but to get it right, split right down the middle, not easy to do. God, this is just a mess. Well, that didn't help anything, did it? Really? Upside down? You're going to be upside down, really? Yep. It's just spawning too high. It has too much physics when it drops. Oh, god damn it. Then I did it, right? I said I was going to do it, and then I did it. Jesus Christ, the turning radius on this. Okay. Who remembers Casper? Is that the friendly ghost? I mean... I remember some cartoons back in the day. I just, like, there's one show that came up on Netflix. I think I mentioned it before. When you mentioned ghosts, like, the show was about, like, an alternate history where ghosts were, like, became real and, like, bad. Like, there was, like, bad things that happened, and it was up to a bunch of kids to help because there was something about being young, right? There was something about being young that allowed you, like, a better way of dealing with the ghosts. But it was on Netflix, and I remember I started watching it. I got into it. Like, it was just like, oh, this is actually interesting. I was able to do the suspension of disbelief, and I started enjoying the characters and the world building and the menace, the sort of evil menace that was kind of overarching, and then the interpersonal relationships. And I think it was really good. I got about, I don't know, 5 or 6 episodes in, and I went online to sort of search to see like when the series came out, like when season 2 was coming out. And I learned that it had recently come out, and Netflix had already canceled the show. It's just like, God damn it! Like, we can't. This is why we can't have nice things. Like, a show has to be like, knock it out of the park immediately, otherwise it gets canceled. I just hate that. Yeah, I don't know, what was it called? Like, I can't remember what it was called. That's gonna bother me.
I'm back. What's up?
Oh, the show I was talking about, you had the young people fighting the ghosts.
Oh.
It wasn't like Shadow and Bone, maybe. I know it was based on a YA book series, you know.
I tried looking it up for you.
God damn. But yeah, the first episodes I got into was really, really cool. And then I was like, it was canceled already? Like, it was canceled like right away. I don't know why they would do that, but then I looked into like the book series and sort of the reviews of the book series, because the main mystery was why all of a sudden the ghosts started appearing and manifesting, right? Why all of a sudden, all of human history, we had little rumors, we had little ghost stories all throughout all of human history, but like suddenly, they just started appearing. And so what was the cause? And so I started looking up like what was it? And honestly, I couldn't find an answer. Like, I don't know if if the author just didn't write it, or what, but yeah, it was very disappointing. I wasn't able to find the answer to that, because that was the big question posed in the series. Like, why is this happening? Suddenly the spiritual realm is being able to bridge into the real world. Like, what is causing that? I would imagine it was some weird science experiment, like it always is, but since the series isn't being continued, I at this point, I don't know.
What should I do with the olive oil? I forgot what you had.
Dairy. And then the butter at the dairy, the butter can be dropped at the bakery, and then whatever's left gets sold.
Okay. Because we'll have a pretty good stream of.
Oh yeah, it's just it's a constant amount of supply now that we have. If I didn't have the olives in the greenhouse, it would be a different story.
Yeah. And that pretty good, well set up accelerated production greenhouse. I've got the olive oil still being delivered to the thing, in case I forget. Looks like something's being dropped off the bakery already.
Yeah, I've been multitasking here. Flour, yeah. Trying to empty everything out.
Should I just pull it backwards?
Yeah.
That's so just go askew. Dang it, I must have looked at something bright, because now I have, like, that, what's it called? When you get a bright spot in your eyes and you just can't see right up. Like if you were to look at the sun for a split second. Which no one do, by the way.
Yeah, would not recommend.
Gotta make that disclaimer. Yeah, I must have been looking at something bright and it's just like burned into my vision now. But it's right in the center, so if I'm trying to read something, I'm gonna try and move my eyeball around so I can still see it, but not in that center. That or I'm having an ocular migraine, I suppose. Joe's comment. I thought you were gonna say it.
Keeps me young.
I figured it was a joke. Park this so that it's ready to grab more butter, because I assume there will be a steady
Don't just grab the butter, set it up and export all the cheese.
cheese. All right. I was just gonna set it up, but yeah, I can get the next thing in queue unloaded. So, usually I avoid spoilers, but I gotta ask this. You were saying that in that Ghostbusters movie that she nearly ends the world. Did she know she was gonna end the world? Or
No, well,
or at least have consequences? Because you were saying that there was like no punishment for her. If,
Yeah,
if she didn't know anything bad would happen,
but
maybe it would be.
going into a machine that strips the soul from your body, you would think there'd be bad, like, the understanding of bad things can happen, right? Like,
Yeah.
what if in the middle of it the power goes out? Like, what the width and breadth of things that can go wrong, right? And the fact that she did it and like it was not good. And then, like, in the end, she was just like, there's literally no consequences. Like, literally,
Yeah.
not only no consequences, but quite the opposite. Like, before it happened, you know, her mom was on her, like, she was not being a kid, right? One of these, like, oh, you're only 15, you should get out and enjoy life more. And she was not doing that, and so... Yeah, but at the end, she went right back to, you know, to being a Ghostbuster, and you know, blah, blah, and it was like, God damn it! Like,
You got it.
literally, all of these stupid Mary Sue movies are literally like the female protagonist is perfect in every way, and the movie is about everybody else coming to that realization. That's the plot of all of these fucking movies. That's the plot of all of these movies. The woman is the best, and everybody else needs to catch up. Oh, let's not go in there, because that's bad. That's all the bad FPS in there.
That's what I was feeling.
Yeah, that was some bad by that truck. The truck has bad FPS mojo. Okay, the next load of sugar we need to drop at the chocolate factory.
Sorry, which one?
The sugar, the next batch of sugar needs to be dropped at the chocolate factory.
Okay. Oh, and it's ready to go, so I'll get a truck out there. Wow. Stop vehicle? What the heck?
What?
Oh, the vehicle I was in just would not stop.
Do you have cruise control on?
Nope. I am positive that my fingers didn't go up to the cruise control button. Up to 3. Because it's right on W, A, and D. Dodge this trailer a little bit.
We're gonna be hitting 300 million here. 300 million. I mean, believe it or not, it's enough to like what, by, let's see. If 100 super chickens are 125 million, that'd be enough for 200 super chickens. I think. Is that right? 200 times... Yeah, 200 times 500,000. 250 million. I don't think I need to do that. I could. There's definitely a goal of the map to plop one of these babies down and fill it full of super chickens. 1,500 super chickens. That's $750 million to fill one of these with super chickens. But the amount of eggs you would get, you better have some production behind the scenes to use that many eggs. Yeah, see, there's 1,400 super chickens in here, but some of them are like chicks, right? It takes them several months, like 6 months, to grow up into regular super chickens. So the number of eggs they produce scales, you know, as they grow up. It scales to different values, but yeah, and I know the new version of the game is going to add a few more animal types. It's going to add like water buffalo and maybe goats. I'm not sure. And I know that cows, whatever script system they use in the back end, the cows are, or at least the animals in general, you'll see like baby animals. So they've done some work to make that a little bit more immersive, but animals to me, it's just another type of factory. Because in working with vintage engineering the way that I am, it makes you realize when it comes to games like this that it basically comes down to just visual differences. Like all of my machines, if you look at vintage engineering, the metal press, the extruder, the grinder, all of those machines, they're all just driven by the recipes, right? You can literally make a recipe that converts dirt into diamonds and then put that in the recipe, like the metal press. Dirt into diamond, and the metal press will make it. Like it doesn't matter what the recipe is. You can put anything to make anything. So it comes down to like, the animations, what the look and feel of the machine is, having a variety to the base, to your factory, you make it look different. But I could literally in this world, I could literally make one factory building that does everything, right? It's the sawmill, it's the carpenter, it's the farm supply. Oh, this is slurry. I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, whoops. Wrong place. You could literally have just one building and then just do everything in one building. It'd be a lot of fill types. I mean, the list would be a lot. But you could literally do that. There's nothing stopping you. And the animals are the same way. I could literally create a recipe in one of my factories that takes no input, or even like, imagine doing a recipe that takes like one sorghum and converts it into like 50 eggs. Liters, I'm talking liters. So like 1 liter of sorghum is like 50 liters of eggs, or whatever the ratio is for this thing. Like, you could literally do that. You don't even need the animals. It's just another building that converts one thing into another. The manure, the cows, the manure is converted from the straw. If you don't put any straw in a cow barn, you don't get any manure out of it. Why is that? That's just, there's literally a value in the barn that is the manure factor, and it is a multiplier on the straw. So it consumes, there's a consumption of straw every month, and then it produces manure from that straw based on the multiplier. And then the food, and then the health, everything is sort of derived from that. But yeah, very, very easy to change the back end of the game to just do whatever you want. So that's what I mean, like, when I talk about FS25 and like the new crops and stuff they're doing, it is less interesting to me because it's dead easy to do. It's really easy to mod that stuff in or out. I could literally create a greenhouse that just grows all of my crops. Corn, wheat, sorghum, cotton. It just grows everything, right? And it wouldn't be engaging or fun, but it's possible to do all of that. Not that I would recommend doing it, but so I'm more interested in when it comes to like game recommendations, I'm more interested in what what features does the game bring to the table, right? What unique, not even necessarily unique, what engaging, that's a better word, engaging feature does the game bring to the table? If it's just another survival crafting game that's just like, oh, harvest some wood, harvest some stone, make a little hut, harvest some more shit, you know, if that's the game loop, then it's like, how many games have we covered that does that? I know Wildman, I think it was Wildman just posted something in game suggestions, and it was just like another survival crafting game. Like, I don't want to stop the game suggestions, but I really want to see the industry. I think it's part of it is there's just too many goddamn indie developers now. I think that just I think it's too easy. I think it's too easy to make a game. It's just too easy. You know, downloading Unity, popping in some Unity assets that you bought off of a store, and just making a weird game loop and just putting that out on early access, and you know, it's like, I think it's just too easy. There's too many developers that are just tiny little organizations, and I mean, look at the factory genre. The factory genre has gotten crazy. How many factory games? I just watched a video. One big, I forgot what his name was. But Eclipse, I think maybe Eclipse, something like that. He just did a video on upcoming or factory games due out, and I mean, it was just in the next year, it was like 6 or 7 factory, just in the next year, and some of those were finally games that are going 1.0, like Satisfactory is finally going 1.0. So those are on the list, but there was one, I think in that video, there was one game that was like making potions. This is a potion making game. And I kid you not, it was basically a reskin of Shapes.
Oh, wow.
It was, I mean, we're talking the belts, the split, everything looked like it came directly out of Shapes. And it was like, ooh, this is making potions. And I'm like, come on. Like, really? It was just a reskin of a game. And I'm like, this wouldn't even, I wouldn't even care about this. This is so, wait, before I do that.
AFK again a sec. I think the puppy needs to go outside.
Is this... Didn't I... I swear to God, I went over this. This is invisible. Yeah, literally invisible squares. Okay. I guess those really want to be weeds.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. You know, one problem with trying to find a new game to play is that we darn near have to play it before we can recommend it to you to know if it has anything going for it that you would appreciate.
Yeah,
'Cause,
and part of that is just too many games, so you have to pick and choose what you can afford, and that limits
Right.
the sample set already, and it's just like there's just too many. There's just too many, and not enough developers, not enough indie developers want to try something new or take a risk because if they're trying to pay their bills, especially like effing food, they have to do something they know might sell, right? And so there's very little risk involved in trying something new or different. So very rarely now do you get a game like Braid. Anybody out there play the game Braid? Anybody heard of the game Braid?
I've heard it from you before, but I haven't played it yet.
It's I don't even know if you can get it on PC, but it was for consoles. I played it on console with a friend of mine. One of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. Like it was brilliant. The guy who beta, this is another indie developer. I think his name was Jonathan Blow. It's a really unfortunate name, but just absolutely like it had a single quirk, a single design element, and they literally like went into deep like every level approached it a different way and had a different spin on a one element. So just absolutely brilliant design and level design. It's just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal game.
So there's a partial load of cake and there's a load of cheese waiting. And you
Cheese we're selling, so
okay. You got that one.
The cake, how much cake is made?
There's enough to fill the trailer, but the trailer isn't completely full yet. I don't know if something interrupted or what.
It's probably because I spawned a fractional. You can come and sell these raisins. I'll take care of the cake if you don't want to deal with it.
Oh, sure.
You can sell the raisins.
Sell raisins?
Sell raisins for raisins.
Raisins.
Yeah, Braid was phenomenal. I don't know if he ever made another game. Like, I just don't.
I think he did make another game. I know I looked that up the first time you recommended it.
Yeah, he probably did. I wouldn't doubt it because Braid was so groundbreaking that he probably was like, whoever probably begged him like, hey, make it some whatever you want. We'll pay for it. And
yeah.
It probably wasn't as good as Braid because
it's tough to recapture
man.
A hit.
Well, it's tough to reinvent. Like you introduce a game that's phenomenal and it basically defines a genre. It's hard to do that twice.
Yeah.
Especially in a row. I mean, ask M. Night Shyamalan, like how hard it is to come up with something original like multiple times. So, yeah, but Braid, I mean, Jesus, what a phenomenal game.
Okay, I don't see another game from him on Steam.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm guessing it was through like Xbox Marketplace or like something. I don't know.
And interestingly enough, it's delisted on Steam also now. It's not for sale there. You can buy the soundtrack, but not the game.
Wow. That's weird. I wonder why they would do that.
I saw something in one of the comments. I just briefly looked, and one of the comments said something about a remake.
Oh.
So
That
maybe
wouldn't
they
surprise me.
delisted the original so that they could sell the remake.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's pretty common. Let's make it in 3D and... Yeah, we can't...
Right.
For some reason, in business, we can't have anything new happen. We have to have sequels and remakes and reboots and prequels, and they even have now what they call mid-quills, right? Mid-quills, where you have 2 movies and then you have a movie that is in between 2 movies. That's a mid-quill. Like, it's just gone off the rails. It's just absolutely gone off the rails.
Spy was saying something. Untitled Sokoban game?
Titled Sokoban game developed. Yeah, game where you move in time moves. Yeah, that's Raid. Raid is just, it was so brilliant. The puzzles, just, it was great. The factory game, there's a game coming out that I've heard about a few times, and I finally put it on my wish list, called Industrial Annihilation, and that's a blend of like the Total Annihilation or Supreme Commander type game with a factory game. So you have to build a factory in order to build your army in order to play the RTS part of it. And I think that's going to be an interesting blend of genres. I hope they do it right, and I'm looking forward to the game. RTSs do have a little near and dear place in my heart. I loved RTSs. I like RTSs. Like I said before, I'm a major turtle player. Like, I just turtle like, oh, it's so bad. It's a character flaw. I understand. But I just love having all these little units and the point defense systems and just building an impenetrable shell of defense and stuff.
I see. So the what he's saying is The Witness is a game that Jonathan Blow. He's the lead game designer, or game's lead designer. Interesting. So the description of it is you wake up alone on a strange island full of puzzles that will challenge and surprise you. And it looks like a first-person 3D game. So I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm like, this looks like Myst. That was the name of that game, right? Puzzle game?
There was a game called Myst way back. CD, it was like one of the first CD games that I ever saw. And it was like a static puzzle that you had to figure out.
I think that wasn't one, even though you were looking through the eyes of the character, I don't think it was technically first person.
Well, it wasn't like real, it
moving.
wasn't real life rendering, it was like static images that you were having to look at. It was
Yeah.
It was a really janky, like old school janky. But
Sell the cake?
cake's full. Yep, sell the cake.
But yeah, I get what you mean. It was full motion video basically,
Yeah.
rather than an actual world.
Yeah, the factory genre, I mean, is kind of like I think the Factorio expansion, and then you add Satisfactory, you add this Factorio expansion, and then this Industrial Annihilation game. I think that will bookmark the end of the factory genre for a while. You know, you have the Shapes 2, you have 4 like big factory games all in one shot. And then you still have Tectonica, and then you have Foundry. I think the factory genre, in true to form, like cyclic fashion, this factory genre will be put on the back burner for a while. It will go out of fashion for a while. Because we're at a point now where it's like, this is too much. There's too much. Now we're starting to get a lot of copying and overlap and cheap knockoffs of other games. You know, it's just like, when I saw that Potions game that looked exactly like Shapes, I was like, God damn. Like, you can't be successful anymore and not have 20 copies, so many cheap ass copies come out.
It's funny Joe says that, because I was actually going to say, in 40 years we'll be enjoying Fortress Craft 2.
Like, and it's not even Fortress Craft 2 anymore. It's Fortress Craft Phoenix.
Phoenix,
We got it. It's Phoenix. Like, the fuck is that supposed to mean? What does that have to do? Just like,
I just at a base level, I'm assuming it's just resurrection of the series. It's coming back,
and it's not. I mean, I don't even think he's done that much. I mean, he might have updated the version of Unity that he's using. He might have, done some things here and there, but I mean, he didn't rewrite big blocks of the thing. I don't know why it's taking him so damn long. Like, he's literally been working on it for years. You know, granted, he got into a massive motorcycle accident and spent a year basically recovering from that. Because he couldn't stop bragging about all the shit he was buying when he had a $3,000 a month patron. Like, why? I could not understand that. In the middle of building the Frozen Factory expansion, I mean, his patron was at like $3,800 a month. And he was posting pictures of like racing motorcycles and shit that he was buying. Like, oh, look at this. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
are you saving any of this for any future games?
Right, like,
or are you
put
just
this in
enjoying life?
Put this in a bank somewhere and not be so desperate for the next paycheck. Like, what are you doing buying all this shit you don't need? And then he goes and gets damn near killed on his motorcycle. The big motorcycle he bought, he was out on a racing track and he spilled the what was he going, like 160 miles an hour? And like broke several bones, like almost goddamn died. And that's what delayed Fortress Craft, the next version of Fortress Craft, so long, is he damn near died. And it's just like, yeah, you can enjoy success later in life, right? You don't, and especially don't flaunt it to the people who are actually paying. I've always hated the YouTubers that are like, look at this new Lamborghini I bought. There's literally videos that do that. Look at this Lamborghini I bought, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, what? Like, when somebody sends me a super chat or any sort of patron, I buy groceries. I pay my internet bill. Like, those are, it's just ways for me. I just basically survive on that shit. I'm not a superfluous spender. I need a new mouse. My mouse is going out. The mouse that I have, I literally, a cup of coffee got me like years ago. I don't know. I was like 3 years old now. But yeah, my mouse. I think my mouse is going out. The left mouse button is going out. I mean, I've been using this mouse for like 3 years. I think I'm on my 4th keyboard since starting the channel. I think it's my fourth keyboard. See, my fourth or my fifth. And probably when I do replace this mouse, it'll be the fourth or the fifth mouse. But I think the left mouse button is going out because when I like click to drag a window from one monitor to the other, it like halfway through it like lets the window go, and then it clicks a whole bunch of times, and so it's like, oh yeah, that can't have that happen. So that's rough.
That's happened to me on so many mice, it's ridiculous. Quick question: the flour, should I drop all of that off at the cake factory and leave it over there?
Yeah, drop it off the cake and then leave the wagon over there.
Okay. You want to know something sad? The keyboard I have, it's over 20 years old. The mouse that I got, the mouse and keyboard were a bundle.
How are you using a keyboard that's 20 years old? Like, how is it not died yet? Is it that good of quality?
Yeah, and I mean, it must be. And here's the really sad part. It's a Microsoft keyboard.
Jesus. That hurts.
I mean, their hardware lasts longer than their software. It's so worn out that I can't read the S key.
Yeah, see, I have my keyboards go out mainly these days, mostly because of cat hair and grime that just builds up.
Yeah.
But a lot of times it's just the switch itself goes out, where I hit a key and it doesn't actually register it.
Yeah. And here's the really sad part, because I mentioned the S key. There was a similar keyboard. It wasn't the exact same model, but there was a similar keyboard to it that I grabbed the keys out of that one and replaced this one's keys with it.
Nice. I remember back in the day. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, so the core of the keyboard is still the same, but I got new keys. Sad. You were saying though?
I was just a comment on the comment on Rumble. Just my blue screen, my brain. I read it. I'm like, what the hell? I don't even know.
See if I can read that.
It's just like I don't even know. Anyway, Chloe, Skylar, welcome. How's it going today? How many solid? I don't really have all that much solid furniture. That's kind of surprising. I haven't been processing very much silage, which is why.
Spy made a comment. What type plug does it use? I'm not sure if he's talking to me or to you.
Probably your keyboard. Is it a PS2
probably
or?
To me. It's both. It's USB and PS2. And probably USB 1.0. And yep, he looked at the chat. He saw your comment, Skylar. So that's for the green channel or green.
Yep.
Green app.
I actually responded to it too. So.
Yep.
You just got to wait, with the delay, the stream delay. You ask your question, and it literally takes. I mean, Rumble is pretty bad. Rumble is like up to 2 minutes. Like it can take a hot minute for you to get a response, right? So, if you are impatient, it can seem like too much time has passed, but it could be just a stream delay. It's not on purpose. Just casually farming. Okay. I think we're actually finally caught up with all this shit. And we sold about $290 million worth of products. It's pocket change. It's just pocket change.
Yeah. And the average weight of the entire country has gone up by 30 pounds.
Yeah, that was a lot of cake. Like that was I think we had 3 total wagons of prefab wall. All the rest were cake in that first rush, like in that first massive blast. So that must have been 12 or maybe, yeah, about 12 trailers worth of cake. 120 million liters, which is a lot of cake. That's a lot of cake. It's glorious. Okay, so raisins, we have plenty of capacity there for more grapages. And I think... can we finally... Oh, caught this just in time. Dump these barrels away. One more barrel dump and I'll be able to use this wagon for something else. And then have it deliver barrels automatically, because, oh god, I've resigned myself to not have to deliver little bits and pieces. If it's just like, if it's like one factory that does it, like just deliver it automatically. Like, if it's like just a little bit every month, then it doesn't, because they do charge you the way that the script is run. It does look at the distance between where it is and where it's delivering, and it charges you based on that distance. So if you have factories like right next to one another, then it's not as bad. But if there's, you know, significant distance between the two, then the charges can add up and kind of eat into your profit margin. I'm very surprised that the prefab wall isn't going faster, but I guess that is what it is.
So on the green app, Skylar said, I was thinking to make you a PFP. The only PFP I can think of is... Oh, no. No, I think I'm thinking PHP.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, me neither. Sounds familiar, but...
I've literally never heard of anybody referencing those. I just have no idea what that means. I'm not with it. I'm not cool anymore, everybody. I'm just not. I'm not cool. I've resigned myself to that fact. I'm just not cool. I don't think I ever was cool, but I'm definitely not anymore. But that's okay. We can't all be cool. If everybody was cool, then nobody would be cool, right?
Huh, maybe profile picture? I don't know, I guess if you expand on that, Skylar.
Yeah, Rumble has been kind of an experience. It's, you know, I've got over 8 years on YouTube. And so the whole Rumble thing has been kind of a new experience. I just started streaming on it, like a month and a half ago. Just to sort of get a presence, get some content up, sort of start the ball rolling, see how it does. I know there's a lot more attention being put on it these days. And as we go forward, it's becoming obvious to me that it's pretty important to have an alternate an alternate thing. So yeah, that's why I'm got a presence on Rumble. Not nearly as much content, but
Google seems to be dead set on their course. Hell or high water.
and yeah, they just lost a massive court battle. Like,
Oh, I hadn't heard about that.
yeah, they just lost a battle that the judge ruled that the Google search system is a monopoly. It is. I forget what nomenclature he actually used, but he basically said that this is a monopoly. But it was a combination of like Google search and their ad revenue side. So it was a lawsuit in terms of other advertising companies couldn't crack into the system at all because the Google had a stranglehold on doing ads online, and they didn't allow anybody access to it. And so they basically got together and sued Google as a monopoly and said, this is it's a monopoly. Like you're not allowing competition to exist. And the judge agreed with that. And so they could very easily split off the ad revenue, like some part of the ad revenue side, like something. Not 100% sure what the consequences might be, but there are going to be consequences. Just nobody knows what they are right now. But it has to go through the whole appeals process. Like there's many layers to that process that have to be done.
Yeah, I know I had heard an accusation that they've actually, for their advertising side, they've had they pushed their political biases.
And now the unfortunate thing is you go to Google and you search something. What really sucks is you search a term. Like I was literally like just searching for like cat meow noises for the little special effect for when you wash your thing. And I do a search, and the first half of the page was all sponsored links. They weren't actually search results. They were just all sponsored links that they, whatever these companies paid for these search words, and these are all the links. And that is, you can literally search almost damn near anything on Google, and you get these sponsored links. And that's sort of like pushing, and they even go so far as to. They do their best to hide the fact they're sponsored links. Like it's really subtle. Sometimes, not all the times. Sometimes it's really subtle that these are actually sponsored links, and yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm of the mind in any sort of content, I would rather have fewer ads, but have those ads pay more than many ads being cheap. That's my opinion. Right.
I want to be on a search engine and actually search for something.
Yeah, and now I mean the AI stuff it's getting crazy.
Yeah.
But I might have found a possible source of music. I'd have to pay every month. I'm not sure how the back end works because it's a subscription, so you pay like $10 a month. So if I pay $10 a month, I'd be able to have the music from this site on the channel, and they basically whitelist your channel or whatever, they'll whitelist your content in some way, shape, or form. And then that's always whitelisted, as if you pay and you post. And it remains that, right? If you cancel your subscription, it's still whitelisted. That specific content is still whitelisted. I don't know how they do that. I don't know what sort of system they have in place, but I've been looking at it to see if I can't replicate. There's a couple different channels that I'd love to do an experiment, and this would be a pure content experiment on my part. I have no idea how it would do, and I doubt very many people who watch my channel would watch it, but I would just experiment, sort of like the spiffing Brit when he posts like how to hack YouTube. Like there's little things like that I would love to try, to just do experiments with the content and see what engages and what doesn't. But yeah, there's a couple different farming sim channels out there that it's just the craziest content. Like it's like a 2x speed. They just play farming sim at 2x speed. There's no dialogue, there's no commentary, there's no talking at all, and they just play farming sim. And the videos are like at least 2x speed, if not more. And they just have music over the top. So it's almost like playing a radio, or like the Lo-Fi Girl channel. You just have music in the background, and they post like. And there's a couple channels that have the exact same format. I don't know if it's the same person. I don't think it's the same person because they do collabs together, but it's identical content, and they even have identical songs they play on their content. And the frustrating thing is, each episode, like it's the exact same formula for every episode, every season, whatever they do. Everything is exactly the same. Even the titles are all the same, but each episode might get 1,000 views, right? One of the channels has like 90,000 subscribers, which is crazy because this is all he does. And so like an episode will get 1,000 views, which is low when you have 90,000 subscribers if you have 1,000 views. But it's supercuts. He does like 10 episodes for a series, and then he does a supercut of like 5.5 hours. That gets like 20,000 views. I have no idea how that works. I've heard a little bit of the reason why that becomes like that, but for me, I'd want to do a little experiment to see if that's even possible. Like, is this a thing that would happen? And I haven't posted a video, like regular videos to my channel in a while, but in the end, I would do like, it would basically be a similar thing, like a farming sim game, and I would record maybe 10 episodes. It would be like hour-long episodes I would record, and then I would compress it at 2x speed, and then I would just get a bunch of this music and put over the top of it, and I would just post the 10 episodes, one a day, and then I would have a supercut at the end. That would be all 10 episodes, and then I would just sit back and see what happened. And that would just be an experiment. Like, you know, viewers of my channel would be like, what the hell is he doing? But it would just be, this is an experiment. I'm just doing something to see if this makes a difference. I don't even know if my editing software would be able to handle a 5-hour-long video. That would be iffy if I could do that. Yeah, I can't even load an hour-long video into my specific editing software. I would have to probably find something else.
There are some formats of video that you can export, to said video, and then combine the videos afterwards, just with like a DOS command.
Oh. Yeah, I'd have to look at that, because I would basically have a bunch of MP4s. That's what I render to. That's what YouTube expects. A bunch of MP4s, yeah, and I would just have to stitch them together into one long, like, continuous video.
I think MP4 is one of those formats as well. I could be wrong on that. Because, yeah, the important matter is that it can't be... compressed isn't quite the right word. Things like dithering and stuff like that. It relies on... Those kinds of technology rely on having more than one frame equals this chunk of space. That's kind of like the key factor.
Yeah,
So
I know
think it is
MP4 is
compression method.
one of the formats that if something happens in the middle of a recording, you lose all of the footage.
Okay, so then no, it probably isn't.
Yeah, you
Or
can't,
MP4
because that's happened. Remember? Well, back when my computer would just randomly lock up, I
Yeah,
spent
you
2 or 3
lose.
years dealing with just random computer lockups, just out of the blue, just pop, just the system would freeze. And I would, if I was in the middle of recording, which happened on several occasions, many occasions, I would lose all that footage. It would be all gone because the system would lock up. I'd have to do a hard restart. So yeah. Almost any format that uses streaming compression, you couldn't dynamically stitch those together because there's not enough data in one frame, because one frame would depend on the previous frame, which would depend on the previous frame, which would depend. So you'd have to chain it all the way back to get that stream of bits.
Yeah.
When I first started the channel, like way back during the dinosaur era, when I first started the channel, I used a program called Fraps, 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 and Fraps. It was insane, and I used that for a while. But Fraps was crazy because it was a raw dump of your frames to disk, uncompressed, fully raw at resolution. And I kid you not, like the like when I would get done recording, I would be like in Factorio or Fortress Craft, and I would get done recording an episode, and I kid you not, the episodes were maybe 20 to 25 minutes long, because back then I had limited bandwidth. And the Fraps video file was 30 gigs. At least 30 gigs. It was enormous. And then I would have to basically convert that into, an MP4, and the rendering would just take, it would take like 2.5 hours to render that out. And then uploading it was another like 2.5 hours. So it was just like crazy. When I first started the channel, it was just, compared to what it is now, it was crazy. Crazy amount of time, how much time I spent trying to get everything working, and it's just like not easy. All right, well, I think we are at 3, 2, 1 monies. I think that's pretty good. I think we won. Because right now I could buy another couple hundred super chickens in the second pen, which would radically increase how many eggs we get. And just what we would do is go over. We basically repaint the grass over here. We would convert these into fields, and we would just start. We would basically cycle the same crops, right? You have potatoes, sugar beets, sorghum, corn, and I don't even know what else. Like you just cycle those over and over and over again. I would have liked to show off my Cotton Express 5000s on this cotton field over here. But this still has a ways to grow.
Well,
do I have good internet
else
now? I have fucking phenomenal internet now. Right here, I'll give you an idea. When I first started the channel, okay, I first started posting every day back in like 2015. I was uploading on a connection that upload speed was 0.8 megabits per second. 0.8 megabits per second. And I was lucky if I got that. So a 20-minute, like, medium resolution, it wasn't even HD. A 20-minute episode would be about 500 megs. Minimum. 500 megs would take over an hour to upload. Okay, over an hour for a 500 meg 720p video. 0.8 megabits per second. I have today a 300 megabit upload speed. 300 megabit. So when I first moved here, when I moved away from where I was and moved here, I got a decent internet connection. I got 80 megabit. So I was able to stream. I was actually able to like stream and upload higher quality. That's when I went to HD video, HD, renderings, and kind of upped my game a little bit. It was a year and change into the channel that I moved. And then when was it? Last October? September, October last year, I got a fiber 300 meg. I could go all the way to gigabit. But I don't need that much speed. And it's way more expensive. But 300 megabit upload and download. For my connection, it's a fiber connection. 300 megabit upload and download. It's $50 a month. That's what I'm paying, $50 a month. So when they moved me over, I was at an 80/30 before when I first moved. I've been at 80/30 for a long time. But I was at 80/30. They come in with fiber because they're doing the whole city. The entire city is going fiber. They're getting rid of all of their copper. So the whole city is going fiber. So they come in, they're like, you don't really have a choice, right? We're doing fiber everywhere. So they come in, do fiber. So my 80/30 internet connection goes to 300/300, and it's $5 cheaper a month. How often does that happen in your life? Yeah. It's glorious. It's so glorious. And if I wanted faster, I could pay to get up to gigabit. And I think gigabit is like $120 a month for gigabit. It's all the same hardware. They just boost me up. But yeah, like phenomenal connection. Yeah, if I had the like this, just the spare hardware for computers, I would have some servers of my own up and up. I could have a Factorio server. I could have a FarmingSim server. Like I could run all of that off of my connection and still watch Netflix and not affect anybody. Like the connection is freaking awesome. And after, like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 months ago, the internet citywide went down. It was black. Like everybody knew about it because it was maintenance. They sent emails to everybody and even letters in the mail that said, here on this day, the internet's going to go down for like 2 hours. And they did that because they brought in like 3 extra trunk lines, like internet trunk lines into the city because everybody's on fiber now. So there's like more fucking bandwidth coming into this area than some states have. So yeah, I'm very, very happy with the internet.
Just in case you missed the message, I popped out of the game.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I'm not feeling too great, but I'll stay in chat for a while at least.
Yeah, we're basically, we're $300 million. We're rich. We're worth monies. And if I can guarantee you, if I liquidated all the hardware that we have in this place, like all the tractors and harvesters and all that shit, if I just liquidated everything, we'd be at 400 million. Like this is a lot of money worth of stuff. All the trailers, like those are 200 grand a piece. But cable won't install fiber. Yeah, I don't use cable. if you have an option for DSL, use DSL. Cable, anybody who doesn't know, cable systems like mid-continent, the type of network, if any computer nerds out there, the type of network cable runs on is different than like DSL or fiber. Cable, the type of network is called a token ring, and a token ring network is you send out a cable and you hit A, B, C, D, E, F on the way back. And all of those people on that token ring all share the same bandwidth pi, right? So they send out these cables, and whoever's on the network, on these cable nodes, they all share a single pool of bandwidth. So at peak times, your total bandwidth drops, right? It ebbs and flows with how many people are watching Netflix and how many people are doing this. It ebbs and flows based on that. So the token ring networks is what cables use, right? Mid-continent cable and stuff like that, or Comcast. Any cable network is a token ring. Whereas DSL or fiber is like a hub and spoke, right? You have a central place that goes out, and it's one connection there and back. Like you have this house is there and this house is there, and so your bandwidth is not being limited by the connection between you and the hub, and then they can concentrate more bandwidth into the hub to meet all of these things. So it's the type of network is better, especially depending on the area you live and how populated it is. Where if you're on a cable connection, you can have a pretty wide range of bandwidth depending on the time of day, based on those network conditions. So yeah, I wouldn't go cable at this point because you would be bottlenecked by other people on your same network.
I have heard there are some companies that put out enough cable that their customers don't see a significant drop.
Well, yeah,
those are few and far between.
Yeah, if there's a huge, like every token ring that goes out, every cable that goes out from the central office, if they push a huge amount of bandwidth into that one cable, then yeah, you can not be, detrimental. But that's rare and probably really expensive. Because fiber, what's really crazy, right? The amount of data on a fiber wire. When the guys were here installing the fiber, because when I was young, the fastest internet trunk lines, right? The trunk to trunk nodes, they were called OC48 lines. OC48 was like the top tier of trunk line, and that was like 1024 gigabit lines, right? Or megabit, 1024 megabit was the OC48, if memory serves, OC48 lines. And this was back in the late 90s. Because we actually had a T1 line. My brother and I had started a company, and we actually had a T1 line coming into our house, into the basement of our house, and we formed a company, and we had a T1 line, and a T1 line, right? This is how shitty this is, right? The T1 line was $800 a month, 1.5 megabits asynchronous up and down. 1.5 megabits at $800 a month.
Yeah.
And this was back when dial-up was still the king, right? This was just at the start of DSL. It hadn't really gone anywhere yet. So dial-up was really, it was it was the in-between. It was the end of dial-up and the beginning of DSL. And so this T1 line, 1.5 megabit per second, and it was $800 a month. That's when we started. And the OC48 line, was almost 1,000 times as powerful. And so the guys were here last fall installing the fiber, and I just asked them, I was like, what kind of bandwidth are our fibers now taking? And he's like, oh man. he's like, not only is it exponentially more than it used to be, it's on the same fibers, right? They haven't had to run new fiber lines. It's the same fiber, and they've gone now. It's so obscene. It's so obscene that there's now been a breakthrough. I think that there was news a few months ago. A researcher and a team at MIT developed a technology that taps into different frequencies of light that can flash much faster, right? So your limit on fiber is how fast the light can blink, which is limited depending on what frequency of light you're on, because the higher frequencies obviously can flash faster. So they built technology to tap into a frequency of light that it was largely said that couldn't be used, but they figured it out. And across the same fiber line, a single fiber line, they increased the amount of data that could be passed through one fiber by 300,000 times. In one technology that does that, 300,000x amount of data can pass through one fiber line, and with this technology, and they just getting it started. They're just figuring it out, and so you would imagine, right, 10 years from now, when this shit is mainstream and going wide, you're going to be able to literally download an Ultra HD 8K movie in seconds with that kind of bandwidth. Like, we would actually bump up against the limit of current LAN, like 100 megabit LAN connection, right? You'd have to go full 10 gigabit LAN connection from the router to your computer to be able to supply or support that amount of bandwidth. It's an immense amount of bandwidth. The number of cat videos that you'd be able to send across bandwidth like that. So yeah, the future of the technology, if we stay the course and we don't collapse as a civilization, it's going to get crazy how fast things can get. Crazy fast. And there's no excuse. There's no excuse that everybody shouldn't have full fiber connections in this country. Like, it's a phenomenal technology. And it's miniature. Like the fiber modem I have on my desk is like this big. It's nothing. But yeah, if we don't really mess up, 10 years from now, it's going to be, gaming, movies, content, there's going to be no barrier at all to how fast you're going to be able to move stuff. It's already imperceptible when you watch movies, and you just can't. I remember back in the day, the artifacting, the weird effects you would get when your bandwidth would drop, and it would get these weird blocky artifacts and stuff. I don't experience that at all anymore. The bandwidth I have, it's just that is gone. Now I don't have 4K content coming in, but I know that it's available. I know Netflix has a 4K option that you can pay for. I just don't have the need or desire. I don't need. My older brother does. He has a movie theater system, and he gets 4K stuff all the time. But anyway, yeah. So next week, I'm not sure what we're going to be covering. We may get a jump start on Satisfactory and just do some basic stuff. Oh, no, we really can't, because the new version of the game is going to be moving a bunch of ore nodes and shit. They're really changing a lot of stuff. I kind of want to hold off on that. Yeah, they're adding, removing, changing a bunch of ore nodes and all sorts of stuff in Satisfactory for 1.0.
Might be good to refresh our memory on the game. Although maybe that'll make good content, us stumbling around. Where are my feet?
I'm not worried about that. I think it's like riding a bike. I think you load the game up and you're like, oh yeah, this this is, I know this loop. Literally every other game has this loop. Like I know how to do this. But yeah, the 1.0 Satisfactory is going to be on the 10th. So next week, I don't know, maybe we'll just jump into like Shapes 2 or End Zone 2. You know, maybe a single player game in sort of a palate cleanser before we dive into Factory Fall. This is going to be Factory Fall, everybody. We're going to have Satisfactory for at least a month before I jump out the window and leave it all behind, because yeah, that game, late game and Satisfactory, I want to jump out the window. Like I just can't handle late game. And then it's
hopefully they've done something about that.
You know, then it's Factorio expansion. Come basically October, late October. I don't know when. But we're gonna do a palette cleanser on Factorio first. But I gotta get a gauge. I gotta get a word from Renegade when he's gonna be available, because I want to do the Factorio expansion as soon as he's available to stream. And jump into that. So before that, we're going to do the Factorio vanilla, just like palette cleanser. There might be something in between the two, because yeah, I want to do the vanilla Factorio playthrough before the expansion comes out. That way all of that stuff, all of the changes that it makes, we experience on stream. And then Vintage Engineering, where I'm hitting a rough patch on Vintage Engineering. It's frustrating, but like it, yeah. I really thought we'd have the multi-block system up and running by now. And the guy who was heading that just just didn't prioritize it, and I don't even know if a single line of code has been written. And I thought it'd be done by now. It's been like 2 months. I thought it'd be done by now, and I don't think he's written a single line of code. So yeah, I really didn't want to have to write the multi-block system. I really didn't want to do it, but it looks like I'm gonna have to, because there's just no other way. I can't be like, hey, you know, why didn't you do this? It's his time, but I mean, he made it sound like it was inevitable. He was gonna do it, and then he just got busy at work and doesn't have time for it or something. But yeah, I was hoping it'd be done by now, so that I could just plug into it and just use it, and then move on to the MV tier. But if I have to do the multi-block system too, then that's going to be at least 2 or 3 months. At least. Because it's not just the multi-block system. It's also the mini dimension system. It's also rendering ghost blocks. It's tracking what blocks are placed. There's layers of shit to the multi-block system that we've designed. And I designed it with the thought of his expertise, and he was confident that he would be able to do it. I, however, am not confident that I would be able to do it. So I was designing it thinking that it would take him a weekend to do this shit. Like yeah, it's not happened. So unfortunately, I don't know what to do about that. But I can build the machines. before I get the multi-block stuff, I can get them in and working, and that way they get in the hands of the people and the testers and the recipe guys and whoever wants access to that. You know, it won't be pretty. It'll be placeholder stuff, but the machines will function. You know, everything will work. So that part I can do. That part, you know, I'm fairly confident that we can get that done. So yeah, Wednesday will be more vintage engineering development stream, and then next Saturday again, it's just going to be kind of a toss up on what's going on and what we can do. But hopefully everybody comes by for that. I thank you all for coming by today. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Comment down below now that we're done. Subscribe if you're new to the channel, and consider being a patron or channel member and joining me on these lovely multiplayer Saturday streams on getting early access to new vintage engineering builds. That's the other perk. You get weekly builds for vintage engineering. Yeah, I thank everybody for coming by, and thanks you to Oz for joining me and keeping me company today. And yeah, see everybody next time.